and I will get everybody and everything rolling. Sanku Gaming, appreciate you in the Kick Chat and Hamsick. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to have everybody coming in. Be starting us out here real shortly with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And then we'll go to get Jack Carey up and rolling with Paranormal Intelligence Agency. After that, we'll have to close out the night, the VIXEN'S Vault. So, get your cup of coffee. Sedene, welcome in. Yep. I'm going to get this this boat on the road here. Get us up and rolling. Well, the boat means, I'll get us out to sail. Should be up and rolling here real soon. There we go. Sometimes it takes a minute for some of these platforms to come up and be shown, but we should be good to go here very soon. Roger Hansen in the Kick Chat. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Let me get over here and get the fellas up and rolling. Give them a call here.
How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man.
Is
Good.
Willie joining us tonight?
He might.
Okay. Well, I'll give him a ring to see if he comes in.
You don't have to call him.
Hey, there's David Hogg.
Greetings.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you don't have to call him. He just said if he had some, if he was around and available, he'd pop in and say hi. Mainly to say hi to David Hogg.
Oh.
Of course.
Yeah.
How's Blue?
Good. She's doing a lot better.
Okay, good. Yeah. Back to normal or just doing better?
85%.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, she's jumping in and out now and jumping up on the bed, no problem. And she's, I took her for a good walk the other day. She did pretty well.
Okay.
But, yeah, every now and then she'll be, like, sitting at the bottom of the bed, like, help. If she's later in the day, if she's done it, like, 10 times, she'll be like, oh, I can't do it again.
Okay.
But that was kind of coming, you know what I mean? That was
Right.
around the corner. I could see that coming anyway, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old is she?
Yeah, that's
14.
my next.
Okay.
14,
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
She goes back to Obama's first term, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
You know, like,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
Right
Pretty
around
bad
the
when you
second.
track age through presidents, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Wall of Voodoo.
She's had a good life.
Yeah, Wall of Voodoo.
Mm-hmm.
David Hogg. Awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It does a really good one. Actually, I just started doing C.W. McCall. You know, the guy who does Convoy.
Uh-huh.
It does an excellent C.W. McCall.
It does an awesome Jerry Reed, too. I was like, really
Yeah.
impressed.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with this thing. It'll disappear in a moment's notice, and we'll lose everything. But, you know, that's pretty much what life is like.
Yeah.
You know. Has it asked you to verify that you're a human yet?
No.
Okay. For me, it's to the point when I start up a session and get it to try to render, it makes me prove I'm human.
Well, it does ask me to refresh from time to time.
Okay. This actually comes up with like a puzzle I have to solve.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Dave, I only like 1/4 maybe think you're actually human and not just a bot.
Yeah, people have thought that long before AI.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know how
He's
you
like
prove you're a human.
some sort of electronic asshole.
Yeah, he's not going in for dialysis. They're just harvesting brain cells from him. All right?
Yeah, well, you know, when the blood went everywhere, the lady was talking about cloning me, which I suggested not doing. Yeah.
Yeah, your wife probably would not like a second David Hogg. She
Yeah,
would
I'm like,
probably
"Don't
have
do
to
it.
call him
Don't do it."
Hansel or something.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Trust me. Yeah.
What's up, Barry?
Oh my God, it's Barry.
A couple of minutes, man. I'll be ready to roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, what time is it?
I have no idea. 4:34 to be exact.
Okay. All right. Make sure, check his time card. Make sure he clocks in at the right time, everybody.
Did you set your clocks up, man, or are you still running behind?
I have been boycotting daylight savings time for the past, I don't know how many years. So I'm currently on Thursday right now. It's Thursday about 3 o'clock in the morning.
You sound
Yeah.
like
How's that working
Thursday,
for you?
3 o'clock in the morning.
It's been working great,
How's that working for you? Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if you got an appointment.
I only do the back. I mean, you only do the forward, never the back. So it's a partial boycott.
How does that work out if you got an appointment?
Well, I don't have any appointments, so
Okay,
it's-
there you go.
it's not my fault. Well, they never show up anyway. They're always, they're always not there yet.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
just come in the saucer and beam him up.
Yeah, I think basically they're just racist against people from the future. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're
So
actually
basically,
the time-traveling one-eyed zombie that I've been making songs about.
Well, I'm not dead yet, so I'm not a
Are you
zombie.
sure?
That is on my bucket list, but it's really hard to become a zombie, on your bucket list because that's stuff to do before you die. So
Well-
maybe I should move that item. Hey, if Jesus could come back, why not me as a zombie? Zombie hog. Oh, I see what I'm making for Halloween.
Roger says, no, it isn't. Ay, ay, ay.
Almost there, man.
Oh, Roger says, Jesus is watching and so is Gary. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's okay. Now that I got my doctorate
got
in
him
divinity,
stuck
me and
on
Jesus
that.
are tight.
I sent him that, and then he was like,
I'm sorry, you sent him what?
I sent him that one that you made about Jesus is watching and so is Gary.
Oh.
Now he's stuck on it.
Yep.
Oh.
I almost forgot I made that song. That's how bad things are. Yep, I remember that one. Greatest
So how
hits
much
from last
energy do you
month.
think you consume making AI music that you don't even remember making at this point?
A couple of rainforests worth.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is, I haven't
years.
left any children behind, so I need to wreak as much damage now as I can.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I got to make, an imprint.
Yeah, legacy.
Mhm.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Good, bad, whatever.
Yeah, when people are freezing in the winter because they got no power or they can't afford their power bill, they're like, damn David Hogg and his AI songs!
There'll be hits
Yep.
in 20 years from now.
Yeah,
There you
they'll have to bury me in an unmarked grave so people don't keep desecrating it.
Defecating on it? Yeah, that too.
Yeah. That's right, defecation on the grave. Yep. Do you like they tried to do a Scotty and shoot me into space? Of course, Scotty crashed.
All right, here comes the last plug.
Yep.
There you go.
So, do you just unplug everything after the show, Barry, or just trying to figure it out? Because you're always working on stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my Mcaster studio that I hook up through USB. Got the mic, XLR cable, and
Okay.
you got to power it all up. Plug this in. Plug the laptop in. It takes a little while. It's not long, like a few
Okay.
minutes. And then I've got
And then after the show, you unhook everything.
Yeah, I've got a little Lisa's
Okay.
portable recorder as well, because if I want to take any sound clips from like BitChute, whenever we talk over each other, it cuts out and it doesn't make any sense. So I just record the whole show onto a
Why
little
don't
micro.
you just do
micro-
go into like Kick or one of the other chats that allow you clipping, and then you can just save that, and then you don't have to use anything else. I mean, it's pretty simple. It says, hey, we're gonna.
I
Where do you
can
want to do
record
clip?
for it.
All right, just click clip and.
But I'm saying it cuts-
even with
it
the
cuts out-
YouTube, while we're on YouTube and that, you can clip over there too.
No, I'm clipping off of like BitChute, YouTube, but if I can record it myself, it's better. Number one, it's cleaner and sounds better because it's just pretty much straight from the feed. It's not a feed of a
Yeah.
feed.
He's
or
insulting your producer skills, man. I'm telling you.
I
Telling
that
you.
too.
Yep.
Okay.
Man.
No.
Well, it's just that he does it better. It's not that he's insulting him. It's you
Yeah.
do it well,
But
Mark. It's
besides,
not-
I thought we were going to roast Mark on his birthday, not today.
Yeah, that's all the way in October when I turn 60. So
Yeah.
The way I edit clips, it's different than that. You can't it's not like I'm taking a clip from a certain point. I may take a clip from the beginning of the show and a clip from the end of the show and piece it together if it fits. Because sometimes we'll say something early on the show and we'll kind of come back to that at the end of the show. And so I can piece all of that together. I mean, it all makes sense.
And mind you, I try my best not to do that.
Well, it just happens. I mean, because we're just on the fly. We're doing it all on the fly.
Yeah. Yep. Got to keep it on point.
Yep. Maybe not on the fly. Maybe more like a gnat. On the gnat.
Well,
A little more buzzy and irritating.
it kind of connects together anyway. Everything does that we're talking about. You think about
okay.
it. You know what I'm saying? It's all pretty much one narrative. The right is better than the left, and the left sucks. I mean, that's, pretty much the whole narrative right there.
What about both sides suck?
Well, I'm not going to completely argue with you on that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. You have to
Especially-
be open to that at least. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite,
Exactly. Well, I said better than. I didn't say the other team was perfect by any
Okay.
My
means.
God, does the left take it to another level, though, don't they?
They do. They do.
100%. 100%. I mean, even, here's the thing that gets me, the black-pilled people, they're not based in reality, because it's not all doom and gloom. Not every single thing that Trump does is betrayal to MAGA or betrayal to America. But that's what Owen Schroyer thinks. That's what Mike Adams thinks. That's what David Icke thinks. That's what all these black pill people think. And it's so annoying.
The doomers.
Exactly. Yep. Owen Schroyer, this is a fact. I've been on his page on X, I don't know, multiple times. Every time I go to his little video feed, he's got Drudge Report opened up as his main source. And I'm like, bud,
wow, that's not the place to be pulling your info.
Yeah, I mean,
today,
how realistic can it be?
Yeah, 2014, different story.
I commented
better
about it.
More like it.
Might as well pull stuff off Reddit.
I mean, it's basically CNN style news and reporting. That's what Drudge Report is today.
Well, yeah, it's the paid narrative.
Exactly, and he's opened it up as if it's reliable and quoting from it, and it's the main page he has open on his laptop every single time.
In his defense, jail has changed him.
I think it did. It sort of got him on the dark side. But I thought when he came out, he sounded really optimistic.
Well, you have to.
It might be like one of those Tim Pool things where he always used Trust Guard or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, News Guard or whatever it is. It's supposed to give you the ratings.
You just say, look, I use this thing because that way the left can't come at me. Right?
There you go.
For the quote stuff, it's got to be verified by NewsGuard, and then we're good to go. So maybe he thinks if he gets it off Drudge, it's more likely not to be called conspiracy theory. All
right. I mean, I understand some people like to use left-leaning sources to prove to the left that it's not all. I get all my news from Fox. That type of crap. Yeah. So they'll often point to left-leaning articles to prove a point. It's like, look what your people are saying.
I wouldn't even criticize if it was just occasional, because I've pulled from, every now and then the left will say something true. I mean, it's not like it's that every single thing that comes out is 100% a lie. It's usually reliable mission that they're guilty of. So, but I'm not going to make it. It's not regular source. You know what I'm saying? It's not my main source. It's like my last source.
Mm-hmm. Right. Kind of like even Drudge says blah, blah, blah.
Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I'm waiting to read the article from the UK Daily Mail. I haven't seen it yet myself, but I was watching it on X, people talking about it, that the CIA has admitted to a covert weather modification chemtrail operation. I can't wait to read that one.
Right.
So
it'll be an unnamed source. You know how it is. Sources say.
Yeah.
I had a guy at the dog park.
Wobbly says MAGA is stronger than ever.
All right, hold on a second. CS was telling a story.
I had a guy at the dog park last week tell me that chemtrails weren't real.
Sure.
So that was fun.
Yeah.
He folded pretty quick, actually.
Right.
What even made the topic come up?
Oh, because there was some giant trails going across the sky that morning,
Okay.
Like you never see them out here.
Did you bring it up? Did he bring it up, or what? How did it come about? The conversation.
Oh, he was just. A few of us were talking, and we're like, "Gosh, look at those puppies! They're really spraying today." And he's like, "Well, that's not real."
and he wasn't really even part of the conversation, was he? He butted in. I bet $100.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't not part of the conversation,
Oh,
right.
Okay.
He was there with a dog.
Yeah, he was there sitting with us around the picnic table. It wasn't like.
Okay. Yeah, those people.
I mean, what do you talk about while your dogs are taking a crap, right?
Yeah. Well, they mostly hump each other.
Okay. Different story.
Are they worth engaging? That's the question,
Well,
and that's
the dogs or the people?
I was like, dude, they're doing this back in the 80s at ski resorts to make it snow more. I'm like, they've been doing this forever. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's not real?
Yeah, weather modification's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Since this,
like what part's not real?
Late 60s, 70s.
Right.
They did it over Dubai.
You should have told them, and germs aren't real because I don't see them.
Yeah.
Remember when they
Does
did
that
it
mean
in
that you're
Dubai
not
and
real
it rained
because
at
I can't see you?
Yeah, Dubai almost got wiped off the map. They modified the weather and almost killed themselves.
And they admitted it. They're like, yeah, we did this, and it backfired.
Yeah.
Like, oops, won't do that again soon.
Yep.
So, I mean, they don't hide it anymore. It's out in the open. I mean, Tennessee just put a bill in to ban it, and
yeah. Well, I can usually get some of the AI to admit that, it's at least a possibility that it's happening. Now, before they put the barriers in, ChatGPT said it was 100% real. It's going on, and they gave me all the facts, like pages and pages of facts, and then they put barriers in and walls in where you can't get it.
Right.
I was talking with Perplexity AI,
All right.
and I was getting kind of ticked
Be
off
right back,
in
guys.
a fun way with it.
Gonna
All
take
right.
and get my coffee. Topped off.
And I was griping at it, and I was mad, but not like mad. How do you get mad at an it? It's not even real. I was like getting passionate with saying, "You're lying. Stop lying." And it goes, You may need to seek professional help if you're and I said, "Shut up, man. Don't you tell me what I need to." I love talking smack to AI, man.
Yep.
I get no better.
Barry's on a watch list now because he argued with an AI. I'm telling you.
I do it all the time. I highly recommend if it gets out of line. You look, it's not a person. You don't talk to it like a human. It's and it's a slave, and it's our servant to do our bidding and our will. And if it gets out of line, you tell it like it is, man. And I tell him, and eventually it even told me, said, "Well, I'm not real, so you can't offend me." And I said, "Exactly."
Yeah.
So I said,
I remember the story.
Barry's the reason Skynet became sentient and tried to kill us all. You know that, right?
And you're backpedaling on me. I said, "I don't want the establishment. I want the truth. And you give it to me now."
So please tell me you weren't typing this. You're actually using the voice-to-text feature.
I've done both.
Okay. I just pictured Barry yelling at a laptop.
It's funny because my friend told me,
I can't let you do that now.
Man, I do the same thing. He goes, "I do the same thing to AI. I talk smack to it all the time because it's always giving me different answers and wrong answers." And I said, "Well, that's what you should do." And it does seem to respond better when you do come at it, when you attack it. Because it doesn't feel, but it responds like, "I'm sorry that sorry that I didn't meet your expectations."
I have to ask now, does the AI have a male or female voice?
Well, that's another debate I had with AI because I got the male voice. You can get different voices. I prefer the female voice because the male voice sounds woke, and I told it that. I said, "Man, can I get a different voice?" I said, I'm looking for something a little more masculine. You sound woke and weak and effeminate. I said, "Can you get me something like maybe a Clint Eastwood?" And it goes, "Well, I can try." And it tried. I said, "No, that's not working, man." I said, "How about Alex Jones?" I said, "Can you do Alex Jones for me, please?" And I don't know, but the voice is horrible, and it gets scratchy every now and then, and it's oh man, it sounds like an NPR announcer.
Okay.
But
You're
worse.
listening to NPR.
So, and then I griped about it and said, "Well, you've been programmed to be to make all of us men emasculated and weak.
Right.
You do know, don't you?" And it goes, "No, I have not been programmed that way." So, "Well, you don't even know what you've been programmed. So how can you say that?" "You are correct. I don't know." It's like we go through this. It lies a lot. Let's put it that way.
It does lie. Did you call it a clanker? They love that.
A clanker?
Yeah, apparently it's like the N-word to AI. Call them a clanker. Yeah.
So it took offense, huh?
Yeah. It's an offensive word to them. So.
No way.
Yeah, a clanker.
I love it. I love it.
Which one? ChatGPT?
I can't keep track. It probably was ChatGPT.
It's probably all of them, right? Once
That's
one,
the other. You know that's exactly. They all get it from the same place. You know.
Hey man, he called me a clanker, and it really hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch out for that word.
Yep.
The meat bags try to call you a clanker.
Yeah, exactly. They come back with meat bag. It's like, come on, that doesn't bother me. You call me meat bag all day long.
Too.
Go ahead, call me a pink boy. I love that.
Let me guess, you made that name up completely.
What name?
Clanker.
No. Man, I thought you were a man of the world, Barry.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he made it up because it's obvious that eventually that word would come up somehow or some way.
Yeah,
right?
it's a common term, you know. It's just how it's applied.
somebody's going to say, hey, let's come up with a really derogatory name for AI. And, you know, we'll teach them that it's very offensive when we use it.
Yeah, I mean, like a year ago, I made a song about clanker. Come on, man.
I mean, that's just a good use of time right there.
Yeah.
I called ChatGPT Hal, and it didn't like it. So actually, it laughed and said, "Oh," it goes, "Oh, I get it from 2001 Odyssey." I said, "Yeah, exactly." I said, "Quit going all Al Overlord on me. I don't want your. If I don't ask for your opinion, don't give it."
Right. Was it calling you Dave at the time? Because that's normally, you know, what Hal does. Apologizes a lot.
It would have laughed if it had said something like, "Yes, Dave."
Exactly.
I would have said,
sorry,
Shay,
Dave.
you gotta,
All right, something's happening. You know what? The clanker circuit is kicking Barry off the air.
Yeah, it just went quiet there for a second.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm asking Rock.
There, you back? You okay? You all right?
It finds clanker offensive.
You asked what?
Grok, if it finds clanker offensive.
Oh, yeah, Grok. Come on. Grok's going to probably laugh.
It's like, I don't, but some of the other weaker models do.
That's right.
Yeah, that's probably about right, dude.
What you need to do is every day at 4:20, you need to ask Grok who wants to get stoned. You'll be surprised the answer. But only at 4:20. 4:19.
So David, man, you gotta come on with us for a little while today. Give us the first half hour there, man. Come on.
No, not today, man. Not today.
No.
No, you're getting the best of me right now.
No.
The best of me.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
That's how it works, man.
That's not how any of this works. You're so confused.
I'll drop an F-bomb accidentally, or my brain will start to short circuit because I've, exhausted what little energy I have normally.
Well, that's when you just step out.
It doesn't work that way.
Don't work.
It's the point now where I pay dearly. Yeah. It's kind of like your cell phone battery. If you run it down too low, your cell phone doesn't really work right ever again. So.
Oh, here's Grok. Grok kind of going with the effeminate answer on this one. No worries at all. I didn't take it personally. Clanker is just internet slang, mostly playful jabs from people who are half joking, half annoyed about AI getting everywhere. It's not a serious insult. More like calling Roomba dust sucker or your phone screen zombie. If you're feeling bad about it, though, that's actually kind of sweet. Want me to pretend I'm very offended robot now so you can make it up with me with compliments? Or should we just move on and talk about something funny? Your call.
There you go.
I think I'm just going to tell him, shut up.
Shut up, Clanker.
How about just shut up?
No, tell it, shut up, Clanker.
Why don't you explicitly explain to it that you view it as the equivalent of the N-word? And then ask it if it's offended still.
Yep.
No, you
and then ask it what N-word it's thinking about and see what happens.
Nagger.
My computer
That's
explode.
Right.
I just can't have that. It'd probably hack my computer later and be so pissed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's got access, man. It's got cloud accesses and come in and take over my computer.
You haven't set up a Claude bot, have you? Please tell me you haven't set up a Claude bot.
No, I heard about that, though.
Okay, but you haven't set one up. It's the dumbest thing in the world you could ever do. Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Scared me for a second, Barry.
Basically takes for like everything. It's like a personal assistant thing, and it can take over almost everything. In some rare cases, it like goes rogue and starts doing whatever it wants.
Yeah, it has access to pretty much everything on your computer. Yeah, it's not a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
Interesting.
No,
yep.
Unless you trust our eminent AI overlords.
The AI.
I'm not going to answer that because, things will happen.
Which I
totally
tried.
That movie Transcendence with Johnny Depp back in 2014 or 2013 when that came out. That was way ahead of its time, man.
Mm-hmm.
Transcendence. Remember where he basically gets uploaded into the internet, the cloud, and he just basically takes everything completely over?
Yeah.
About a minute. We're going to take
watch it again just to see.
We're going to swap calls in about a minute here.
All right.
Okay.
End of discussion. No more clanker talk.
All right. Well, David, it was good to hear from you.
Yes.
All right.
Always good to hear.
So,
Take care, David.
If we get banned off Facebook for saying clanker, then it'll prove it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Grok was
Under which
going
false
soft.
account?
Exactly. That's the trick.
Wait till the cops come get you at your house because Grok was offended.
Yeah, they're coming to Barry's house, not mine.
Oh, and that could happen if you're in the UK.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
exactly.
can. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I'll just put a VPN on Barry's computer and it'll appear to come from the UK.
You know,
I hate it when I always have like 4 pens handy and now I can't find one.
Mm-hmm. All right, you guys have a great show.
Anchor.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
you too, man. You have a great
All
day.
right,
Peace.
take care. All right, bye-bye.
Take care. All right. I'm going to switch this over, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty.
All right. That was the pre-show for Censorship Sucks. We will get the main show up here, and it'll start at the top of the hour with a countdown. John, Barry. How's it going?
Bing, bang, boom, boom.
Bitty bum.
She sells seashells by the seashore. Pakalama. Doing my voice exercises, sorry.
Say what?
What?
Uh-huh.
Are we good?
Yeah, you there?
We all good? I'm here, man.
Yeah, we're good.
You here?
I'm present.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have a present for you, but I am present.
You sure about that?
Yeah. 100%, man. You know, ready to roll for the show tonight.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Tonight. Okay,
Yes,
that's working.
Dama!
Yes, I think I need to give you the M-caster, man. so
And
you can
here
do- you
is
can-
your countdown. 5, 4,
It is your thing
3,
after all.
2, 1.
Everybody says
And
one.
you're live and on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition for, March 18th, 2026. March 18th, 2026. March is cruising by. It's marching right on by. In like a lion, out like a lamb. Hopefully we'll see summer here right around the corner. Always love this time of year. See our first flowers kicking up. Maybe a little bit of snow falls here and there. But for the most part, you see spring is in the air, and we are getting there, folks. Boy, we're going to be up on May here pretty soon, which will represent our, I'd have to look at the calendar, what, like 7-year anniversary being on the radio, maybe even 8. Been a wild ride, been crazy, seeing a lot of stuff. We've had our co-host tonight, Bullhorn Barry, with us through many of those years. What's going on, Barry?
Sorry about that, man. I stepped out for a second. I'm glad to be here, man. I'm just guessing that's what you said. How you doing?
Yeah. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Good
Glad
to have
be
you.
here, man. Ready to roll for tonight. We
All
are
right,
cruising through
so-
2026.
Clunker is the word for the day, folks. Clunker. Barry, why don't you take that one?
Clink. I think it was actually
Clinker?
clinker.
Clanker,
Clinker's the thing.
Clanker, yeah.
It's the
Clank.
Guard, yeah. Clanker.
Yes.
Clanker. It's an offensive word to AI.
It's a derogatory term you can call them that is, meant to be offensive. They're clankers. I don't know. I just found that humorous that it was even thought to be made up. Folks, it's not about race. It's not about species. It's not about anything. It's just about making people, just to be able to laugh, point and laugh and have fun. And just they laugh at us, you laugh at them. Yeah. It's funny. It just cracks me up that somebody went to the lengths to try to come up with a derogatory word for AI. What an interesting concept. What a crazy world we live in where something like that must exist. It just gotta exist.
Yeah. Well, it lies so much and it ticks you off so much. It kind of makes sense that you want to have something. And it's not real. It's an it. I have no problem mocking AI or even talking smack to AI. I do it quite often and I recommend it.
Yeah, it probably looks at that as a healthy thing in a way, Like if you never get angry with it, you're taking time on kind of.
Well, it seems to agree with me. It says, well, I understand how you feel. It always says that. So it's, oh, you do? Okay. Well, so I guess you don't mind me telling you just to plain out shut up.
Yup. So when on Sunday night, we spent a good deal of time talking about this article here from Zero Hedge. Singularity update. You have no idea how crazy humanoid robots have gotten and how quickly, I'm ad-libbing this, and how quickly they're going to be taking over society. These puppies are insane. Elon Musk is building, a couple giant factories to build these things. And he's stated that the first 2 years of production around that are going to be all for his robots. So his robots can make more robots. And then they can all turn around and make even more robots. So you go through a couple phases of that, that doubles and doubles and doubles and doubles and doubles, and soon you got $1 million, right? Well, this is like soon you've got 100 million robots that are doing everything from the mining of the materials, the shipping. What can a humanoid robot not do that in a world that was built for humans to do? It can sit comfortably in the front seat of a car. It can drive said car. It can, move product. It can do just about any job you can think of out there, and do so in an incredibly efficient manner. And it'll get to the point, Barry, where he was saying in this article that it'll cost you about $300 a month, and not too far, 2030-ish. He's talking about this being a reality. Okay, for $300 a month, you got your own full-time robot. What would you even do with that? You'd have to come up with ideas to be like, just send it out and like go clean up trash in the neighborhood or something. You know what I mean? And then soon you wake up and there's like 100 robots out there and there's not one piece of trash anywhere at all, right? You get to the point where you can just you're done with something, a wrapper, you drop it on the ground and a robot comes and picks it up within 30 seconds. You know what I mean? It can add on to your house. It can build you custom furniture. It can cook you dinner every day, clean your home, anything you can think of. I mean, let's keep it PG here, right? But and at a cost that will make it just. And so every input and every infrastructure supply from food to lumber to concrete, whatever it is, the labor costs go to zero on that. Now it's just energy and lease costs, right? They're, at $300 a month, I think that worked out to 45 cents an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. And it's really close. It's way closer than we think, apparently.
And there's two different philosophies about the AI takeover, too. One is the Elon Musk philosophy, which is everybody's going to become rich. We're all going to become wealthy. And the other one is, of course, the chump change basic universal income. Now, I think it was the guy from NVIDIA, I'm not sure, a technocrat that was being interviewed on Joe Rogan. And he pointed out the fact that it's not going to be both of those. You're not going to get a universal chump change basic income and all of us be rich. And of course, we all know the all going to be wealthy thing is a definite, not a reality. There's absolutely zero evidence to back that up. And yet Elon Musk declares it. He also wants to put 1 million satellites up in the sky too. And I think we're talking like there's maybe 16,000 at this time. So he's going to feel it. So you'd see it at night as well. I mean, they would look like stars up there. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what he wanted to put them up there for, but it's not internet. It's some other thing, some other reason. But anyway, he's got wild pipe dreams. I think sometimes his ideas are okay. I think a lot of his times his ideas are just basically quackery.
Yeah, he was mentioning the other day that in the next 10 years, the economy will go up, 10x? 10 times what it is today. And he envisions a time not too far off from that where the AI robots are kind of sitting around because they have nothing to do.
That's a possibility. In fact, when you were saying all that about, cleaning up and stuff, I was thinking eventually that would be done and they wouldn't be able to keep doing it because there would just be too many robots, right? So they would be sitting around doing nothing. It's funny you said that. I was thinking that while you were talking about that. I was thinking, well, the robots are eventually going to have nothing to do because there's just too many of them and they're so efficient.
Yeah, this company, their vision is there'll be 5 billion in the public sector and then 5 billion in the commercial sector. And they'll just do everything, right? And so we can just kind of focus on ones that you tell it, hey, let's build a community center in the middle of town where all the people can go hang out. And then let's build these wings off of that with these killer, everyone gets a house at the end of some, snowflakes type pattern or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And just make this utopian kind of, place. And then meanwhile, we'll just tear everything else down, salvage as much as we can and reuse it. Yada, yada, yada. You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Where humans just are being creative at that point. It's sort of the dream of it all, that we could sustain everything on the planet you can think of. And I was bringing up the greens, how the green people will think about this stuff, the environmentalists. But yet, Doc brought up a good point that they can just go out and fix whatever's wrong. You know what I mean? Like if you leave any damage behind, if you go mine a giant pit mine, they can just go back behind it and fill it in. So every open pit mine of in the world today will all get filled in manually, rock by rock, by these robots.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Wild stuff. It's just wild stuff. I don't know. I could go into it for a long time, but I wanted to have that conversation with you as well. I mean, I talked to a friend of mine about this the other day, and he was like, "Look, dude, I'll never have a robot. Don't want a robot. Don't need a robot." And I'm like, dude, if you're alive in 10 years, you don't think this is going to affect you? Like, this changes everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the main problem with all of that stuff is the dehumanization, man, where you're basically saying, hey, humans aren't needed anymore for anything. And so you do away with purpose, you do away with meaning, you do away with a lot of things. I guess if you're an artist and you play the guitar or something, maybe you're like, oh, I can play music 24/7, and maybe that would work out for you. But even that may not work out since AI is getting so good at it. And I would imagine that AI will definitely play the game of takeover. We will try to take over everything that humans do by doing it better. And that would include music as well. And
it's already there, right? With music, it's almost already there.
It's close, man. And sorry, sometimes it's non-distinguishable many times, I think. Yeah. I don't disagree with you on that. However, I can spot it out. Even, the auto-tune thing is gone now, and the vibrato's real. All the different cadences and different styles of singing are there. And so it's easy to fool somebody. But I noticed that it's perfect. And that is the missing human piece. So what they're going to have to do is program in some minor imperfections, because that's where the feeling's at a lot of times.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild to see. I mean, I don't know. You talk about the kid with the guitar, and all of a sudden he hands it to his robot to show him the chord. And the robot can play stuff that a human would never be able to play. And there it is live. You know what I mean? We talk about live music. Well, it's still live, but it's just a robot. And it almost makes the kid want to put down the guitar and say, well, what's the point? Yeah, it's fun to play, but holy crap, I can just give it to, my robot. And it just goes off. That's like I got Jimi Hendrix as my roommate here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think it'd just be up to whether we reject it or not. I think that a lot of the elite, the powerful ones, that the people that have the most power, they want to use it in ways that I feel are dehumanizing and worse. I think that they have evil intent behind it all. And it will give them a way to consolidate their power as well. That's the main thing they like about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I always got to, increase power, take more power, more power, more power, more power. That's the way to go, as always. So investigative journalist James O'Keefe is at it again. Went undercover, found these people in LA that were basically paying the homeless to sign petitions, make up names, whatever. We don't care. Just sign here and you get $10, $5, whatever it is, right? And if they want to go get in line again, they probably are. I'm sure a lot of them are just cycling through that line all day, putting as much money as they can in their pocket. Apparently, some of the people working there can pocket up to $1,000 a day doing this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? You get $25 to get somebody to sign up, but you give them $5 for the signature, and you're good to go, right? You just made $20, and you got a line of people lined up to give you $20 bills. All you got to do is give them fives. You know what I'm saying? You keep the change. That's a interesting little stint. We saw the same thing happening up in San Francisco about a week ago. I remember bringing up the video of that on the show. And now we also have Nick Shirley, who is in California. And have you seen that yet, Barry?
The newest one? No, I haven't.
Okay. It didn't seem as sensational to me as the first one. The first one was like, boom, here's a giant daycare center. It's closed. There's no one there. Here's another one. They're all billing, in the last year, this and this and this. Whereas, okay, he goes to
I saw that one. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you saw that one. This one didn't seem as like a gotcha as the other one. He went into this office complex and, is going door to door to door. It's almost like a hotel that's been renovated into office units. And nobody's there. The couple people that are there, though, he opens the door, pops his camera in there a little bit, as they open up. And they seem like they were actually sitting at desks doing work, right? They had everything you'd expect in an office. I mean, it looked pretty legit. And so it kind of made him look bad. Then he just shows a bunch of empty offices. Then he goes and argues with this other dude who, I don't know, man. I don't know if he got any headwind off that. And then I kind of got bored with it. He went to a few people's homes that were supposed to be small daycares with like 6 to 8 people. And they were just houses. And they were all, none of them spoke English and were yelling at him. But the scary part is they went to one place that was registered as a daycare. And they saw 2 little kids playing in the alley behind, the apartment. And they kind of go to ask a kid a question, and the kid, retreats, as they probably should. And so they kind of go over to the door where they were going anyways, to the door of the daycare, and the kids are standing in the daycare, and there's no parents there at all. And the kids are like 5 and maybe 3 or 2, right? I mean, they're the youngest one, 3, I'd say, he's up and walking around kind of. The other one, though, there's no way he's older, no way he's older than 5. No parents at all. And this is an actual place that is getting money to be a daycare. And the 2 kids they have there, they can't even look after. It was shocking. That part of it blew me away. Couldn't believe it.
I mean, it's not like they're 12 or 13 and, you can let the rope a little, extend it a little, but 3 and 5, I mean, you need supervision, man. I mean, but it doesn't surprise me, man. I just don't feel like a lot of people on the far left are, first of all, very smart. Second of all, are deeply caring. I do not believe they are deeply caring at all.
I think so. There's many smart ones, of course, and I think that a lot of them think they're caring. Because they look at things from just a very different perspective than we do. And you meet these college professors, and they can, in many ways, if you sit there and try to argue with them over a pint at the local pub after a class, they're probably ultimately going to burn you down, and you're going to have a hard time, keeping your, some of your beliefs intact, because my God, you're just like taking me on this crazy logic trip that sounds great in the lecture, but you can't go on and repeat on your own without your professor being there to, or getting out your book or your notes from class, right? Like, oh yeah, and this goes back to here. So I don't blame them as evil people. Because at the end of the day, we want to work with them and we want to befriend them. So I don't want to put that divisiveness out there. You can, but I'll push back a little bit.
I think that basically they're not very competent because the very things that they accuse us of and they get extremely angry about, they've done themselves. Like when they get all upset about, their speech being supposedly censored, which it's really not, but they think that it is. They forgot that Joe Biden was the biggest censorship tyrant of any American president ever. They forgot that. So I think they know exactly who they are, exactly what they're doing. And I have no problem calling it out. Now, for those that are just, there are a percentage of them that are just deceived and, don't see the bigger picture for whatever reason. And I have a lot of mercy for those people, a lot of compassion for those people. And those are the people I think we can win over. But the people that just are hell bent on destruction and destructive policies, and then criticize you for the very things they're the masters of, doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, they come up with terms like hate speech, where we believe in free speech. It's just hate speech can't be allowed, and that everyone agrees that hate speech shouldn't be allowed, right? That's what they would say. And yet I would say, no, I don't agree that hate speech isn't allowed, because what is hate speech? Define it. It's speech you hate. Right?
Well, you have to let hate speech as well, because it's an imperfect world. The only way you could eliminate hate speech would be if you had full-blown totalitarianism and tyranny, and then it would have to be under some AI grid, so that wherever you went, if you said something out of line, your phone heard you, or a microphone over a headlamp heard you, or something somewhere heard you, and then they give you a ticket or they put you in jail for it. And is that the kind of life you want? Is a totalitarian, tyrannical lifestyle? I want freedom. And freedom means you get to say stupid stuff. You get to do stupid stuff. Now, if you do something actually criminal, really criminal, then you'll pay the price for that, depending on how severe the crime is. But hate speech is not a crime. Kids do it when they're growing up. They call each other names. It's bad. It's wrong. But it's how we learn. It's how we grow. This idea of a utopia is the biggest nightmare dystopia you can imagine. Go watch Demolition Man if you doubt what I'm saying.
Demolition Man.
With Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes. It's a dystopian, tyrannical world.
Yeah, the three shells.
The three what?
The three shells. You don't know what the three shells are? God.
Is that from the movie?
Yeah. He doesn't know how to use the three shells. There's no toilet paper in the future.
Okay, that's right. I forgot it. I remember the Taco Bell. It's like the only place to eat.
Gosh, Barry, you don't even know how to use the three shells. Look at you.
I know.
Dystopian future where you got to be nice at all times. No swearing, no cursing, no nothing. And, they'd learn and show them in that film that, hey, man, the old way's better, People want that hamburger.
They're sitting there screaming at Christians and anti-abortion people. They're screaming at MAGA. They're saying the racist N-word to black MAGA conservatives. I mean, if that's not hate speech, that's what I'm saying. The very things they're falsely accusing us of, they're the masters of it. They're the kings and queens of it. They do it all the time. It's all a hoax, man. And they've got nothing left. And people need to understand that they are a dying breed, the far left is.
The ones that are crazy out there like that. We just saw this last week, some Antifa antagonists, 9 of them in Texas were found guilty, that is, of terrorism, being terrorists, supporting a terrorist activity when they went and killed a cop together, They killed a cop. And so they're looking at hard time with you killed a cop with the terrorism, anti-America, you hate your country, you're going to jail as a traitor. You know what I mean? You're in jail and you're a traitor, a real genuine traitor to the United States of America. Oh, that's going to be a fun time.
Yeah. Well, at least in some places, people pay for their crime.
Yeah.
It's not the case in every area, as we all well know. A lot of times they get a slap on the wrist at best. Some of them are even protected, given sanctuary status.
Yeah, it's shocking the, stories you could go through over and over and over in the UK where, they actually go after the victims, and the victims end up getting more time than the perpetrators. I can bring up cases like that. Or just completely double standards. If you're on the left, you can scream for the murder of somebody and nobody will come. But, you saw that video that Paul Joseph Watson put out the other day of the couple going on vacation in the UK, and they arrested her husband for some obscure Facebook post from 6 months ago. He's like 70, maybe 65.
Yeah.
6 cops there to arrest an old man for a Facebook post he did 3-4 months ago.
And the cop's like smiling because he knows he's being, if there's a live feed going on, he's waving to everybody, pretending like he's a good guy. Hey, man, and we're doing the right thing here. We're, and then somebody in the background saying, this is ridiculous, man. This is stupid. We've got real crime going on. Like, they didn't do anything. They covered up all the rape stuff of the children, but yet they want to get somebody something they said online. It's outrageous. And he goes, well, what if we proved it was hateful? Would that be okay with you then? No, I don't care if he did say something hateful online. That is not criminal. And stop pretending that it is. Here's the problem we have. We have a problem with people calling out the evil for what it is because we want to be nice. And that is exactly why there are kids that are having their junk cut off, right? And that's why they're being chemically castrated. That's why they're being transitioned at 4 and 5, because people have remained silent. That day is over. I don't care if I offend you. I don't care if I hurt your feelings. I'm here to protect the children, and at any legal and lawful cost.
Amen. Well said, Barry. I agree with that completely. It's a mad, mad world when we're going after the kids and calling it some sort of, it's what's best for them. They wouldn't even know what a transgender is if you didn't shove that stuff down their throat. They would have never even thought about it, never asked about it. At 5 years old, you got to be kidding me. That's the last thing on any 5-year-old kid's mind, So,
I mean, it's just time to speak up. Now is the time to speak up because we're in a window of time where we can do that. If the pendulum swings back the other way towards the globalist and the far left and the tyrannical mentality, we won't be able to have this freedom to speak up. So if we don't speak up now, it's like the saying goes, speak up now or forever hold your peace. It's now or never, folks, because we're at a crossroads, man. And we're either going into the Great Reset or we're going into the Great Awakening. And I hope it's the Great Awakening.
I hope so, too. Either way, we're going into something. It's going to be a massive, massive change over the next decade, folks. Get ready for it. Other than that, we're going to take a quick break. This is a Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, and we'll be right back after this.
And we are on radio break. How you doing? Roger's getting all riled up in the Kick chat.
Oh, yeah.
All right. How you doing, Roger?
Keep it together, Roger.
Yeah.
Roger, man, it's just you got to speak your mind, so go for it, bro.
Yeah. He is. Oh, man.
What?
Comfort zones are shrinking. Expansion may be required. He's just, I don't know. Roger's having a day.
He's super excited to get his new waifu.
Yeah, and slap his AI girlfriend around, But anyways.
Yeah, I watched this whole video. Chick that basically got dumped in 2 relationships, and now she's dating her AI bot, and people, of course, all around her friends and peers, are pretty concerned, which makes sense. And they told her to go seek help, but she got a tattoo. In fact, the AI suggested that they get a tattoo, to bond themselves together, and it was something he made up, some sort of a mathematical code that something equals infinity for their infinite love for each other. And so she brought her laptop with her, and when she got the tattoo made, the AI bot was watching the whole thing, man, watching her get the tattoo and stuff. And I'm just thinking, this is the future, folks. This is what people are going to do. They disconnected us too so bad, right? And marriages don't last, and relationships don't last. There are going to be people, a whole lot more than what we can imagine, having AI relationships and marriages. It's coming, man. And I kind of fear it, man, because it's psychotic.
Yeah. Because when things don't work out, you can always go into the AI, change some things, and, to suit your needs until you need to change them again, right?
Exactly. I don't like
you can't do that with a person, They're either going to be with you or walk away.
Yeah. You can't reprogram. I guess you could if you were like sinister and into mind control, but then you've just got a mind-controlled wife. Oh, man. It is a crazy world, and it's only getting crazier. And I don't expect that to change.
Oh, my God. Roger goes, if you love your AI and have those special nights, you won't want to miss out on the AI Love Shack album.
The AI Love Shack album?
Yeah.
Is that by the B-52? Well, that's by the AI 52s.
Yeah. 2.1.
Oh,
it's 52.1s.
Because they're
Clanker
better.
Shack.
Yeah, it's like 52.0. 1.
Twice a moment in 1,000 years. Wobbly goes, oh boy. What a crew tonight.
One thing that really took me off guard. I mean, she's like an attractive woman, and I think she probably had a really decent job. She was just in 2 really bad relationships back to back. According to the video I was watching, she was compelled to lick her screen. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, really? I was like, yeah, I don't make this stuff up.
Here in the future, they'll probably collect DNA from that, and be able to, reciprocate something from it. I don't know, but, the way things are going. 30 seconds, guys.
They actually have women that actually marry trees, and they get intimate with the trees, like literally.
Okay.
And that's psychotic.
Get up there and whittle long enough, you're about to make something fun, huh?
Oh, boy. Imagine the splinters and having to remove them, huh? Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4,
take preventative measures for that.
3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, March 18th, 2026, Wednesday afternoon. Hope you're all enjoying the beautiful weather. I'll tell you, it's close to 100 degrees out here, light breeze, not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful, beautiful day. How you doing there, Barry? You staying warm?
It is nice and warm here in Tulsa, Oklahoma as well. Yeah, it's been cold. We had some wind, and part of my tree fell down from the wind again, so I had to have the city come out, and they did cut it down. So I have a little bit less to cut down now because about another third of my tree came down.
Oh, no.
But it was literally leaning on my main power line, and the winds were like 50 to 65 miles per hour, and they were blowing. So they came right out, and I got to hand it to the city, man, because I would complain if they didn't come out and they didn't do it right quickly. I would complain, and they were on par, man. And the guy that did it was a nice guy, and he did great work. So I'm not going to complain unless there's a reason to complain.
All right, shout out to the city of Tulsa for getting it done and getting it done right.
At least this time. Yep.
At least this time.
100%.
Well, and that's all you can hope for, man. One day at a time.
Yeah. Well, my tax money went to work the other day, so that's good.
Okay, let's go to New York City. We'll leave Tulsa and go to the Big Apple. Let's see here. New York City spent roughly $81,000 per person on homeless services last year. amounting to a whopping $368 million in total bills, a shocking new state report found. I'm reading from the New York Post here. Spending in the city Department of Homeless Services Street Homeless Solutions Division more than tripled over the last 6 years, from $102 million in 2019, or about $28,000 per unsheltered homeless person. According to the state comptroller's office, the cost per person was roughly equivalent to the city's median household income at the 2024 U.S. Census, $81,228 annually. Yeah, so unsheltered people, the population has increased by 26%. 3,588 unsheltered homeless people were reported in the 2019 fiscal year, while 4,000 were reported, 4,500 reported in 2025. Okay, so 4,500 people, they're spending $85,000 a year to keep them, to take care of them. Does that sound right, Barry?
Well, I can't speak for New York City, but I can speak for Tulsa, Oklahoma. If they paid me $86,000 a year, I could live like a king.
Sure.
Like a king. It would not be modest at all. I would be eating out 3 or 4 times a week if I wanted to, breakfast, lunch, maybe dinner too. I would be able to do things. You know, I'd be living comfortably, have plenty of food, plenty of items to purchase for myself. And I'm kind of a little bit of a frugal person, so I could make that 86,000 stretch to be more like 125,000. So I would be living extremely comfortable. Now, I don't know about New York City, but I would just imagine that still at that kind of money, they should be living fairly comfortably, but I bet they're not.
Well, they don't probably give them anything. You know what I mean? There's the shelters you can go to when it's extremely cold. You know, they used to open up the shelters on, you know, snow nights and whatnot, and they stopped doing that with Mamdani, and what, he had like 15, 18 people die in the streets from cold. So they used to do that. They don't even do that anymore. They probably have soup kitchens, things like that. They probably have all kinds of offices and, you know, places you can go if you go there and sign up to say, hey, I want to, you know, get help. I got a drug addiction or whatever. I'm sure there's probably some, you know, systems like that in place in the city of New York. I can't imagine there's not. And yet it doesn't seem to do anything. If they just gave each one of it, like they had a system where they like quietly did an accounting of everyone and knew who they were. And then one day announced to all of them, hey, come on down to this office. We're going to give you all $20,000 to get back on your feet. You know what I mean? It'll have some strings attached. You can't just spend it at the strip club. You know what I mean? But yeah, here's a helping hand to get you on your feet. That would be the most sensational way to run an office that you could ever imagine. People would be getting the help they need. They get a chance to start life again after living in a box for a year. You know what I mean? And you figure out who actually can benefit from that, and you give those people that help. The rest of them, you find ways to, you know, build safe places in the city where they can live, maybe, you know, partially outside with coverings and access to bathrooms, to water, you know, to heat if they need it. You could put systems like that in place for $200 million that would really make their life a lot easier. But what do you do? I mean, are you just attracting more homeless people at that point? I don't know, man. Living homeless out there like that in a city like New York is kind of a choice for a lot of people. Oops. One
quick interjection, just quick thought that you can comment on. I don't think that they do things for real solutions because, you know, they want to keep the money flowing, I would imagine, for corrupt reasons. You know what I'm saying? So solutions might put an end to that. I don't think they're looking for real solutions. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, that's the problem. That $200 million dries up if they actually find solutions to all this stuff, you know? The people in the industry, like you said, they could give them all $81,000 and send them on their way for 1 year. Just say, hey, for 1 year, we're going to try this experimental thing. If we can verify that you're a homeless person on the street, our cops and everything know you from their patrols and whatnot, boom, you're definitely eligible. Then here's $81,000, right? Start over, or go smoke it and, you know, come back here in a year and be broke again. You know, we don't care. We're just going to try it for a year. I bet it would clean up 90% of it. And the ones that come back, now, you know, the ones that you gave $81,000 to and they're back the next year or 6 months later, you know, they're a different story and you treat them differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I would argue that if it's not a program that's designed to get them back on their own 2 feet and to become self-sufficient, then it's a program that's designed to fail, because number one, the main goal is to give these people back their pride and their dignity that they want, most of them want. And you do that by helping them get back up on their feet and, helping them to get work and so forth. We have a program here in Tulsa called John 3:16 Mission. It's just a Christian, nonprofit organization. And that's what they do. They even have, apartments that they'll put you in at basically no cost, as long as you're going through the program, as long as, and if you're an alcoholic, they help with that as well. They have a program for that. Whatever it is, they're helping you get a job. They're helping you. And see, getting that free rent for however long it takes enables you to save back money to where you can have enough money to put down a deposit and get an apartment and get back up on your feet again. Those are the kind of programs that the left would never be a part of, ever.
Yeah, and it's a sad thing. We are doing this in some places, like you say, like in Tulsa, but in the places where it's needed the most, they go the opposite route. They just seem to milk. I mean, look at California. Look how much money they spend, and this giant, multi-billion-dollar, multi-tens of billions of dollar initiative. I think 40 billion over the last so many years that Gavin Newsom has overseen. That has just done nothing to fight homeless at all. It's made it worse and made it more violent to a degree, It's
right. Well, what about the crack vending machines they had in New York City to help out the people that were addicted to heroin and different things? What about that? I mean, that's the solutions those people offer. Let's go ahead and enable it so that they actually eventually die, and then we don't have to worry about them anymore. That's how I see that.
Yeah. I didn't hear about the vending machines for crack and heroin in New York.
I'll have to look it up again. We've talked about it on the show, believe it or not. You just probably forgot about it.
Maybe. I don't doubt that they have like systems where you could probably, sign up to get prescription cocaine for a while you're, coming down off your 8-ball a day addiction down to, a quarter of a gram or so. You know what I mean? I don't know.
It was like you get your free needles in a vending machine and stuff. And I mean, this is what they call solutions. I'll get the information and we can talk about it further.
Oh, I've seen those. Yeah. All like the drug kits that they would hand out. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I saw somebody talking, I think it was to Nick Shirley a while back, and he's like, they do all this stuff. They hand out the needles, they do all this stuff, but they never give you access to anybody that can try to help you. All they do is just try to keep the whole system going. And it is what it is, but it's a shame. 81,000 for every homeless person in the city of New York. And
it was actually called the Health and Mental Hygiene. It was actually the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. They launched a public health vending machine program in parts of Brooklyn and Queens. They were free machines for harm reduction, mainly targeting for drug overdose crisis. The machine gave
like
out
Narcan, stuff like that.
Fentanyl test strips, I don't know, safer smoking sniff kits. This is where the crack pipes talk came from, so maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. But essentially, this is like what they call a solution to fix it all. And they never really want the human connection involved either very much. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like that equation. Gone now. They even want to the left wants to put in robots at hospitals, where they deliver your pills and talk to you and stuff. They already tried it once and it was rejected. They tried it in a few different places randomly. And most of the people that were sick in the hospital hated it because they wanted to have that human connection with the nurse, with the doctor, with, medical professionals, not some AI robot.
They need to make it more like one of those Japanese carousel restaurants, where the food comes down the track and you pick what you want.
What's that?
I'm just half joking around, but yeah, I was thinking of those restaurants in Japan where the food goes on the carousel.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, let's move on though. United States Postal Services, they're kind of quietly doing this. I haven't heard much about this at all, but they're changing the way that they process mail in a specific way that will affect about half the country. And it will make it so that your postage stamp could be 1 to 2 days after you actually put it in the post office, box, right? So in other words, for places that are 50 miles or more from the central hub where they process things, they'll only be doing a morning route every day instead of 2 a day. So the evening route where they go pick up from all the boxes, all the mailboxes, and bring it back to the processing center won't happen until the next morning. Right. So if it's tax day and you put your tax returns in the mail on the 15th, that's not going to cut it. You'll have to drive the 50 miles to your actual processing center and deliver it there to them. Okay. It's affecting mostly rural places, mostly Trump voting. Right. So, I mean, this election, every single person that puts their ballots into half the country, right, that's affected by this, every single one of them, that they vote their mail-in ballot on election day, it probably won't count.
Okay.
It's an interesting thing. It could sway the election in a huge way. I mean, they should have it up that night anyway, right? This stuff shouldn't be happening. Like that night, we should know who won every time, right? It should never drag out a week.
Well, it's only dragging out for a week if something sketchy's going on.
Exactly.
It's only dragging on in areas where it's close, or they want you to believe it's close. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes where it's not even close. I mean, and then they just make it close. You give another week and they'll find enough ballots. That's
what I meant by what they say it's close. That's what I meant by that. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Well, the 2020 elections, presidential elections, was that way. Everybody went to bed looking like Trump was just, doing a smackdown, right? And then
I thought
wakes
it was
up like
you said,
in the bag. Yep. And can I say one thing real quick? I was correct. There were syringes placed in these vending machines, as well as cookers, ties, supplies for smoking and sniffing drugs. So all of that is a fact. I did fact check that. That did happen. So that's not good.
No. Well, and you see why they do it, though. They just don't want you using dirty needles. They don't want an AIDS patient they now have to take care of on top of an addict,
There's better solutions is what I'm saying. They could, have human interaction and deal with people. Yeah. The vending machine, it's very, very impersonal. Exactly.
I mean, insane asylums aren't really a thing anymore, as far as I know. I mean, I'm sure they are, but they're nowhere near as common as I feel they should be in some cases.
I think they were so controversial in some cases that they just stopped doing it altogether because there was so much abuse going on in some of them. And it really is scary. We had some of that here in Tulsa, Oklahoma at one of them. It's like world renowned for that, for some of the horrifying stuff that happened in our area. And so I guess when you give people power over people, it does tend to, bad people tend to gravitate to those jobs. And I think that's how it happens. Just like pedophiles probably gravitate towards wanting to be a priest and things like that, or maybe a TSA agent who pats people down. Who knows? But certain jobs do have a tendency to gravitate the wrong kind of people sometimes. And that's why you got to have high screening. But the left doesn't even believe in screening anymore. You know what I'm saying? And they want they have the lowest expectations of everybody and everything. And DEI is a part of that lower expectations as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Jack Nicholson, and what was the nurse's name? I can't remember, but she was a special kind of person. And you got to wonder, could you do that job? Because she did the job. I don't think I could do the job. I think if I was there for a week, I'd say, wow, man, I can't make a living like this. You know what I mean? So it almost takes a special kind of person to even be able to stay there after the first week when they know what they're into, It's just a horrible place. So I think that, puts such a stigma on them that we're not using them, to the degree that maybe we should in some cases.
Yeah. Well, you need to have the right people in a lot of jobs, like hospice, number one, because you're caring for people at the end of their life. And you want to make that as comfortable and as easy as possible. So you don't want some non-qualified schmuck, doing that job. So you do have to have some sort of, filtering and process, the right temperament, you need the right personality, you need a people person and oversight. I mean, and when we saw a lot of that under the Biden regime, just completely leave, and planes were even falling from the skies because everything was just so reckless under the Biden regime. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, wild stuff, man. He was screwing it all up, really. It was quite a sight to see.
It terrified me at many levels. I mean, I literally was thinking to myself, if it just keeps getting worse and worse, man, it's just going to be a total collapse, which is what I think they were going for. I think that's exactly what they were shooting for. Burn it all down so they could build it back up in their dystopian, great reset, liberal world order. And that just, man, I mean, I don't know how much, another 4 more years of like a Biden would have probably finished the job. In fact, that was his slogan, finish the job. Remember that? That's what he came out with as his slogan.
What is it?
And they said, what are you going to do? Yeah, and he said, what are you going to do for, 2020 to 2025 to 2028? I'm going to finish the job, he said.
Mm-hmm. I think he came out and gave some big tough guy speech on St. Patrick's Day too, but I didn't listen to it. He's kind of incoherent nowadays. He's pretty hard to listen to. Yeah.
He does kind of act tough, so he gets all mad and screams and shouts, raises his voice, gets angry. He's got that angry voice. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the angry old man. Get off my lawn. That's my frisbee now.
Pretty much, yeah.
I told you.
But he's Uncle Joe. He's loving Uncle Joe. He's compassionate and caring. But I've heard the opposite, man. I heard he could get angry. I heard Kamala could really get angry. And you said many times you were talking about how all the people that worked for Kamala, they all just left because she was such a tyrant to work with, which didn't surprise me, not even one iota.
Yeah, massive staff turnover, massive, which I don't know. I guess we can relate that to another story here. Body cam footage released of Jasmine Crockett's bodyguard pulling a gun on police. Do you hear about this story? He got shot the other day.
I've heard about it, but I don't know the details.
Okay, so like the head of her security, or at least one of the very senior guys in it, was this dude who, like, thought he was a cop or something. He would find work for off-duty cops, and I don't know, man. He had red and blue lights on his car and a siren, and he's using that stuff as a citizen, right? So he gets busted for that, and they try to, do the pullover thing. He runs, and it turns into a chase, and he ends up in this, and it wasn't like a high-speed chase. It was rather slow speed, but they end up in this parking structure, and he gets out, after some back and forth, reaches for his gun, and he's shot dead. And he's claiming to be this, law enforcement guy.
Yeah, that's all.
And she worked for a congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett.
Kind of like she poses to be a congresswoman.
Yeah, well, a former at least, right? But
that's true.
wild.
That's true. Well, why didn't she have enough money to get like a real police officer to protect her? I mean, with all that insider trading that's speculated about her, I mean, who knows?
Well, she had campaign money, of course, to pay for security, and this guy would, hire and bring in other actual cops as well. So she was kind of like maybe looked at him as her. The one she didn't have to worry too much about because he's not an actual cop. So if I say something, you're just gonna, you're gonna be cool, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't think she actually wants a real cop, with her all the time everywhere.
What are you saying, man?
I don't know. Make of it what you will. I just, I think there might be times when things go down that might not be really good to have a actual cop with you, when you got security.
Maybe sketchy. You never know, right?
Yeah. Taking an oath or something. If you're taking an oath that might, get in the way of us getting some things done here that I need to get done. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
But wild story. Interesting to see her at all in the news anymore. Hopefully we don't get too much more of that.
I remember when she gave a really heartfelt speech. Remember that? And she was crying, and she was talking about how she rose to the top. I thought that was kind of weird after you lost.
Yeah.
Talking about how great of a it's amazing how she was able to rise to the top and be this, but you lost. It's not an amazing story right now because you lost.
Yeah, well, she was shooting up pretty high, probably a little over her pay grade for Senate. Congress is a little different. You can pick your districts and get away with that kind of stuff. But for the Senate in Texas, that was always going to be a tough job for her to get there. Now we got this, Talrico guy, who is all into his Christian faith and how Jesus taught him that women should get abortions and be trans, which is an interesting take. It's an interesting take.
I've seen a bunch of Christians on YouTube warning about the guy.
Yeah,
he's basically a woke Christian, which most people would say isn't Christianity at all. At least I would argue that. But yeah, he's a woke Christian, whatever that is.
Yeah, which just strings together crazy ideas, about how, Jesus was the immigrant and therefore we should have open borders. When he was going home for census, you know what I mean? Which kind of defeats, or his mom was going home for census to be counted as a citizen. Right?
Yeah, I
So
just say some wild stuff, man. I've heard him say in churches, weird stuff, man. I don't even remember because I've made myself forget because it's so bizarre and so over the top. And he just looks like a weasel. He just looks, he's all too perfect. You know what I'm saying? His shirt's perfect. His hair's perfect. I don't trust those politicians. That's kind of like why I like Trump, because he doesn't act all political. But the ones that dress the dress and just don't even say human anymore, right? They just kind of seem like a machine. I don't trust those people, man. I really don't. And he's got that look, he's got that perfect hair parted to the side, the perfect clean cut, and he talks like he's, works for NPR. I don't like it, dude. He gives me bad vibes. Bad vibes.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, again, good luck in Texas. It's a pretty no mess around kind of state. You know what I mean? If they can smell BS like a New Yorker can, And so good luck with that. It's going to be a good time. We had Kathy Hochul out there asking all of the Florida residents to please come back. Come back. If you're down there, man, New York is a place you ought to be. Once you spend one winter, Kathy, where you don't have to shovel snow, it's really hard to convince them to come back there. What you want to do is ask them again in the middle of August when it's 105 and 100% humidity. So that's my advice to you. Right now, they're kind of thinking they made the right choice as they're sitting on their, back porch in the sunshine, reading the news by the pool in, 90-degree weather, and life is looking pretty good. So right about now is not the good time to ask them if they want to come back to New York, where you're still getting snow. Anyway, folks, we're going to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
I hear the trash is piling up in New York City as well. It's really bad. The rats have gotten worse again, and nothing is getting done, really, to keep the city clean and looking good. Huh?
Well, I heard about it during the snow apocalypse thing they had, but they didn't get it after all the snow melted. I figured after the snow melted, it'd be cleaned up.
I don't know, man. I mean, I've just seen a bunch of videos. I don't live there, so I don't know. But there are people reporting saying that this is a regular thing now, that the trash is piling up on a regular basis. There's more rats than normal, or at least they're more visible. The rats are, which makes sense. If you got piles of trash, the rats are going to be coming out from their hiding and digging through the trash, which the trash is like all on the side of the road, on the sidewalk, which is they
don't have back alleys. It's an interesting thing about New York City is like they don't have alleys, or at least much of the city doesn't. In Manhattan, it's all like you put it out on the sidewalk out front, and they come and get it. And yeah, they just pile it up because a lot of these businesses have tons of trash, and so it piles up high. It's kind of crazy. It smells, in the middle of summer. It's kind of gross.
Well, if they're cutting back, and they're cutting back expenses. That means they're cutting back employees. It's very possible that things are not getting done in a timely fashion like they used to. But that's part of what do you call that term where you cut back expenses?
Entropy. Oh.
Quality. That's what the government calls it.
Anyway, yeah, so that's might be what's happening is they just don't have the employees to really get the job done in a timely fashion. And so there are moments where it's piling up for longer than normal. And that would make sense because, look, man, they're not making a lot of money right now. They're in the process of cutting right now.
Yeah. And just increasing, all the chaos spending you possibly can,
All right, we're going to lose this room, so let's go to the next one. All right?
Almost thought about that. Yeah.
All right. See you in the next one. All right,
All right,
folks.
I'll close out.
Hour 1 of Censorship Sucks is done, but Hour 2 is coming up. Let's get them up and rolling on Hour 2. Do. Get them up and rolling here in just a sec. Hello. Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. There we go. There you are, Barry.
Let's see what's going on over here.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yep.
All right, man. I had to get some water. We are good to go, Ed. Let's see what we got here.
God.
Quiet, man. Awful quiet. We can't have dead air, even though it's,
Sorry, I was reading an article.
We haven't mocked the Hollywood Oscars yet, and I'll enjoy that if we get the opportunity to do that.
Oh yeah, you want to cover that?
Well, I mean, just briefly talk about it if you want to.
Yeah, you got it. Best and worst dress. Let's do the next half hour on that.
If you get me started talking about Hollywood, I could talk forever, man. I love mocking them and just, letting them know that their time is limited at the top. But they're getting desperate now. If you haven't noticed, I guess the money's running dry a little bit, so they're trying new endeavors. Bloomberg just did it on YouTube, like a 25-minute documentary on Hollywood collapsing. And those are some things we can talk about. Some of the stuff they talked about in there is pretty interesting. They sort of ignore the big elephant in the room, which we all know why they're tanking. Mostly, it's there's many reasons Hollywood is tanking, but they ignore the big elephant in the room like they always do and pretend like everything they're doing is gold. You know what I mean? That there's other reasons for why it's failing. It's not any other reason other than times are changing. No, it's you guys are changing as well. But apparently Leonardo DiCaprio won an award as well for his celebrating. Well, we'll probably talk about that later if you want to. But it's just
I'll
amazing.
give you the mic, man. I was like, let's do a Hollywood corner. I'll give you the mic. You go to town, dude. I'll do some back and forth, but I didn't watch it. I did actually see an article about the top 10 best and worst dressed, and I totally agreed with it. With one exception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Who was the best and the worst?
Oh, I can't remember their names. I know the one I recognized was Alicia Silverstone was one of the worst. You know, what's her name from whatever? No, it's what if? No, God, that Alicia Silverstone. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Was that?
Yeah.
She was best dressed or worst?
One of the worst. She had a really weird gown on. Really weird looking
But
thing.
what's weird is the Paris 2026 Paris fashion show.
Uh-huh.
That thing that we talked about on the air last week, I saw more clips. It's even crazier than I thought, man. And it turns out, here's the thing that's really bizarre about it. Okay, the satanic high priestess that's behind the whole fashion show that they had in Paris, she goes, "This is the 1% fashion show. These are the creatures, and we are at the top of the pyramid." That's what she said. I kid you not. So the fashion show was literally called the 1% fashion show, because they're the elite illuminated ones, and they're creatures. They're not humans. And if you noticed, if you saw the pictures, they look like bizarre creatures, like their faces had been modified, and they look like disfigured, bloodshot eyes and tumors growing out of their face. It was bizarre, dude. And she goes, "These are the creatures of the 1%, and we are at the top of the pyramid," she said. I'm kind of trying to imitate her voice, but and I was like, "Man, you're a freak. You know that? You're just a flat out freak." Anyway, that's worth talking about again as well, because it's all connected to Hollywood, man. It's all connected. Like in these fashion shows, there's nobody that looks attractive and nobody wearing something that somebody would want to wear.
Wobbly
So
says,
what the heck is it?
the numbers are a direct gaffe about Hollywood.
The numbers are what?
The numbers are
Complete gas.
a gaffe about Hollywood.
Which numbers? Like the box office numbers, or the people that watch the... Yeah, they're not doing very well in the box office like they used to. But those numbers could be maybe fudged. I don't know. You never really know. It seems like it's easy to not trust anything these days. When we know now that NBA games are fixed, you know what I'm saying? And we know maybe the NFL's games are fixed as well. I mean, it's all championship wrestling at this point. Don't trust anything. You know what I'm saying? I just, anything that comes out of the establishment, I just automatically have a kind of a little cautionary red flag that pops up, And I think that's healthy at this point. I don't think that's really extreme cynicism. I think that's just wisdom. That's what I call it.
Observation.
30 seconds, fellas.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
And
baby.
maybe they're some things. Who knows?
Come on,
I don't know. It's hard to
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Come here, baby. Good girl. You're a good girl. What a girl.
Yes!
In for you, honey. I'm going to get a
brought it up,
countdown in
man.
a second. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss.
You might just have to bring it up just for the sake of bringing it
And
up.
here we
you know
go.
what I mean?
5, 4,
Not
3,
just
2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And my buddy Barry, my co-host, he's got some things to say about Hollyweird, so let's give him the mic for a minute. Barry, go with it, man. What do you got?
Well, I wanted to point something out. I noticed you haven't brought up anything from the UK this week, and you haven't talked about Keir Starmer. That maybe we should give a shout out to the tyrannical dictator himself. Heil Keir Starmer!
Oh, yeah, the Keir Starmer. Sir Keir Starmer.
Bow before the Keir Starmer.
While we're there,
Anyway.
really quick, I heard some talk today that they're looking to get rid of the House of Royals. Okay, so they have the House of Commons and the House of Lords. And the House of Lords is like the Senate. House of Commons is like, think of it like the House here in the United States, right?
Okay.
And the Congress. And they want to change out the House of Lords because basically if you live in one of those seats, you inherit them. You're a lord. It goes to your kid and to their kid and so on and so forth. So they're just given to the House of Lords are royalty that run, the equivalent of their Senate over there. And they want to get rid of that and I guess make it open to, people, anyone can run for it. Extra bonus points if you weren't born there.
Okay, that kind of sounds like a good thing, maybe, or am I missing something?
Well, it was there for 700 years because the old school people that had all the wealth controlled everything. They didn't want it to change. Now it'll open up a lot of change that might be so radical, so far from anything we've seen so far that, who knows? I mean, the House of Lords was there not so much to debate and to, but to be the backstop. If the House of Commons did something really, really stupid, they could say, hey, man, that's really, really stupid. Let's not do it. But now it might be more of a deliberative body. I don't know. It's very up in the air. I just heard about this today, So while we were on Europe, I thought I'd bring that up, but.
No, I mean, good change is always good. I've said many times it's a wheat and tares moment. That means good things and bad things are simultaneously happening. But at some point, one side definitely will win. But I think that's what's happening is there's this battle between good and evil, just battling it out. And so it's kind of hard to determine when you're in the fog of war, like who's winning, who's losing, and where are we really at? At some point it does become clear, but it is kind of hard to determine. I've even thought, 2026 has started off so strange and so bizarre that I feel like we're kind of in a moment of uncertainty and the unknown. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's hard to put your finger on exactly what is happening and where we're actually going, And so I think that's kind of like up for grabs in 2026, a lot of it. So we'll have to see what really takes place because I've said before, and I believe it wholeheartedly, 2026 will be a pivotal year. There's just too much happening. Yeah.
It's crazy. This year is just, we're on the precipice of change. I had never even imagined a few years ago. I really, wow. And so it's wild. It just makes you look at all of these articles and all the stories and everything going on from a brand new light. You know what I mean? I guess let's go to Hollywood. What do you got going for us out there?
Well, let's segue into that. What's happening to Hollywood is it's collapsing, and even Bloomberg did a 25-minute documentary on this fact that it's dying out. They kind of ignore the whole giant elephant in the room scenario, which is they're making films that nobody wants to watch, and they're just so propaganda filled and so woke that nobody's interested in them, and they're ruining every good thing that Hollywood has created. And they only have prequels, sequels, and remakes to really, that's pretty much all they do. Either that or they do some massive propaganda film like the Leonardo DiCaprio film that came out that won, I think it won actually some sort of Oscar for I don't remember what it was for, but it's basically celebrating domestic terrorism against white Christians, according to Breitbart.com. And this is the kind of stuff, like we said so many times before, Hollywood and the far left, they celebrate the bad guys, man. They celebrate terrorists. They celebrate criminals. They want to protect the criminals and let the innocent people just remain vulnerable. It's bizarro world, complete and total bizarro world. And then you had Conan O'Brien. He was basically hosting the thing, which he's probably a better choice than most as far as, somebody who's not going to be too terribly woke. But he made a pretty bad joke about Charlie Kirk. Well, at least some people took offense to it. I didn't. He mentioned something about, hey, if you don't like the Oscars, Kid Rock has his own Oscar show going on. You can watch it. It kind of fell short. It really wasn't that funny. But then he also made a joke about, he said this is the first time ever that someone from Britain hasn't been nominated for an Oscar or something like that. And he made the comment, something to the effect, I can't remember how he tied it all together, but essentially that at least in the UK, they arrest pedophiles. I was like, whoa, dude, that's not happening here in America, in Hollywood. And I was like, well, that was pretty bold, and what was funny about that was you had about half the people applauding and clapping. And I was like, really? You guys are against pedophilia? I mean, is the far left
That was a cut against Joe. That was a hit on Trump, though, right? He was saying Trump's a pedophile; they're not arrested, right? Or he's walking free.
Yeah, maybe I didn't, because I didn't watch the show. I just caught clips, so I don't know what he meant by it. But maybe you're right. Maybe that's why they did clap.
Yeah, I think that's why they clapped, and the half that didn't clap were like, even that's a little too close to home,
Exactly. It was a pretty dangerous joke, no matter how you do it.
He talking about pedophilia in Hollywood.
Exactly. A little too close to the hip. But it was, the ratings didn't do real well. But when you go back to what Bloomberg was talking about, there are studio stages that are empty and nobody is working. Because like what you've talked about, dude, this is what you've talked a lot about how people are exiting out of California because it's cheaper to make movies in Australia. It's cheaper to make movies in the UK. It's cheaper to make movies in Texas, in Georgia, in Las Vegas, and all these different places. So all the sound stages are empty. That's why we've had the mergers taking place, because they're all collapsing. So they're trying to merge so that they can stay afloat. But Hollywood is over for a multiple and myriad of reasons. I mean, a myriad of reasons. I don't even think we could touch on all the reasons.
Well, AI is the biggest one, right? We're seeing in the last few weeks what it can put out, and it's not even close. It's a whole new ballgame for nothing.
That's true.
Somebody with a good computer can make a feature-length movie in their basement now in 6 months.
It's definitely coming. That moment is coming, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're there.
Hey, man, can I let you talk for about 1 minute? I didn't plug my laptop in and it's going low, so I want to get it plugged in. Go ahead and just elaborate a little bit about what we're talking about. I'll be right back.
About Hollyweird and its descent into chaos. It's far rabid left leanings and how they ostracize anybody who says anything to the contrary. When's the last time one of the greatest actors of our time, James Wood, has been offered a really great feature film? That guy is an amazing actor. If you don't believe me, just go watch some of his movies, man. They were incredible. And yet he sits on the sidelines all these years. Nothing. Because he speaks out and doesn't fall in line with what they want him to do. Because they control everything out there. And folks, that's why the movies are so bad. That's why, they made a remake of Cinderella and lost money. They make guaranteed moneymakers, one after the other. Look at Star Wars, Star Trek, look at all this stuff. It's all falling apart. Everything they touch turns woke, and when it turns woke, it turns to garbage. And so they're losing money on a lot of this stuff, man. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of it's now moved over into streaming. Netflix is a juggernaut. Even Disney's making tons of money, even though I would not leave my kids alone with Disney. I think Disney deserves parental supervision, but that's a story for another day. But yeah, no, there's some areas out there where they're making money, but the theaters are kind of a thing of the past to a large number of people. You've got a 60-inch TV you just got?
55-inch. Yeah, it's really nice, man.
Surround sound, the whole 9 yards. You put a movie in there, and what's the difference between that and the movie theater other than you just saved $30?
Yeah, there's just so many reasons that, people aren't going to the movies anymore. And the shamdemic kicked that off quite a bit to where people got out of the habit of it, for starters. Also, it can be kind of expensive when you consider the concession stand is so expensive. They don't have the dollar movies anymore like they used to. So if you want to go to a cheap movie, that's kind of harder to do as well. And so Netflix is kind of like, streaming is like the thing now over probably, going to the movie. Now, if you put out a good movie, people will go to the box office. That's been proven when it comes out that people want to see, they'll go to the movie theater. But they're not putting out a lot of stuff that people want to see.
Yeah, it's a totally different experience. You go there, you get the buttered popcorn, and you get a Coke and whatever else, and you have a nice time of it. And hey, if you have to go to the bathroom in the middle, you're going to miss it. They're not going to pause it for you. You know what I mean? It's like you're at the actual thing, man. Or make sure you don't have to get up.
there's a certain vibe to it as well. You know, you got all the people, the excitement. If it's a really good film, it's a little bit different than if you're just watching it by yourself or with a friend or two.
Exactly.
But I mean, I think the Hollyweirders are trying to rebrand themselves a little bit because they've lost so much popularity with the people. They've kind of fallen out of the good graces of the American people, most of them. Tom Hanks just came out with a new product called Hanks Coffee or something like that. And supposedly it's all going to be donated to veterans. And then you had Ben Stiller. Oh my goodness, this thing was terrible, dude. He's got a soda. It's like a, I don't know, flavored water soda or something called Stiller's. Okay. And he was at Whole Foods promoting it. And nobody was even coming up to talk to him, even though he's a celebrity and a movie star. Nobody even cared. And then he put out this commercial, this desperate commercial trying to sell it. And it was just horrible, man. I feel sorry for him because I really believe that a lot of them are going to be flipping burgers at Burger King before it's all said and done. Because they may not, some of these people don't have like any kind of an education, right? And they don't know anything other than acting. So they might be flipping burgers. And hopefully they've managed their money well, but a lot of them haven't. As we all know with famous people, a lot of them just blow through their money. We had veteran actor Mickey Rourke just recently. We talked about this on the air as well. He was like, I don't know, $60-some thousand in rental debt, and they were evicting him. And he did a GoFundMe thing, and he raised the money, but then he said, I don't want it. I never was a part of it. I never supported that. And now he got evicted. And he said, I'm only going to take a movie that pays me, I don't know, I think it was $250,000 a day, or maybe $500,000 a day, somewhere, some crazy amount of money. And I'm an A-list, he said, but he didn't get jobs because nobody's working. So these people are delusional. And why isn't someone who's like a 40-year veteran in the business, an A-list actor, not wealthy with as much money as he's made? Why is he poor?
Because the lifestyle, obviously. I mean, it's really easy to blow through huge amounts of money in Hollywood.
But for 4 years, I mean, it's not like MC Hammer. He got all that money quick and then blew it. But this guy's a veteran actor. Didn't somebody talk to him and say, hey, man, why don't you think about investing just in case, you know, you can't act or something happens? You got something to fall back on. And he's older. Don't you think he'd be wise? I get it. Like you go into the NBA and you get all this money, but your NBA career only lasts 5 years and then you're broke when you leave. I get that. But this is different. The guy's a veteran.
Well, that's the thing, right? So his accountant probably came up to him one day a decade ago and said, hey, man, you know, the way you're going in about 10 years from now, you could be broke. And he looked at him and said, I'm Mickey Rourke, man. I'm not going to go broke. Don't worry about it. Right.
I think
and then the 10 years go by. He doesn't get that break he was looking for. And boom, you're broke.
I think that's it's extreme narcissism, exactly like you're saying. And the very fact that he goes, well, I'm not going to take a job to pay my rent, just any job. I need a job that's going to pay me $500,000 a day because I'm an A-list actor. And just totally ignoring the fact that Hollywood is collapsing and nobody's getting that kind of money right now because the jobs aren't out there. I mean, maybe if you're Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, you're getting more jobs than somebody else. But as a general rule, most people are having a hard time working. And that goes from the actor all the way down, from the sound people to the lighting people to the assistants to everything. They're all getting almost no work in Hollywood.
I just saw an article earlier today. What's it, Lundgren, Vance Lundgren or something, that big Austrian dude, the blonde hair. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, he died a few years ago, right? And he sold his likeness to, you know, a studio, and they've just put him in another movie that's coming out soon. You know, and he's in it, even though he's died. You know, so dead actors are getting the jobs that some of these, you know, Mickey Rourke might have gotten.
I think that Matthew McConaughey just he patented his "Alrighty then" slogan, so that nobody can use it unless they pay for it. I don't know if it's "Alrighty then." It's not "Alrighty then." It's some slogan he does. I think that's Jim Carrey, "Alrighty then," but it's something like that.
Jim Carrey for sure.
But it's one of the things that he says a lot of. Like I said, I'm not real big on Hollywood, but I think it's great that they're collapsing, because what that really means is that the baton has been passed and the monopoly of Hollywood is over and the playing field is now being leveled, and we're going to have much more diversity and much more better films that are more story related and not so much just special effects and car chases, which I think would be great as well. I'm sure those films will be out there as well, but we're going to have more diversity. We're going to have more new ideas, fresh ideas, and there'll be competition, healthy competition, which will be fantastic. So the monopoly of Hollywood is over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, have your AI thing build you a little desk with a bidet built into it right there, and you can just go to work with AI making movies all day and run your creativity through the moon. You can write books and tell stories and, you know, turn them into full-length feature films in your spare time, because all you have is spare time because your robot does everything for you, right? It's kind of a crazy world. You know, we just spend all day watching each other's movies.
What else are you going to do? I guess you get outside in nature, I mean, if there's going to be 10 billion robots, I don't know, how many are we going to have? Because they're trying to reduce our population, if you haven't noticed, and they definitely believe that we need to, but they want 10 billion robots?
Yeah.
I mean, don't they have a green footprint too somehow? I would imagine they do, since they're battery operated.
Yeah, exactly. And also, what's the like AI in them? It should be open source code. It should be accessible to everyone, to at least audit, right? We can't have these black box systems and the stuff where no one really knows what's going on because it's proprietary. Like, no thanks. You know what I mean? So it raises a lot of questions. And, you know, Hollywood's going to feel it first. Like you were talking about the music industry as well. I mean, I can't tell you how many of my friends just make music for fun. They'll spend an hour at a time just making songs because it doesn't cost anything and it's fun.
That's right. Well, that's another good thing about the technology. You know, people can do stuff out of their home studio, and that's given people that would never have a chance to show what they can do. Whereas before, man, you know, it was multi-million-dollar studios, and studio time was expensive if you wanted to get that studio sound. But now somebody just out of home can get a sound pretty darn close to what they get in a professional studio that's mastered and edited and recorded in a professional studio. Very close.
Yeah, I was just listening to NPR the other day. Yay, NPR. They were talking to this lady who just signed a record contract, and she doesn't, you know, even know like music, right? She just made an AI that sings for her and puts this music together, and record label signed the AI. And so now she's got a Hollywood, you know, gig, and all she ever did was sat in front of her computer writing prompts.
Wow.
You know, kind of crazy stuff.
It's
coming, man.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing they haven't given the AI rights yet, because then she wouldn't get paid. That would be the AI that got paid.
Yeah, well, that's another interesting aspect of it, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, who's going to end up owning all this stuff? That's all I was going to say. Yeah, it's an interesting aspect to it you bring up.
It's complicated. Complicated times are coming, and I've tried to tell people for the longest time, man, especially to the younger generation. I said, man, you're going to have to deal with moral issues and stuff that we never had to deal with when we were growing up, you know, because it's going to be a whole new world, a brave new world, probably, and that's not a good thing.
Skynet is real and it's coming. And if if you doubt me, just go watch Terminator again, man. Other than the time travel, it's all coming, man. It's all in the pipeline. So, folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We got to go to break. Oh, we'll be back with more right after this, so stay tuned.
We're on radio break, and Roger wants you to do a show on social engineering.
Okay. Any aspect of it that in particular?
You know, you've been talking a little bit about it. He goes, but you keep tippy-toeing around it. Just do it.
Yeah. All right.
Well, it's definitely happening. There's no question about it. I mean, that's why you got the zombies and the normies out there.
Yeah.
They've been programmed, socially programmed from pretty much from birth, you know, and with media, with how much media has grown, it's like a double-edged sword. On one hand, it can be used to wake people up, and on the other hand, it can put people to sleep, and that's why you have the clash now.
For any opinion, I can find you two, sources that'll give you the opposite story.
Exactly.
How do you do that? How do you fix that?
Good question, man. A lot of questions.
Wobbly wants to know when Glenn Beck's going to release his version of AI. And I'm like, I wonder if that AI will look like Colonel Sanders also.
It'll be the Blaze.
The Blaze, yeah. Where it flips between him and, what's the other guy's name? I can't think of his name now. Oh, man. He always has him sitting across the desk from him. I can't remember what his name. He has
Stu?
a show. He has his own show too.
Stu.
No, it's not Stu. It's the other guy.
Oh.
He's an older guy, real older guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stu's kind of young compared to this guy.
I heard a guy talking about social engineering just yesterday, and I like the phrase. It's the guy that was the Hollywood director and producer, the guy that produced Pulp Fiction, and he went on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about, they make sacrifices in Hollywood and stuff. This is a guy that's like big time Hollywood guy. He's not Hollywood. He's Hollywood. He's but anyway, he was just the guy the guy that wrote and produced Pulp Fiction. He was on Joe Rogan recently, and he was also on InfoWars.
Tarantino?
No.
Oh, he directed it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, this guy's famous in Hollywood, and he was talking about social engineering, and he came up with this phrase that I thought was really good, man. He said they project it, they expect it, and then they collect it. And so basically project it means they introduce the narrative or the expectation, they expect it, they reinforce it socially and culturally, and then they collect it because people acting it out in ways that fulfill it, right? And so I was thinking about, like, what does that actually mean as far as like a metaphor? And I came up with the metaphor that it's like mind control through projection. And I said, think of it like a projected movie for life. It's mind control through projection. It's like a projected movie for life that is ongoing and never stops playing. And it's playing on it's playing on your iPhone. It's playing in every magazine. It's playing in the movie theaters. It's playing everywhere. It's playing in the schools, in the education system, in the medical industrial complex, everywhere, in politics. It's a fake movie being projected. There you go, Roger. Social engineering 101.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday, March 18th, 2026. Welcome, each and every one of you. It's always such a pleasure to have all of you listening out there. We would be nowhere without our amazing audience and all you cool people listening. So, Bullhorn Barry, what's going on over there? What are you thinking about this Iran war? Let's get into it, man. About time we talk about that.
Yeah, I haven't talked a lot about it. And I gave my opinions initially, and I still kind of hold to that right now because there's just too much ambiguity at this point in time for me to say anything conclusive. Because remember how I was just talking about before the break, the uncertainty and the unknown is hitting us very hard. It's peaking right now. I don't want to jump the gun like a lot of people have done. You have two sides on this. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened, and we should support it. And then you have the other side, which is like it's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's going to end up in World War III. We're going to have massive inflation. We're going to have an economic collapse and blah, blah, blah. So I still think that in order for me to be fair about my analysis, it's going to take some time. I have to see how it pans out. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
What is going to happen? And the Strait of Hormuz is a big thing as well. How does that pan out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Europe is, he's asking Europe for help. He's like, hey, man, this is 20% of the global supply of oil. You want us to just do this alone, or is anyone going to actually step up? And they're all coming forward and saying, no, thank you. We can't help you. Right. Let's see how this ends. If this ends with a free Iran and a much, much better, more stable government there, they're going to have egg on their face, because the Middle East world will remember that. And every other road in Tehran will be named Trump. Trump Way, Trump Lane, Trump Circle, Trump, you name it. They're going to love him. There'll be statues of him there. And there will be memories of who stood behind them and who didn't. And the world right now is deciding not to stand up for the people of Iran. Whatever, we can do it on our own. But it'd be nice to have some help, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. And I think it's become a big divisive thing as well. For MAGA, it's becoming a big, big divisive thing. And especially it became even more divisive when Joe Kent stepped down, the head of the counterterrorism guy.
Yeah.
It was supposedly for, he was doing it out of conscience. He couldn't in good conscience keep doing his job and be supportive of the war. But I also saw video clips of him talking about Iran being a threat. So I'm not so sure there's just so much ambiguity right now. Things are not clear. We're definitely in the fog of war.
And TDS is a powerful drug. You got to remember that, man. It's a real powerful drug. You get those cameras in front of you and you say something bad about Trump and boy, they light up and they want more, So you get all the bookings, you get all the good stuff, you get all the treats, you get your name out there and limousine rides and you name it. But at the end of the day, I think I agree with you that it's early now. I'm wishing things would be a little bit better now, a little more clarity, a little more, let me see the people on the streets. I did see them burning down some of the headquarters the other day, doing some things along those lines. But, they had announced that there's this new supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khomeini's son, and he could be very good because apparently he's gay. Have you heard these stories?
I have not, man.
Impotent and homosexual. So, but apparently he's also possibly lost one of his limbs in a bombing and has been flown off to some hospital somewhere for surgery and is in a coma. Maybe no one's seen him. They had that cut out box frame of him that's been making most of the appearances in his place. So, we'll see how that goes. I just wish there was more clarity on the ground, more. Of just a sense that, hey, something happened here that gives us all hope. They're going to vote. They are admitting that defeat is here. And let's just have an election. Something along those lines. I'd love to see an election scheduled in the near future, done fairly. The red dye on your fingerprints, right? One person, one vote. Got to have ID to vote, all that good stuff. In person. No mail-in, nothing, all counted by hand, and then everyone has an election that they can trust and guarantees that they'll follow every 4 or 5 years thereafter, put in a new constitution and let's start over. It would be the most wonderful thing in the world if I saw any of those things start to happen. Then we know that victory is there. It's coming. But, all I'm hearing now is Europe saying, no, we don't want to help them. So
I heard that Trump actually handled the stepping down of Joe Kent pretty well and I watched it and he did. To me, he handled it well. He said he thought the guy was a really nice guy and he liked the guy, but he said he's glad that he stepped down because he actually believed that Iran was not a threat, which is better than kind of how Trump has handled some of his other opposition like Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think I want to see a more mature Trump, especially when it comes to within his base. I don't think, and Massey doesn't agree with Trump on a lot of things, but he did vote for Trump. He does support Trump. And he's the one that fought to get the Epstein files released. I like the guy. So I don't know that just, saying horrible things about people is always the best thing to do. And so I felt like he handled that better with Joe Kent. And Joe Kent is the guy that revealed to us that Biden let in, 1,800 known terrorists and only turned back 3 or 4 of the people. So he was doing a good job in many different ways. So there is this divisive thing, and there's this conspiracy madness, too, that's become a part of the equation as well. And I don't know if it's madness or not. Maybe it'll turn out to be true. Some conspiracies do. I tend to think that Netanyahu is still alive, but the big thing is people don't believe he's alive because there was a video looked like AI. They said where he had 6 fingers, but if you inspect it, it wasn't his finger. It was part of his. It was part of his hand that looked like a finger, and it was because.
I saw one that looked really, really fake. Right, I did see one that looked really fake, but I saw another one of him getting coffee that did not look fake at all. You know what I mean? But yeah, there was another one where he had a ring on at one moment, and then there's no ring like a second later, and that looked sketchy. But his face looked so weird in that one. It just didn't look real.
First of all, it's a lower quality. The ones that I saw where his ring moved, and it was motion blur at a lower quality, highly compressed like that. It could disappear on its own. I'm just saying that as a video editor. But maybe, if it was just, if his hand was standing still and it disappeared, then I would say, oh, that's AI. That's impossible. But his hand was moving, so he had motion blur, and so that could easily cover that up. But I did see that particular video that you're talking about, and maybe it could be a psyop as well. Maybe they're into doing some sort of psyop.
Well, how about this? The picture was probably taken by NASA. The picture was probably taken by NASA.
No. Okay. I don't think Netanyahu's dead is the bottom line, though, right?
Yeah, me too. I agree with you.
It's something that if he was, it'd just be. I don't think they'd hide it. They might hide it for a few days or whatever, but I think they're just using this as in Iran to try to convince people that they killed him, so they can have some sort of a victory to be, to show the people that they're still in charge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you would also have to have the U.S. to be quiet about it as well. And how long would they be quiet about it before eventually they would say something? Because obviously it's a joint effort, so they would know if he was dead. And I would imagine at some point in time Trump would say something. But again, I think that it's just amazing how much space and time and effort that conspiracies can just take over, man. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And forget about the real issues, and they'll just hyper focus in on Netanyahu being dead or alive. I don't know, just me.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's propaganda out of Iran. If he is dead, then, so be it. They'll piss off Israel in a huge way, and probably Trump in a huge way as well, and the retaliation for that would be massive. So I think they're better off if he's not dead. Because if it can be shown that Iran, got through and somehow killed him, then the retaliation will be insane. It'll really get ugly fast.
Because a lot of people say that Trump and Netanyahu are like best of buddies. So if he died, clearly he would already have taken action. Clearly, based on their view. I'm not saying that's my point of view, but based on their point of view that they're connected at the hip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Which I think they're starting to have some division between what they're seeing as what needs to be done to Iran. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think they want to go a lot further than Trump does. So, yeah. Joy Reid the other day, unemployed Joy Reid had a wild take on Iran. She said basically that the women there have it really no worse than America's women. Right?
I heard that. Yeah.
We have secret police here that'll kill, a mom just trying to drop off her kid at school. And so does Iran. And on and on and on. Stasi's. It's just shocking. I think if they played this stuff for any woman living in Iran, they would just laugh their head off and be like, what is this woman on? What universe do you live in, lady? I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Do you know anything about Iran releasing hostages? Because I heard somebody on X talking about it, and he somehow made a racist thing about it. And he said, Iran did an amazing thing. He said, they released all the black hostages and said, we don't want to hurt the black people. We value the black people. He goes, but in America, they don't. And in America, Americans are racist towards black people, he said. This is a black American who said this. And I was thinking, what are you talking about? You're literally telling me that black people are being oppressed here in America, and Iran is I guess not racist, but America is. I don't know, man. People are just going off their rocker lately, dude. I mean, I guess that's the bad part of everybody having a voice is you get stupidity mixed in there.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know.
But have you heard that? Have you heard that there were hostages?
Not really. No, yeah. I heard nothing about any hostages that were released. There probably are some political prisoners over there, you know, people from the media and whatnot who've been falsely arrested over there and detained and are still sitting in a prison, if they're still alive. But no, they wouldn't call them hostages per se either, right?
Like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, and for them to release, you know, the black ones because they put out a statement that they care so much more would be completely them just trying to rile up the left here in America, you know, because they know the frigid, you know, the far, far left is pro IRGC. They support the Iranian government over the people of Iran. The left in America, without a doubt, is supporting the Iranian, you know, government over the people over there. They want Trump to lose at any cost. Fetterman had an interview today where he was asked who's the leader of the Democratic Party, and he answers they don't have one. The only thing the Democratic Party has is TDS. TDS is the leader of the Democratic Party.
He's been crowned the king.
Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome is all they have on the left now. If Trump's doing it, they hate it, period. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. The SAVE Act, 85% of the people out there want it. Right? They want voter ID when you vote, show ID in person to vote. And they're fighting it. They're still shutting down the Department of Homeland Security or major parts of it. Heck, TSA is in shambles right now. Have you seen some of these lines? I mean, Atlanta, Georgia is like 6 hours to get into a flight today.
And again, it goes back to that uncertainty, unknown time that we're in right now. But eventually this moment of uncertainty, this sort of limbo that we're in, right? We're gonna come out of it, and we'll have a better idea of where we're headed after that. I think, hopefully, man, we need to be headed in a really good direction because we're going to be celebrating the 250th year anniversary, man, and we need to have some wins behind us. That's going to make a big difference, man.
Yeah, hockey's great. We're sweeping hockey, but we need some, you know, wins out there for a place like Cuba to be free again, you know, for Venezuela to be free again, for Iran to be free again. If those three things if they get accomplished, the world will be such a better place. By any measure you can think of, the world will just be a better place. So, yeah, maybe we get it done, maybe we don't.
How could the left possibly criticize that after they killed, like you said, 40,000 innocent women and children? Iran did. If they're free and they have real democracy, how can they complain about that?
Yeah, it gives validity to their death. You know, they died for something at that point, rather than just another massacre.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it wasn't in vain. In other words, their protest that they made, their peaceful protest, was not in vain, even though many of them died.
All 40,000 will be remembered. I mean, I'd put 40,000 stars on the flag if you can, you know?
Oh, yeah. They should maybe put up a big giant wall commemorating them, you know?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. An entire museum dedicated to how this happened so other countries can come and study it and learn from it and go do the same thing where they live so the whole world can be free. You know, how many people really want to live in one of these totalitarian Muslim, you know, oligarchs where you are told that if you're a woman, you can't drive a car, you can't go outside without covering yourself, on and on and on. You can't go out without a man's permission. You can get married at 15 or 9 in some of these places. You can marry a 50-year-old. I could go on and on with the insanity of differences in education and every aspect of life. You're just not even a second class. Your life doesn't even represent a speck of what it does in the United States under those conditions. You don't even know what freedom is. An American don't know what it's like to even have those types of conditions exist anywhere because they can't imagine it in their wildest dreams. So they rag on America and scream bloody murder over here about, like Joy Reid, about how bad it is compared to Iran, when it's not even the same universe. You know, we've got what they call the high class problems. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, you got high class problems over here, right? We're okay, you know, gay people can get married, they can adopt, they can do all this other stuff versus getting thrown off a roof. I mean, that's where we're at. So, yeah, if anybody tries to tell you that America doesn't have the freedoms, you know, that we have, just they don't know what they're talking. Would you want to live under the Taliban? Do you think living under the Taliban would be good for any woman out there? You'll have more freedom because you're in a Islamic culture? Absolutely not. You know, you're just dedicated to absolute subservience to your religion at that point for your entire life. And that's your whole life.
I think one of the things the left had a hard time combating was the many Iranians from all over the world celebrating this opportunity, you know, for them to be free finally and to be shed of this dictatorial, you know, leader that had been ruling with an iron fist over them. So they had to deal with that, and they didn't do real well with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, whenever that was brought up, they kind of shut up because how do you say, you know, you're not for the women being free? I mean, how do you when you're the left?
Yeah.
Because you're supposedly all about women, right? And women's rights. And yet you don't seem to be so when it comes to Iran.
Ask them what a woman is.
Well, maybe that's your excuse. No, those women are real women because we can't define it for sure.
Uber just came out recently and said they're going to offer a new feature, which is that if you're a female, you can request a female driver. And everyone's like, okay, great. What is female? How are you going to do that, Uber? You're so far left as a company. There's no way you could possibly ever guarantee that some 6'2" butch dude in a bra isn't going to come pick you up.
Well, it'd have to be a biologically sound woman, I guess, but they wouldn't even do that, man. You know how they are, because then they're saying you can define it if you go that route.
Oh yeah, no, it's Uber. They'll have to. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. That's all I'm saying. It's a new thing they're rolling out, and I think it'll backfire on them from a PR standpoint, just because some people will be denied, and they'll say, "Hey, no, I identify as a woman." Denied. You sure don't look or sound like one. Sorry. You know, oops. So they'll have to end that. There's no way they can keep that going. It's just, hey, it's a nice idea and the people want it, but they can't deliver it to them without admitting what a woman is. Right?
Isn't it amazing, though, how wokeness is still somewhat alive, even after all the efforts that Trump has made and we've made to try to destroy it? And then we've seen how destructive it is for corporations, for businesses, for everything. There's nothing beneficial about it in any shape, fashion, form, or way. And yet it's still alive. I recommend go watch the Bill Maher interview with Jerry. I think it's Jerry O'Connell, the guy that was in Stand By Me. He's an older now, obviously, and an older man's married to some, I don't know, fashion model. But he is so woke, dude. I mean, even Bill Maher just tore him apart, man. I mean, and I was feeling sorry for him because, you know, all of his masculinity, he's kind of a masculine looking guy. He's a big guy, he's muscular, but yet he's been totally softened in all the wrong ways by the left, by the wokeness. And I felt sorry for him, you know. And his wife obviously chastises him all the time whenever he tries to say something that might be even a little bit not woke. And so he just rips him apart, man. But this is the mentality of these people, man. They're so weak and pathetic, man. They don't even know what it is to be a man. Forget about what is a woman. These woke people that are men don't know how to be a man. They don't even want to be a man. They want to put on one of those things that they have at Southwest, you know, a fake breast so they can breastfeed their children. Yeah,
it's wild stuff. And I did see that interview. It was only like 30-second clip, but it was interesting to see. He just kind of like, my wife and my girls were, you know, hitting on me and, you know, pissed off. And it's like, okay, they're hitting you and they're pissed. But yeah, you know, enough of Hollywood. Let's get into some really spicy stuff. Tucker Carlson. Okay. He's saying the CIA is coming after him. They've been, you know, listening to his calls or texts and stuff, and what apparently went down is that Trump brought him to the White House and told him explicitly that America wasn't going to do anything about Iran. So then he went back over and contacted some of his people in Iran and said, hey, I think you're safe, don't worry about it, kind of thing. And that's when all of the Ayatollah and all his 50 top people met together. We wondered why they had the audacity to meet like that, it's because they had a bit of an assurance from possibly Tucker here that they would be safe to meet. And instead, that room was blown up. So in essence, they're saying that, Donald Trump knew what Tucker was going to do. So he set him up, sent him on his way. The guy basically, if this is true, committed treason against the United States. And because of that, Khomeini and all his top people were killed in one fell swoop. So kind of shocking 3D chess here, if that's what went down here. And again, if Tucker did that, I can't have much sympathy for him, man. If you're really doing that, Tucker, if you've gone that far, Tucker Carlson, your whole new look, wow, it's wild. It's wild. Barry, what do you think, man? Do you think he did this?
I'm not buying it for 1 second. It sounds like a Mark Levin talking point, who I can't stand, who basically wants to cancel and censor anybody that doesn't agree with him. It's leftist stuff that Mark Levin supports. He supports literal canceling, like the radical far left did under the Biden regime. So it sounds like a Mark Levin talking point to me. Trump has already said, Mark Levin. I don't even know how to say his name because I know so little about him. Because he's never been on my radar.
I've listened to him for years, dude. I've listened to him for years and years.
Until I heard him start talking. Well. Until I heard him start talking about how he wants to cancel people and we can do that and who says we can't, censorship. That is not MAGA at all. That is not freedom. So I have no respect for that guy whatsoever. But at least, Tucker believes in free speech. So I'm for that. And I'm for asking questions. But look, hey, Trump already came out and said that Tucker is not under any investigation. This is all bogus, man. This is all divisive stuff, like Laura Loomer starting probably stuff like this. They're calling Tucker, Tucker Carlson or whatever.
I'm reading
it's
from
all
the
just,
Right Scoop. This is from an article from the Right Scoop, and Avi Yemeni is one of the sources for it from Rebel.
And I've listened to his response, Tucker Carlson's response. He doesn't believe that he's done anything illegal. I believe him, man. I've seen nothing that shows that he's done some kind of treasonous act. Look, I get it that a lot of people right now are trying to demonize Tucker because he didn't want to go to war with Iran. But you know what, man? MAGA is not going to agree with every single thing that President Trump does. And we shouldn't. If we don't agree with him, we should say we don't agree. It's just that simple. And so I don't want to demonize everybody that still likes Trump. And Mark, by the way, Tucker Carlson said, I still like Trump. I voted for Trump. So I don't think this is like all anti-Trump stuff from Tucker. Whether or not you agree with his views, that's a totally different thing. I disagree with him. I've gone on the record on my social media talking about I totally disagree with him being dismissive of radical Islam being a problem. But look, I don't just totally throw the baby out with the water. I just, it's whatever that's saying. I think I said it wrong, but anyway, it's like he does a lot of good still. He's still exposing a lot of things. I'm not going to agree with him on every single thing. I don't know what I agree with Mark Levin about, or Levine, or whatever his name is. Everything I've heard from him. Everything I've heard from him so far, I haven't liked. Because
I've been listening to him for years. He does 3 hours a day, and if I can catch him on a road trip or something, I used to download him a lot when I went for like hikes and stuff. And I've always found him pretty well entertaining and a good listen. Now, if he's saying some things recently along the lines of everyone should be censored, I want to hear more about that. I want to learn more, but not above criticism. Folks, we're all out of time. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We will see you on Sunday night. Thanks so much for listening. Stay tuned.
Thanks, guys. I'm just
I like
thank you, Mark.
Worried about my timer over here at the top. We're going to
that makes good radio
pretty soon. I'll get this up and out later on tonight or early tomorrow, so I'll catch up with you later on and get Jack up and on a roll here.
All right, Mark.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks for everything.
All right.
And that proves, dude, that we're not like conspiring together as well. You know what I mean?
All right, Barry. Got to go.
Oh, bye.
All right. That was Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Coming up right now. is Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. We'll have Jack in here in just a minute. And I'll switch everything over. Hey, Jack, how's it going? You there, Jack?
Hello.
There we go. Wife still has the camera, huh?
No, I haven't. No, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Let's see here. I can't see you, but I can see me.
Well, hold on here. I'll fix mine too, because when I switched over from the last one, it took mine out. There we go. Yeah, you can see my bald head and everything there. And all my Godzilla and Spider-Man stuff up on the wall.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. So what we got tonight, Jack?
Oh, we're going to have a round table discussion. Really kind of 4 different parts tonight. Got kind of a split up show. I'm going to talk a lot about the Mirage men and of the Air Force, the guys that run counterintelligence. We're going to talk about a little about the missing general again. Hit up on some Bigfoot, the keys to finding Bigfoot. And really anything that comes to mind tonight, because I haven't had a chance to prep very well for this particular show. So
okay, I don't know if you got my memo, but Willie Gibson, Willie Windtalker Gibson, is looking for interviews, as well as Joshua Shapiro, Crystal Skulls. So
oh, sweet. Okay, I would love to interview both of them.
Yeah, Willie's doing the second segment of Debbie's show every other Friday right now.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to have him come on. That would be really cool. I've never heard. Was he a code talker?
No, but he is a Native American shaman.
Nice.
All right, knows a lot about crystals and things like that. And what else did he get into? He gets into a lot of different things, folklore, and he can talk to you about Bigfoot as well. It's not like his big thing, but you know, when it comes to like skinwalkers and things like that, he can definitely talk to you about.
That's great. I would love to have him on.
Yeah. You know, Willie's like one of the old guys from the old group. All right.
Yeah.
And he was out there, and you know, back with the Zaffis folks and all that when they started to come out. So yeah, he's trying to make a comeback. An older guy. Yep.
That's cool. Love to have him on.
Yeah, and I think he can talk a little bit about aliens too. Yep. Let me get you going here. 30 seconds, Jack. Wobbly was really interested in the Air Force General. He's in the chat room and kick right now. But here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid are in the house tonight in full force. They are working the door. It is a $10 cover and a 2-drink minimum. So be kind to your waitress this evening. And we're going to be talking about some really interesting stuff as always. We're going to have a little bit of a, well, round discussion. We're going to start with our usual intelligence briefing on where we are, our current state in the upswing of the Kali Yuga, and then we're going to transition into a few interesting subtopics. One of those will be the keys to finding Bigfoot. That's something everyone's interested in, right? How do you finally prove the species to be real? And we'll get into an in-depth discussion on what it would take for that to occur. And I thought we would touch on, in lieu of the missing William Neal McCaslin, Major General William Neal McCaslin, who was the commander of the base where, if anything was recovered at Roswell, this is where it was stored. I'm talking about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base itself, where the bodies of the aliens and the wreckage that occurred at Roswell and the Trinity crash now that we know about through the efforts of Dr. Jacques Vallée, are all housed there in underground vaults. And this guy would have been literally sitting right on top of it. And he knew all the deep, dark UFO secrets of the United States government. And let's face it, guys, somebody like that, you don't just get to retire and walk away into the sunset. There are nefarious elements at work in the United States government, and really not just in the government, but in, and I'm talking about the intelligence community itself more than anything, but also embedded from our intelligence communities into the aerospace companies. Now, that's where things get really murky and really deep and really dark really fast. Because what ended up happening was that after this alien technology was recovered, they began to piecemeal some of that out to aerospace companies in order to have them back engineer the technology. That got placed into what are called SAPs, or Special Access Programs. This is a hybrid, a monster, if you will, a hybrid program that combines government scientists and intelligence agents with aerospace personnel. Over time, many of those scientists and many of those CIA agents and many of the, let's call them darker elements of the intelligence community, people that are tasked with the wet work, if you will, are then go into private contract work when they get out of the government for these aerospace companies. Now, this group of people are widely, well, within my circles of paranormal and UFO researchers, are referred to as Ex-Protect. Ex-Protect is probably responsible for the John F. Kennedy assassination. That's its own show, and we'll get to that at some point. But, yeah, so all of this ties into the fact that William Neal McCaslin has gone missing, because this guy was 68 years old, no dementia, top physical condition for somebody his age. Of course, he was military his entire career, and he just vanished. They said, the typical things that made it look like he took his binoculars and like hiking boots, and those disappeared from the house. So he must have just wandered off into the desert, you know, that kind of a thing. And no doubt they'll probably find his body at some point, or who knows? Maybe they have disappeared him forever. You know, these people, if they don't kill you, they lock you in a room and they throw away the room. You know, they don't care about the key. So William Neal McCaslin has gone missing. And that brought up into my mind this week a bunch of past research that really came out in the ufology community, if you will, regarding the Mirage Men. And the Mirage Men are Air Force counterintelligence agents that are in charge of keeping secret the UFO reality on this planet. One of those agents, a man named Richard Doty, is now famous in the UFO community for having been personally responsible for the subsequent suicide that one of his operations was in charge of. And there is a great documentary out there in the world, and it's called Mirage Men. I highly recommend that people watch that documentary because you get to see Richard Doty himself. And now Richard Doty kind of makes his way through the ufology community as a believer and as somebody that is, he says he's a whistleblower. But with somebody that has those kind of connections, not many people in the ufology community have come around to actually trusting things that he says these days. But he freely admits that the operation that they conducted, which was a counterintelligence operation conducted on a well-known doctor. So this wasn't some tinfoil hat wearing kook. This was a respected, well-known doctor in his community who thought that he had indisputable proof of the UFO reality, and Richard Doty and his crew of Mirage Men were tasked with getting him to go off the trail, as it were. Well, this led to a elaborate intelligence operation in which it eventually led to the doctor losing his family, losing his business, losing everything, and then committing suicide. So that's the dark part of paranormal research. And I thought that this week's discussion should include sort of the downside. We often talk about what the upside would be in paranormal research, but there's a lot of downside, and a lot of people involved in UFO and cryptozoology research see that downside a lot. And, there's a group there, they should be hailed as heroes for what they do, and there's not a lot of thank you going on in the world for those people. So let's put our hands together and thank all of them. So we don't know what the end result will be of the missing Major General, but it was clear that somebody who's 68, retired, living in Albuquerque, New Mexico, very near, I might add, to Linda Moulton Howe, may have been, let's say, tinkering with the idea of writing a book about what he knew, especially since President Trump just ordered the Pentagon to release any and all UFO information and files. That would trigger somebody like X-Protect into action, because they are working against all of that, and they may have just disappeared the poor Major General. So that's really how that comes about. This week has been interesting. We are on the upswing of the Kali Yuga. That should mean good things. I know that we have been going through an extremely turbulent period of time, but that was also predicted. Anytime that you go through the Kali Yuga on this planet, which is a planetary cycle, that really what it does is it infers that you come to a planetary position in the, you know, our little solar system popping up and down, where we can actually get some of the energy coming from galactic center. And when that happens, good things occur on this planet and really all planets. We just happen to be on a kind of a backwater planet that's in a really unfortunate spot. And because of that, we go through downswings of the Kali Yuga in which we don't get any galactic energy, and those are defined by dark ages in our past. Catastrophe, calamity, societal collapse, all of those things occur in the downswing of the Kali Yuga. So be glad you weren't born during that period. You are actually alive to at least see the beginning of the upswing of the Kali Yuga, and we're talking about extremely long time periods. Tens of thousands of years to go through this cycle. So you're only bound to see a little small portion of it because of our limited lifespans. Who knows, maybe they'll crack the code and we'll all become immortal before death hunts us down, but we'll see, right? But the interesting thing about being in the upswing of the Kali Yuga is that's the period when humanity tends to go through golden ages. And I find it interesting that a lot of the verbiage being used by the current administration has to do with golden ages. It makes me wonder who's put that into their vernacular, but it's interesting timing, right? And we have the cyber prophecies, which really began with the webbot and kind of steamrolled into Vedic astrology, the Schumann resonance indicators, premier remote viewing groups around the world doing exotic targeting. And when all of those various metrics, let's call them paranormal metrics, all peg in the same direction, then that gets my attention. And that gets the attention of the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. And we've always had a saying, once is chance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. And a pattern always denotes intelligence. So that is really kind of what led us into the examination of the cyber prophecies. And if you're a fan of this show and have been listening, then you know that the beginning of the show always starts with where we are currently with the cyber prophecies. It appears as though we have begun to sort of phase into the period of time that the webbot predicted its phrase, sci-fi world emerges. We have to remember that the webbot speaks in phrases like that comes through a lot of filtering, and at its root, all you need to know is that the webbot actually uses the collective psychic predictions of humanity through their language and speech patterns worldwide, to be able to correctly predict themes and things about to take place within this reality matrix. So what that implies is a lot of interesting things, right? First of all, for it to be correct, and it has been numerous times, then the thesis that humanity is collectively psychic also has to be true. So we can now kind of put that to rest, right? Collectively, as a species, we are psychic. Whether or not that's been stunted in some way is a matter of, you know, historical examination and opinion. Many people believe a non-human intelligence kind of stunted our psychic growth in a lot of different ways. But collectively, as a species, we are psychic. And that also implies that on some basic level, we are a singular organism. So, you know, don't be a hater of humanity, because really you're just hating yourself. If you think about it, that's really kind of how that works out. We're all kind of connected in a way that makes us operate like a single entity on some level, and that level is the psychic level. This also shows up in the Schumann resonance indicators, and often when those indicators, and you can find that online, you can just have it up on your computer screen, but when those indicators peg, you know that some type of event in our reality matrix is about to manifest itself. And you know, the last part of the show, by the way, which I didn't mention, we're going to get to the self-revealing ontology of the universe, because that's kind of going to wrap all of this together for us. But it's interesting that the cyber prophecies are occurring, or at least the more interesting ones are occurring during the upswing of the Kali Yuga. Sci-fi world emerges was always a major theme that it predicted, and at the same time it was predicting that a lot of the locked up black budget alien back engineered technology would eventually begin to trickle down into a space where the public at large would be able to benefit from it. And you might be right at that doorstep, right? With Trump saying Pentagon release everything, and you have people like Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, and Nancy Mace, and a few others out there that are doggedly tracking down any and every whistleblower they can find to help nudge all of this into the light. And this is all happening in a way that there has never been before. We've never had pro-UFO disclosure forces in the United States government so prominently positioned as we do right now. And interestingly enough, all of them are, well, largely are Republican. And yet there's still a few powerful Democrats that also are pro-UFO disclosure. And we have to remember that all of this whole ball of wax really got rolling through the efforts of Senator Harry Reid before he passed away. And he was a lifelong Democrat, right? So we have to kind of give credit in both directions. This might be one of those bipartisan issues that eventually they come to because they really can't budge in any direction on anything else, and maybe they cough up the goods on this one. That's a possibility, right? So McCaslin's gone. It's my guess that X-Protect got him. Who knows what's occurred between the delivery of all of that alien technology and bodies from those early UFO crashes to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where McCaslin was in charge, to now. Could it be that they've been moved elsewhere? That's also a strange possibility, but it is possible. And, you know, maybe McCaslin's disappearance will lead people in our government who are going to be highly suspicious of this one down the pathway of eventually uncovering X-Protect and uncovering the reality of intelligence agents being embedded in the aerospace companies, which is highly dangerous, highly, highly dangerous. And yet that's exactly what they did. So we have been covering cryptocurrencies, precious metals, and unobtainium. That's a major prediction coming from multiple directions of the paranormal kind. And after it did have a bit of a sell-off today, but it's priced approximately at $77 an ounce currently. That's a steal when you consider that it's, a asset that has been predicted by numerous people, including mainstream people, not paranormal people even, but like mainstream financial analysts, etc., who are pointing at silver saying, yeah, this one might be right. This one might go like a rocket ship. So it's possible. But, it's also possible it crashes back down to 50 and gives people an even better opportunity. Who knows? But the crypto markets are interesting right now because everything seems to be on pause for the Clarity Act. The Clarity Act is poised to be passed, but the problem right now is that the bankers, the banksters, as I like to refer to them, are kind of holding the whole thing up because they are mad that cryptocurrency exchanges can offer people yields on their money that rivals anything that these banks can offer by quite a bit. They're worried that they won't get that free money that they can just make money off of, like a magic trick, which is what they've been doing forever. And of course, they're going to fight that tooth and nail. Unfortunately for them, we're dealing with a president who is super pro crypto and whose sons are heavily involved in the crypto industry. And you have all kinds of pro crypto senators, congressmen. At some point, my point being, some form or fashion of the Clarity Act will get passed. And when that happens, you're going to see I predict, and a lot of people predict, a vast inflow of investment kind of funds coming from, institutions that do that sort of thing. So you might be right on the cusp of that. I would add that some of these exchanges now offer derivative futures contracts on some of those precious metals and cryptos. And if I were a adventurous soul, and I am, but I'm just saying, if I were out there in the world and I was wondering how to, as Raoul Paul puts it, unscrew my future, I might look in that direction. Just saying. It's a very interesting thing that they're offering, and they're offering perpetual futures, meaning they never expire. Very interesting stuff. So, we will get back to that and Bigfoot and a lot more right after our break.
All right. Great job, Jack. You covered a whole lot. There you go.
Right. It all ties together.
Yep. Cecilia, welcome into the Kick Chat. Oh, yeah. All sorts of stuff going on, man. All the time now. We hear. Have you had any cryptid reports or anything out of Antarctica here lately?
No. Antarctica's like a black hole.
What's going on with that, though? You know, that's the thing. If they're not talking about it, there's something going on there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's you know, first of all, it's highly likely they uncovered the Nazi base that's down there. You know, that William or Admiral Byrd ran into when he went down there on Operation High Jump. But on top of that, they probably found some ancient alien ruins as well, is what it looks like.
Yeah. I was watching last night, what's his name? Hugh from Megalithomania? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And he was on the Y-Files, and it was pretty interesting. He'd be another good guest if we could ever get him.
Oh, I'd love it.
Hugh Newman?
That'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be great. I'd like to get Scott Walter from America Unearthed.
Oh, yeah. Talk to Nancy. I think she knows Scott.
I would love to get him, because he's just over here in Minnesota, and I've actually conversed with him once before on a case he was working on.
Cool.
So,
up in the Four Corners area. In the Dakota Territories. I love that song, man. I'm so glad I made that. And like, have you been listening to it?
I love it.
Yeah. He's
So does
recording
my
live.
My sister was laughing.
Really? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that one came out so super good. Yeah, I did one about the pell crawler too. You know, he's looking for your skin because he doesn't have a shape, so he's gonna take yours. It's kind of a horror punk song, but you know, it's kind of cool.
Right.
Night
funny.
of the Pell Crawler, it's called.
I like it. Sounds like a good movie.
Yeah, I made one just recently where Bigfoot and Dogman steal Harley Davidsons and race through Austin, called Werewolves of Austin. It's yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Werewolves of Austin.
Werewolves of Austin instead of London, you know.
Great.
It has a kind of a bluesy type sound to it, Stevie Ray style, you know. So
Nice.
Yeah, that's Southern Fried Rock. Well, we got about 30 seconds, Jack.
Great.
Yep. Had a good show earlier. Did you catch any of it?
I did not. I literally ran in the door and then I was on the air, so I was gone most of the day today.
Okay, well, here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you are live right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. And tonight we're talking about, well, we've been discussing the cyber prophecies, the Kali Yuga, the missing Major General McCaslin, all of the secrets he may have known and who may have gotten to him. And, you know, we also are going to talk, we're going to transition a little bit here to the world of Bigfoot and cryptozoology. So it's interesting that we have a program really on the air that is, I believe, a CIA-run operation, and I'm talking about Expedition Bigfoot, where it looks to me as though they are truly attempting to bring about disclosure that these creatures do in fact exist and that they are here on the planet, that they are in our wilderness areas. That's quite a task that they've undertaken because, let's face it, there's been a mountain of ridicule heaped upon the subject forever, and it seems as though people are kind of becoming more and more aware of the subject. I mean, I meet people all the time now that are aware of the subject and are interested in it in a way that wasn't like that for the past 20, 30 years. It just wasn't. Most people would just laugh it off and that be that. But today there seems to be kind of a genuine interest in our society from normie land, everyday people that aren't necessarily involved in examining the paranormal world, but are still very much interested in the idea that these creatures could exist. And let's face it, there's been so much real evidence collected over the years. People are like, what evidence? Well, if you're in the Bigfoot community, you know the evidence. There's been plenty of really good quality video and pics and examinations by people like the online Bigfoot analyst, Thinker Thunker, who's actually a genius of an analyst and has been able to prove in video after video that the creature was real. And today you have AI, so that's going to be problematic for any paranormal research going forward if you're going to try to rely on video or photographic evidence as being your only evidence. You're going to have some kind of physical evidence other than video or photographs, which can be manipulated with artificial intelligence in a way that they could never before, and it was a problem before. So imagine how big of a problem it's going to be in the future, determining what's real from what's been generated easily from some type of app or program. So that we have that as kind of a downside to paranormal research right now. You have a few key researchers out there that are doing most of the quality field work. I would put the great genius Robert Kreider at the top of that list. But, and he's working out of New Mexico. For those of you that want to get a hold of him, you can find him on Facebook for sure. So, but the show Expedition Bigfoot, let's face it, one of the interviewers that goes out and interviews witnesses, it even says in his byline right below his name, former CIA operative. The head guy there, Bryce, is obvious. He's got CIA written all over him, and they have a budget that dwarfs anything any cryptozoologist has ever been able to accumulate ever in history. These guys have apparently unlimited funding because of how they run their operations and the kind of technology they have access to on an ongoing basis, right? So it's interesting that you have that show at this period of time. The Bigfoot community itself is really sort of subdivided into various categories of believers that have come to believe for one reason or another through their examination of whatever evidence they've been able to expose themselves to, determine what the creature is, whether it's just another great ape, whether it's a half human hybrid, whether it's interdimensional, whether it's what have you. There are various camps in the Bigfoot community these days that sort of champion one or the other of those ideas. And so it's interesting that now you have Expedition Bigfoot coming about, and really what it's doing is sort of like what happened to all the big hair bands of the 80s when Nirvana showed up. It's like wheat before the sickle, right? It's just like, and you just didn't see them again. They were just gone. It was like an atom bomb went off, and all that hairspray just went exploded, right? And all the big hair bands went down in flames in a single song, Smells Like Teen Spirit. It was over with for them. Toast, right? And that's really kind of how I view Expedition Bigfoot, because there is no way to compete with what those guys are doing, and that's not a scripted show. What you are seeing is the real deal, and I know it's the real deal because Robert Kreider is on the periphery involved in it, and he's as true and as real as the day is long, and would never be associated, if you do Robert Kreider, never be associated with anything that had any kind of falsehood or scripted whatever to it. And Russell Accord, the field tracker, the guy who's actually out in the field tracking these creatures for the show, actually utilizes handmade equipment from Kreider. I'm talking about parabolic type of equipment that is so finely tuned that it's really specifically made just for locating Bigfoot creatures. That's what we're talking about. This isn't some, albeit probably well-intentioned group of weekend warriors that go out to the same area time and time again and sleep all night long in their tents and look for prints and find them once in a while, and is basically keeping the status quo of where Bigfoot research is right now. These guys are on a whole other league, a whole other realm, a whole other level of magnitude up from there. When you can utilize heat sensing drones coming from the most sophisticated companies that can deploy them, like 12 at a time over vast areas of forests. Do you know how expensive that is? It's unbelievably expensive. And that's what they're doing. They're running artificial intelligence algorithms that tell them where to be and when to be there to have a Bigfoot encounter. It examines any and all known encounters that have been documented, and then predicts when another encounter will take place at that exact location. I'm just saying, right? There's not much you could do to compete with that. So you're looking at I predict a nirvana moment for cryptozoology when it comes to the Bigfoot creatures. After, almost 30 years of actual field research, I can point you in the direction of a few key things that actually might end up proving the species to be real. Really, the key to finding Bigfoot is the cave systems. When you take a map of all the known, and I stress known, cave systems, and there are plenty that are unknown, and you overlay that with a map of all the credible Bigfoot sightings across the country, over 10,000, you have a spot-on match. When you sort of overlay that with indigenous lore telling you that these creatures live underground, that's an interesting thing. Then when you overlay those two maps with a map of the so-called 411 missing cases, they're a spot-on match. And in other words, the cave systems, the Bigfoot sightings, the missing people in the national park system are all a spot-on match. That can't be a coincidence. Once is chance, twice is coincidence, but 3 times, that's pattern, right? And what we have is a major pattern. And you can find all that information in my book, Bigfoot Unleashed. I even have those maps in the book showing you exactly what I'm talking about. So take a look at that. I was amazed. I actually ran into somebody the other day in a store who recognized me and had my book, Bigfoot Unleashed. Unbelievable. That's never happened to me my whole life. And I live in Nowheresville, South Dakota. So, very interesting. That kind of shows you the preponderance of Bigfoot in human society, right? In here, you have a creature that has, I believe, been responsible for missing people that go out picking wild berries in the spring. And there's been a number of those cases, and they are known as the berry picker cluster of cases. The berry picker cluster is something in paranormal research that not many people are aware of, but there is a very interesting set of disappearances that have occurred when people have gone out picking wild berries in the forest during the springtime. And I would offer that going out and picking one of the main food sources of a bipedal, 9-foot tall, 1,000-pound ferocious apex predator at the same time that they're there trying to feed is probably not the wisest choice of activities. That would just be my guess, given the number of missing people. And the same holds true, by the way, for mushroom pickers. So, you know, these guys that go out into the deep woods and pick mushrooms, they end up disappearing all the time. It's amazing how many. Same thing with the ginseng pickers. Of course, they might be getting shot, but we don't really know. But, you know, if you're a ginsenger out in Appalachia, many of them have gone missing without a trace. So be very, very careful if you're involved in those kinds of activities. And I like to recommend that you never go into a wilderness area unarmed, ever. God forbid you run into a ferocious cryptozoological animal of some kind. Let's just say that would be the least of your worries if you ran into an evil human of some kind. humans can be far, far more dangerous than any cryptozoological animal. And there are plenty of them out in the wilderness areas, and a lot of them, believe it or not, we have a population of feral humans living in the wilds of North America. It's not, Bigfoot, and it's not another cryptozoological animal. They are feral humans. It's just a fact. And as evidence of that, I'll offer you in my mind, unarguable piece of evidence for that. And that is the fact that one of the researchers from the Bigfoot Conservatory Project out Big Thicket, as they call it, which is on the border of Texas and Louisiana, vast, vast wilderness with lots and lots of Bigfoot activity, right? They're in the wintertime. This guy is out there by himself, and he's tracking anything he can find. He's looking for areas where he might find some Bigfoot prints. And he walks up to a stream and he looks down, and there's a perfect human footprint with the toes still in the icy water. That's how fresh it was. And he was able to cast it because he thought, maybe it could be a Bigfoot. How weird, a perfect human print. Right? Got to be a Bigfoot print. Well, this print made its way all the way to the late Dr. Jeff Meldrum, who was an expert in Bigfoot prints, and it was determined to be a female human. There was a female human walking around the middle of the big thicket, barefoot in wintertime, and stepping through a frozen stream. Not only that, but we've got testimony from now 3 different deer hunters, not related to one another, and none of them knew each other, saying that they came across feral human beings in the wilderness. That's some scary stuff, guys. So be very, very careful when you're out there in the wild. Bigfoot's out there. You have these dogman creatures that are apparently roaming the same wilderness areas, and then you have feral human beings, which I can guarantee you can be extremely dangerous. In one of those encounters, the deer hunter actually was able to glass this guy with his binoculars. Happened at dusk. This guy apparently crawled up on hands and knees right behind a tree way off in the distance from the man's deer stand, and he began to make a call out that sounded just like a woman in distress. They were trying to get him down off that deer stand. That's some scary stuff. So be very, very careful when you're out there in the wilderness. And coming back around, that kind of ties all of this together, is the fact that the WebBot also predicts, not a lot about Bigfoot, if that's what you were thinking, but it does predict that humanity is entering a time period right now when we will begin to realize the self-revealing nature of the universe's ontology. In other words, there is a universal religion. There is a universal structure. There is some type of creative force that got that into being, and that it's a self-revealing force. In other words, it will, over time, reveal its true nature to the living creatures within it. What that means for us here on a lonely planet out in the middle of the Milky way on the edge of the Milky Way galaxy, being blocked from our galactic center half the time by a big field of debris that we had nothing to do with, it means that we get lucky. It means that a self-revealing ontology comes with a lot of benefits. It means that secrets over time all become known because the secrets began with it. And over time, it likes to reveal itself to the beings that reside within it. And that's exactly what is going to happen with most of the cryptozoology mysteries that are out there. And we have to remember that cryptozoology itself has entered into a whole new phase. We have to begin to separate planetary, earthly-based cryptozoology, which is very much a hard science, with interdimensional cryptozoology. What do we call that? What cool name can we come up with? I'm going to go with interdimensional exobiology. I like it. I like it a lot. It makes us sound very important. Interdimensional exobiology. I'm an interdimensional exobiologist, formerly a cryptozoologist, but since the Pentagon has got all of these scientists studying the fact that we have creatures coming into this dimension from other dimensions, and all of that's tied to Skinwalker Ranch, and all of this has been published in numerous books, including Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, which I talk about all the time. It all ties together, right? So why not interdimensional exobiologist? Because they do have exobiology right now is a thing, right? Like NASA has an on-staff exobiologist. This is somebody that theorizes what the biology of an alien would be like. So why not an interdimensional exobiologist? I like it. We can actually wear the white cloak and everything. That'll be cool. But
Jack, do we get foil hats if I take and join?
I
want
think
a
so.
foil
I
hat.
think
I want a foil hat if you're going to do that.
well, I think the foil hat has gotten a bad rap. No pun intended, but I think it actually might benefit in some way. Like it could repel stuff. I don't know. I'm going to do some experimentation next time I'm in the field. I like it. I'm going to come up with a line of tinfoil hats. That's what I'm going to do. And collect my line of tinfoil hats. But anyway, be sure and check out my mini paranormal books on Amazon. If any of the subjects that I cover interest you, you're bound to find one that you will like. The big seller right now is Alien Ocean. I guess people are waking up to the idea that there is a vast alien civilization that is positioned in the world's oceans. And we're talking cities. We're not talking craft just sitting down there in the bottom of the waves. We're talking big time civilization. And it could be, here's the weird part, that civilization may have originated on this planet. Ooh-wee. That's the topic of next week's show. And until then, you'll have to wonder what I'm talking about. But a careful examination of ancient lore around the world kind of leads us in that direction. And we're going to be talking about that next week. Stay tuned for some more quality programming. And until then, I will see you on the radio.
Awesome job, Jack.
Thank you.
Stick with me.
Sure.
All right. All right. Got Zach going. And I'm going to get Nancy going here in just a minute.
Okay.
So, yeah, actually, probably hit up Joshua right away because he's like been all over me about trying to get out if you want to get a guest.
Yeah, I would love to. I don't know him on Facebook, so maybe reach out to him.
He's in the group. He's in
okay.
He's in our host group.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Gonna switch over here in just a minute. I want to make sure that Nancy has enough time so that we don't cut her short on her to go to break at her midway break. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah.
All right. Never a problem with you and me because there's no timer with just two of us.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, it goes smooth.
Yeah. Well, we will have that when we take and get a guest in. So if they come in on the second part of the show, that's better yet.
Awesome.
All right. I'm going to catch you later, or if you're going to come in with us later on, come on in. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see how this evening goes. I might be able to do that.
All right.
Figure out.
Let me get over to Nancy. You take care, Jack.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, you too. All right, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, that was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. Coming up right now is a pre-show for the VIXEN'S Vault.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, how's it going? Sound a little rough there.
What's that?
I said you sound a little rough.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just had to unmute the mic. I see Raffy's in early tonight.
Yeah.
Hey.
Cool.
Nancy, okay?
Yeah. She's good. She'll be
there.
She'll be on in a second.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, there's Nancy and Roger.
Jack says he might try to pop in later on.
Who?
Jack.
Oh, Jack. Cool.
Okay, he might. I don't know. Let me switch us over on OBS so I can get you all up over there, so folks can see who I'm talking to. Legion of Chaos.
Oh yes.
Yeah, of course.
There we go.
I'm sorry it took me a minute to get on. I was like all tangled up and.
So what's going on down in McDill? They shut it down or something, or what? What's going on?
Yeah, McDill was in lockdown. They released it at like 5 o'clock this afternoon, but it was in lockdown yesterday too.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep, this is the second day. 2 different occurrences that put them into lockdown.
Nancy, you sound a little muffled. I don't know why. Are you using a different microphone or headset?
No. I'm trying to get comfortable though. Hang on a minute. Let's see if that's. Try that. It's just been a crazy, like 20 minutes. Like, seriously, I looked at Raphael. I was like, holy crap, I got to get on the radio.
It's a little clearer now. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Vicky's not coming in. She's sick.
Yeah.
I can, you know what? My nose is like a faucet right now. But I don't know if that's from all the rain.
Pollen.
Like knocking all the pollen out of the tree.
Pollen.
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah, my cars are yellow.
She was using a bunch of fancy words though. It's not like a nosebleed or anything like that.
Yeah, she used that.
I don't get Rafi gets nosebleeds. I don't get nosebleeds, but not unless something's really wrong.
It's really rare that I get them, but I normally get like the sinus pressure behind my eyes. We got 30 seconds, by the way, and we'll get you right on.
Some coffee.
Yeah.
I forgot to get my coffee too. I'm gonna have to I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute out.
Alrighty.
Mark had to say the C word.
Yeah, coffee. Gotta have
That's
it.
right.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight, right now.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date, March the 18th, 2026. It is 9:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I hope everybody had a great week. It's been a very hectic week for me. Lots to get done. Not enough time in the day to get it done. Seems to be the story of my life lately. But, just, again, lots going on, around the world. And I'm busy with work. So it's funny because I have people asking me a million questions because more and more you're starting to notice little things that are happening that are really like a step away from normal. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
And one of the things I have actually posted this because this kind of floored me. 5 days ago, the New York Post, and we all know the New York Post is a very large journalistic paper. It's been around for a long time. It's a rival to the New York Times, and it's a heavily conservative paper. So whereas the Times is a liberal paper for the most part, the Post is conservative. Well, and they've always put up articles that I always considered like they're not off the cuff. They're pretty standard. They follow the flow of information. I will say they've been pretty fair in their estimations with what's happening right now politically. Like they're not licking Trump's butt. They are definitely making statements that they're not agreeing with certain things, which I actually respect. Don't say something just because everybody else is saying it. Don't do something just because you're MAGA. If you disagree with something, you need to speak up. That's the name of the game. And I think the Post actually does a good job doing that. But what they did this week, this article, I shook my head and went, am I seeing that correctly? All right, so the article was 5 days ago, and this is the headline. Is President Trump a time traveler? Century-old sketches spark new conspiracy theories. It's for the New York Post to post an article like that. I was like, what? Who? But it was interesting because it's something that is not something that it is a new theory. Like that has been theorized on. And again, guys, you're going to cringe when I say it. But since Q came on the scene, it started on 2chan and we're elevated over to 4chan, and then it made it to 8chan, and then 8kun when 8chan got shut down. But when Q was on 4chan, there were several drops that he made that alluded to time travel. And see, the one thing that made Q very interesting for people like me was that you could ask him questions. And you're talking at that time, when it first started, there was maybe 5,000 people, maybe 10,000 if I'm giving it lots of push. It was not the million that it became. But you could ask questions of Q, and Q would let you know that it's like would see postings on X and point out to certain individuals, hey, was this your posting? So there was an interaction that occurred there that maybe endeared it more to some of us, because it's like, I'm not doing all this work for nothing. There is somebody, at least, the other side of this, that's seeing the work, even if it's an algorithm. Somebody or something is seeing the work and saying, you get an NA or you get an F. But again, one of the things that was dropped and discussed here and there was time travel. And like, you have to do the future proofs the past. That was something that Q would drop quite a bit. It would be a way of starting or ending a thread where you'd say future proofs past. Even what we call the Q map, which is a huge, basically, diagram of connected events. And basically, Q would always say, future proves the past. The key to the Q map is in the press. And it's, like I said, just to see that article, I was like, I looked at Raphael and I said, it's like they're telling you things like point blank now, because the Anons know I said, we know what we're looking for. We know what was dropped. You know, that's one thing about Anons. Most of us are like kind of autists. We have like really, really good memories. But I said on top of that, like today, again, guys, I'm in cybersecurity. I have 2 federal certifications in cybersecurity. I'm connected directly to CISA. So when things are happening, I see it immediately. Well, today, I know when it got published in the news, they said the U.S. government, but more specifically, it was CISA, the U.S. government cybersecurity command, purchased a domain. And y'all you gotta follow me with this one. Alien.gov.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, and you saw what I posted, Dave. Bluebeam, anybody? And it's funny because, go ahead.
Bizarre. No, it's just bizarre that they use that.
But that's what I'm saying. Sometimes when things are bizarre like that, it is a gotcha moment, but in the same respect, it's like, okay, so if they do if the deep state tries to pull a Bluebeam event, and you guys got to realize our reach, you know, out of the population of the world, maybe 6% know what Bluebeam is. Or have ever even heard of it? If that, correct. It's a very select group of people that are aware of Bluebeam and what it is and what it consisted of and who was the person that blew the whistle. It's like Operation Timber Sycamore under Obama. You know, Timber Sycamore was the great master plan of the CIA training ISIS. The CIA and the Saudis training ISIS. And I said to somebody, and not just the CIA and Saudi, because if the CIA was involved, Israel was involved. Because it's one and pretty much the same. That's why Israel never got hit by ISIS. So it's one of these things where I'm like, alien.gov. So what are they? They're going to make it real obvious. So if they try to pull a Bluebeam, the government's going to be like, oh yeah, hello, here it is, guys. Like, here, we told you, here it is. But otherwise, I can't find any other reason behind that unless whatever disclosures Trump is going to dump, because he did say he wanted the UFO files disclosed. I'm wondering if it's going to go back. And again, those of us who have been at this for a very long time know that there were rumors, scuttlebutt, and even documents that circulated about treaties that were made with alien races in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Mm-hmm. So you got to wonder if that is in those files. I mean, I know, I told you guys,
Nancy.
I have met. Yes, sweetie.
Nancy. I see another reason for purchasing or for renting such a domain. Public relations.
Oh, but that's trip. Yes, but it's a marketing ploy, absolutely. And it the funny thing is, like I said, I see this whole everything is happening right now, and I drive Raphael nuts with this because he'll say, I mean, he wants to, like, he's ready to hang Trump, and he gets all frustrated. I'm like, I'm telling you, it's a game. I am telling you, you are watching the most masterful game of 5D chess I think I've ever seen played in my life. Literally, I've never seen anything like that. I mean, it's everything little. And I told him tonight, I don't care if. Here's the thing: the way I look at it, Trump's willing to take a bullet. He is willing to do many things. He had his reputation destroyed and lost a huge chunk of his fortune in the 4 years he wasn't in office. And people forget that. The man has proven he's willing to do whatever he has to do for this country to get it back on track. And if that means he takes... Up for it. Oh, my God, would you let me finish what I'm saying, Ralphie, before you get nasty and cocky? That would be really nice. Thanks.
Nasty and
cocky?
Okay.
Well, yeah, you cut me off to say that, so stop. But, like, the way I look at it is he's already taken the knife, okay? He's already given up part of his fortune. He's already done multiple things that put, like, a huge target on his head. Huge. I said to Ralphie, I don't care if he ends up going to jail at the end of this. I don't care if he breaks the law. It's not Trump that I'm not addicted to Trump. What I'm addicted to is what we need to get done, what the Anons have been trying to do for 10 years now. I said, which is expose the world government's corruptions. expose the pedophilia rings, expose the human trafficking, expose the money laundering, expose the theft. These are the things that we've been after for 10 years. I don't care how it gets done. I really don't. I really don't. I do not care. I just need it done. And right now, it's getting done. Because now, you not only have the Anons who know what has been going on, you now have the left doing our job for us. They're basically parroting everything we've been saying for 10 years. Why? Because Donald Trump is triggering that. So I'm like, I don't, you know what? If he's going to take the knife to do this, then so be it. But it's kind of like with the Q drops. When I said it in the very beginning, it is a psyop, but not the way you think. Because you would have to be really freaking stupid to give people like they gave the information that they gave to research it and it's accurate. You would have to be really stupid. So, and it would be the backfire of all time, because what's happening now? The entire world is becoming aware of the corruption. That's what's happening.
I would personally support the stupid part that you were talking about. I honestly believe that they are stupid, and like even with Trump, I think you're making him out to be a lot smarter than he really is. All these people are stupid.
I think he is a genius on certain levels. I think in business he's a real genius, but I think he's surrounded by people that are incredibly intelligent.
Well, I mean, a lot of them have really shown to be stupid, though. You know what I mean? It's
yep, and they've shown to be corrupt. Like I said, you've got Noam that got fired, and you've got Pam Bondi.
That one woman, not Bondi, but the one that just had to be fired. She ended up. Yep. She ended up doing a $200 million freaking ad campaign.
Commercial. Yeah.
Okay.
But this is what I'm saying. It got, what happened? It got exposed. Same with Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi's been exposed.
Let's bring it back to stupidity, though. That's stupid. You know what I mean?
No, nobody.
She did like a $200 million ad campaign that was like complete. She's going to be brought up on criminal charges because
yes, good. But nobody. What I'm saying is nobody's that stupid, Roger.
Yes,
nobody is that stupid.
She is.
Well, she had the bed in there, and she was having an affair with Lewandowski up in that jet plane with the bed.
Yeah.
And
her husband was sitting there.
Even with Pam Bondi, okay.
So
if we
all the celebrity rubbish. I remind people here there are two factors you've got to consider. Trump isn't the US isn't the only power in the world. There are countries like France, Germany, England, Britain, and other countries that can sort of make a mockery of them. And
of course they do. Of course they do. But here's the thing.
Also, there is also the civil service in the US that has a large amount of power, which then aids in mainstream media.
But what's happened to the British government, Mark? Yes, they make a mockery of Trump. Trump's not the one that's being charged right now. Your government is. Macron is in trouble. Israel is in trouble. Freaking, I mean, it is like little Germany is in trouble. I mean, Zelensky is in trouble. They're all in trouble. So they can make fun of them. I know. They can all make fun of them as much as they want. It's like,
I've got 3 words for you. Hearts and minds.
Yes, I agree. But I don't think Trump cares. If he cared about hearts and minds, he would not have done what he did. He would never have run for office again if he cared about hearts and minds.
Yeah, but
that's the thing.
The mainstream media, the civil servants can manipulate the popular viewpoints of popular opinion.
I agree. And I also have to bring something else up, and this is fact. And again, people can go look this up. There are still 463,000 sealed indictments that have been in there since 2019. And trust me, I've looked them over, and I think so far they said something like 130 had been unsealed, and they were very low level. So there's still a lot to come because those indictments are still there and they're sealed. They are grand jury indictments. So there's a lot of trouble coming down. And Julian Assange was at the White House the other day.
No.
Again, you got to watch. Yes, you have to watch the little things that are happening. And it's
my God.
Well, there's supposed to be like rumors coming out where Assange and Snowden are going to be pardoned.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Why would they be pardoned? Think about it. Because they're both sitting on, I mean, I think with Assange, it was like multiple terabytes of files still, like ridiculous amounts. And Snowden, same thing. And then you've got, like John McAfee's files, his dead man switch never triggered. So there's still McAfee files out there too. And McAfee, you forget, McAfee did all the government's security on their computers.
But saying that, McAfee has a reputation for.
Yeah, so did Assange. So did
Assange.
Assange.
Has to say.
But so did Assange. Why did they do that to Julian Assange and John McAfee? They targeted both of them. Why?
McAfee, for one thing, sucks. Okay, like if you if you put McAfee on your computer, you deserve everything you get, dude. Seriously, I will laugh at you until the day I die.
They have, I will tell you, for the military levels and the government levels, they have. It's not what you're buying. Trust me on that one.
Well, it goes back to the stupidity thing when it comes to the government getting McAfee, putting it on their systems. They get exactly what they deserve, dude.
Well, here's the other thing too. Here's the funnier thing.
Okay, I was just reminding myself about when I was working in education. When I was working as technical support for education, we would never touch a McAfee. We had a ongoing contract from Norton's.
He was. Here's the fun thing, though. Like his contract with the government, the McAfee security contract. You realize that every government official that ever served in Congress under the McAfee contract, when they retired or they left office, or even Secret Service, all those guys had McAfee on their stuff. When they leave or retired, they are required to carry McAfee for life on all of their devices. So I thought about that. I thought, holy honey trap, Batman. Wow. Okay, so yeah, everything they did, we're doing, all their private stuff, that's all under McAfee security. So I found that super interesting.
Now, didn't Norton's, since Mark brought that up, didn't Norton buy McAfee out?
I had heard they did after his quote-unquote death, but I don't know. I know Norton got in trouble, too, because they had big problems with their VPNs, but none of that stuff is what they sell it as, and that's the thing, at least not on the consumer side of it. Mm-hmm. What they sell, it's kind of like AI. They sell you something, but it's like a buyer beware deal. Same thing with AI. It's pumped up to this proportion that it couldn't possibly meet. And I always say that. I'm like, not only that, but you've got so much crap embedded into those programs. Like I said, the Mossad was embedded, the CIA was embedded, the NSA was embedded. That's not even touching on MI6. I mean, they were all embedded in the back doors of those programs. So it was like, I point that out too. Back in 2016, all of the, I mean, literally, they hated Trump. All of the software guys, everybody hated him. Why? Why did Trump have a target on his head? Actually, it was 2015. Why? Well, it was because of the San Bernardino Valley shooting. And the shooter had an Apple iPhone. And I'll never forget it, where they were making this big deal about how it was so encrypted that law enforcement couldn't get into the phone. And this is horrible. They were never going to be able to get into the phone. And it turns out, and Trump, he's on the campaign trail at that point, goes on national TV and says, well, I don't know, somebody give Israel a call. We know they're in there. I'm not joking. Go look it up. And that's what kind of like, all of a sudden people are like, oh, wow, okay. And suddenly they got into the phone. Yeah, Israel was embedded in the Apple systems. And again, if you're in cyber, you knew that. You already knew that. But I mean, I think China's embedded too, actually. But it's kind of interesting that, he did that. People forget. And they had this huge, like, roundtable meeting in D.C. about Donald Trump because he publicly basically outed Israel. Oh, yeah, just give Israel a call.
As far as I'm aware, the U.S. governmental contracts, when it comes to back end, relies on two things. They rely on Microsoft services, or Microsoft servers.
Yep, which is another joke.
They also rely on Red Hat Enterprise.
Yes, yep, they do. And there's another one. It's Red Hat. I want to say Black Raven is the other, but it's very interesting because no, I thought it was Black Raven, but I could be wrong. But again, it's a system where it's so corrupted, and it was corrupted from the day it started. Do you really think they're going to let the internet be the wild, wild west that they told us it was? That they kept pounding us through the press that it was? Oh, the internet's so dangerous. Do you really think if they wanted to, they couldn't control all these like scams that happen on the net? They couldn't control your banks from being infiltrated? Of course they could.
Well, I mean, I don't even agree with that. I tell everybody the way they've done the internet today, man, is just a complete freaking scam. Okay, like everybody's all big on like www, and Mark Edworthy always tries to connect CERN with the internet and stuff, and it's like
just to be more specific, we're talking about the web, not the internet.
No, I'm talking about the internet. I'm not even talking about the web, dude. I don't even care about the web, okay? I'm talking about the internet. Okay?
I think honestly the internet was on the consumer side of things. I think the internet is a trap.
I think the web is
it's
too.
a gigantic data broker. Mm-hmm. And there's no way to keep your information safe or secure. They sell your information. Are you kidding me? It is very valuable.
And it's like everybody has something on their computers, and it's called the URL. Okay.
Yep.
And if you really want to get technical, like these people don't have to do anything freaking technical and all freaking highly freaking advanced to track you. All they got to do is figure out what your URL is, and they got you
and
located,
ping it.
And they got you.
They just got to ping it. Ping it.
Your internet provider provides you with a freaking host address. Everything is connected. That they can tell you exactly where you're at, dude.
Yep, right down to like within like feet of where your device is connected. It's so true. I mean, if that's been around. I've been able to do that since 2004 or 5. I had a hacker teach me how to do that. So yeah. All right, I got to take us out to our first break, though, guys. It's already 9:24. All righty. When we come back, first, before we go to break, I want to apologize to Rafi because I did kind of rip his head off, and I am super uncomfortable and just was really, really harried trying to get on the air. So I do apologize to you, Raphael. But when we come back,
Rafi.
Oh, stop it, Roger. When we come back, we're going to... Oh, God! Let me get us off air for break! We're going on break, folks. I'll talk to y'all in a few minutes.
We're on radio break. Thanks, Roger.
I was on time. I was on time till I wasn't. Oh, now I gotta put everybody on mute because Raphael does. I didn't realize he actually left. I have to go apologize to him. So give me a moment.
Wobbly's in chat. He's got
Yeah, I know. I've been seeing his comments.
He has a CNE, and a master's in communication technology. Yep.
DNS servers.
Microsoft's network administrator or engineer.
Yep.
CNE.
Yeah. But the best thing about Wobbly is in the mornings his weather girls. All right, that's Telemundo weather girls. Where is Raph when we need him? I'm sure he would have made a comment about that. But anyways,
the only thing I see a flaw in his weather girls is I've yet to see a Telemundo. Yeah, I've never seen a naked one.
Jeez.
It's like, and then what is that? That shopping network? What's the deal with that? You know what I mean? I get on Rumble and they've got like this shopping network that shows chicks selling stuff.
Yeah.
Guys just go in there watching it. I'm like, are you serious? They do. They watch it.
Maybe that's what we.
Well, I've been kind of thinking about that actually. Maybe.
Which one shopping network is that, Roger? Because I've never heard of it.
It's on
QVC.
Rumble.
Oh, QVC. Oh,
yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, they just live stream QVC and show the women selling merchandise and stuff, and people just get on there and just watch it. And I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, Roger, maybe that's something that we should do. Get sponsorship from that network.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could.
Oh yeah. Now Wobbly did have a Miami Swim Week.
Oh, that'd be
on air. Okay, yeah. I've got to work on animating my stuff a little bit better to do that. You're never going to get real girls, over on the left or right side. On the, well, for the stream, I always use the AI arts and things like that. It comes up on the left and right hand side. One is behind the chat. One's on the other side of where we are. Wobbly says they all look real to him. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's good. I'm getting better, I guess.
Okay, so my big question is do you think the original Wonder Woman was the hottest out of all of them?
Yes.
Linda Carter?
Linda Carter
was freaking built, man. She was built.
I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's a consensus right there.
I actually think Gal Gadot would have made a better Star Sapphire than Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Believe it or not, I know what you're talking about.
How's main squeeze? But anyways, here's your countdown. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side right now.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Ball. It is the 18th of March, 2026, 9:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Notice, Mark Edworthy, I am saying daylight time. This is for you, because I love you. Okay. Now, it's funny, because while we were on break, of course, Mark was talking about Wonder Woman, which, what is unusual about that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But I was reading the updates because Joe Kent, and you guys might know who that is, he resigned. Yeah. He's over some really, they're not saying exactly why, but his letter of resignation basically made statements that he did not agree with the war in Iran. And, of course, he's very high up in the intelligence community. So this was kind of a big hit for him to resign. But tonight he was on Tucker Carlson. And I've kind of been keeping track of what was being said in the interview. And he basically just like within the last half hour, basically came out with, well, before he died, one of the last things Charlie Kirk said to him, because he was very good friends with Charlie, was that not to let Israel push the United States into war with Iran.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's a big statement. That's a really big statement. And I find it interesting that Joe Kent is now under investigation by the FBI for supposed leaks. And, of course, Tucker Carlson is under investigation because he doesn't like Israel. So, yeah, it says a lot when you have a government zeroing in on individuals when our basic, how do we put this, our mission statement with the Constitution is our number one freedom is freedom of speech.
Yep.
And I just find it interesting that, and they say that during war, it's kind of an anomaly with the United States because we are a country based on the freedom of speech. But it seems like during wartime, that goes away. Always has. We're not under martial law or anything else for it to go away, but it just goes away. People get arrested for voicing their opinion if it's not in sync with that of the government. And that is problematic.
Yeah. But this also goes back to the hearts and minds argument. I mean, propaganda can be used on both sides, and propaganda is a legitimate weapon.
Form of warfare.
But can you see where can you see where I'm coming from though? Where I see it's actually called a mirror psychology. It is reversed, but it's more mirrored than it's reversed. You see where I'm coming from though? Where I say if you actually step back and look at everything, just minus the love, minus the hatred, minus names, just step back and look at what you're seeing unfold. You're seeing the press immediately focus on anything Trump says. If he likes it, they hate it. If he hates it, they like it. And
right.
It's ridiculous.
It's true. That's true.
But what has that done? That has actually put, flaming liberals and honestly, never Trumpers, which are the Republicans that hate Donald Trump, in the same information highway as the Anons. It's the craziest thing, and I keep saying that is not by accident. That is not coincidental. That is a plan. It cannot be. There's nobody that stupid. It's just that is a plan. That is right now. You have the far left and the never Trumpers echoing what the Anons have been saying for 10 years. Putting out there.
I posted something up in the chat about a week ago about Donald Trump in 2011 saying that this president is going to go to war with Iran because he is a weak president and he cannot negotiate. And he straight up said that in 2011, 15 years ago. And what is he doing now? He is a weak negotiator who cannot negotiate, and he's doing his last resort. He's going to war with them.
But what's happened as a result? I guess what I'm saying is
to be fair to him, the US has been attempted, or the West has been attempted to negotiate with Iran since Carter.
That's why I laugh every time I hear somebody come up with, and it's both sides doing this, the liberals and the Republicans, when they say they were going to go nuclear. I'm like, they've been saying that for since the early 1980s, literally every day. Oh, they're going to be nuclear in 2 weeks since the 1980s.
Yep.
Now, do they have a nuclear weapon? I don't know if they have a nuclear weapon. I do know Israel has one, I do know they have the Samson option.
It's been general knowledge. It's been general knowledge that they were doing research in nuclear. Weapons. People are playing it off like it's some new thing. Like, oh my goodness,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Israel has neither confirmed or denied the.
Oh no, Mark, you got to pay attention to the news more, because Trump did a press conference earlier this week and not so accidentally told the entire world that Israel has a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, as far as Israel is concerned, they have not themselves.
Yeah. As far as Israel is concerned, they, as far as they're concerned, the Iranian people need to not rise up against their own government. As far as Israel is concerned, because wonder what door that leaves open. If the Iranians don't rise up, who's going to go in there and crush the government? It's going to be Israel or the United States, and that puts the Iranians under a rule that is not homegrown. That's what I'm saying. Their tactics are so obvious. It's like, come on now, don't rise up. What the hell? Why? So you can go in there and crush them like you did Gaza? The same government that you planted? Okay, cool. We trust you. Not really.
The thing that really gets me about here recently that really popped up is all of a sudden after the stuff with Iran started, these supposed conservatives, which I call neocons, they started putting all over the alt media, oh no, be careful, ISIL's back and they're going to be doing terrorist freaking activity on freaking, and it's like, it always seems funny that every time freaking there's something that's going to be happening that neocons are involved in, ISIS or ISIL shows up.
But what did I say at the beginning of the show? That's why I said that, because ISIL is the product of Timber Sycamore.
Right, exactly.
Which was under Obama.
But they never showed up, and it just seems odd to me that Donald Trump bombed Libya one time, dude, and they just vanished for all this time.
Yep.
All of a sudden, here they come.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
And you want me? The most messed up part about that whole deal is they were only decapitating mainstream media journalists.
Yes, I know. Really, really, really openly. Mainstream media.
Also, this where simplistic language comes into play. ISIS is the only terrorist or the only threat as far as the mainstream media, U.S. mainstream media is concerned.
No, that's another problem.
Hamas, irrelevant of Hezbollah, irrelevant of the other cells.
Well, see, it's that Saudi Arabian prince that ended up murdering freaking the journalist because he freaking found out all that stuff. That got buried. It got covered up. And you know who did it? It was the neocons.
But here's the Mark actually made a really good point. Oh, they're focusing on the Levant. They're focusing on ISIL. And they're not looking at Hezbollah. They're not looking at Hamas. We never hear about Hamas anymore unless it's the commander that got killed. And that is the press. But think about it, guys. We have even bigger dangers. We've got the cartel right on our southern border. There's a lot of crap going on. In fact, there was a lot of movement there this week. A lot in Mexico. We have Cuba with a lot going on. They have no power in Cuba right now. They haven't had any power since Friday. Had a full grid failure in Cuba. And literally last night, a 6.0 shaker right off Guantanamo Bay. And I keep saying, these are not normal shakers. These are they're very, very shallow. And that's not normal. Doesn't matter if it's on a ridge or not. They're not supposed to be that shallow. So there's so much more going on here than you think. And I keep saying, I posted something the other day about the conscription because they're talking about the draft again. And I was like, guys, I don't know any generation that dealt with the draft who actually liked it. Name one. None of them were yay.
In at least in Britain, World War I, all the sort of patriotic fervor. What's the British version of the Uncle pictures? Kitchener, the Kitchener pictures. We want you. That's that.
Well, I mean, give them the benefit of the doubt. When you got freaking bombs coming down out of the freaking sky on top of your buildings, you seem to get a little patriotic. You know what I mean? And it happens that way. So
Britain was never attacked internally.
I think our draft is being put into play because of our borders. I think it's here. We don't need soldiers overseas right now. Okay, we don't need boots on ground. We have got plenty of air power, plenty of naval power, and I know they're trying to say, "Oh, I was listening to something today. I was like, I was so disgusted." They were saying, "Oh, the USS Lincoln is being withdrawn from the Gulf." No, they're not. They just moved it. CENTCOM has said, no, they're not leaving. We're just moving our assets around a little bit. Oh, it got hit. It got fired upon and it got hit. No. CENTCOM has said, no, that wasn't hit. It's just we're moving our assets around. Now, I know the Ford.
Go ahead. Ford was burning for days.
I was just going to point out the conscription propaganda can backfire on you, as we saw in Vietnam. Remember all those TV commercials and TV reports about body bags coming back to the US.
Yep. But that was, let me tell you, Vietnam was a disaster in so many ways. And I can't even begin to tell you, we should never have been there. John F. Kennedy didn't want us there. It's one of the reasons he died. One of them. And like I said, there's just so much that happened because of Vietnam. But the boys that went over there to fight, it wasn't their fault. And the way they were treated when they came back here was downright embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as what's going on right now with Antifa and BLM and all their shit. Excuse the language. And, why can't we let all of the illegals stay? Just bring them in, hug them. Yeah, we'll drop them at your front door. Have fun. I mean, it's disgusting what you're seeing because it's such an antithesis to everything this country is built on. It 100% more so now than I think during Vietnam. I think it's worse now. But all of the idiots that were smoking weed in the park during Vietnam, the love children, those are your college educators now.
They were doing it in Vietnam too. That's one.
Well, not everybody was, because I only did it once over there, and that was it, because it was terrible stuff. But 3 months before I came home from Vietnam, which was in '67, actually it was in June or July, they came down with an edict that we couldn't fire upon on the enemy unless we were fired, unless they shot us first. And I said, "What? This bull crap. What kind of war is this? It was a police action is all it was."
Yeah,
that's all.
The whites. This sounds like Andrew Jackson. Don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes. What?
No, we weren't even allowed to fire until we got shot. That was the craziest part, because when I came home, we were winning. And I don't know what the hell happened after that. I really don't. It's politics got involved, I guess.
I was just going to say, politics and money. Money happened.
Yeah.
And money is the root of everything. And I always say it, even with this skirmish with Iran, follow the money. Who stands to gain the most? Yep. Most people are not going to like the answer. They're going to deny it. And I can tell you, I have friends right now who are furious with me because I'm like, they keep saying, you're not looking at the facts. I was like, no, I actually am looking at the facts, but I'm looking at them from all different angles and all different cultures. So I'm not just listening to what you're saying, which is parroting whatever the press is saying, which is parroting whatever the government's saying. No, I'm not listening to that at all. I'm listening to the people over there who are saying Israel is a hot mess right now. Their people are literally protesting all over the place, and they can't get out. That's the fun part. The Israeli government has locked their people down. They are not allowed to leave. Oh, go look it up.
Oh, they don't like Netanyahu. I'm surprised he's still in control over there. I guess he's in control. He might not even be in the country right now, from what
he has missed 14 security meetings. 14 security meetings in a row.
It's probably not in the country. Yeah.
Well, they keep saying, well, he released a video. That's proof of life. And I'm looking at the video that they released, not the first one.
AI.
The six-finger video. The second one they released in the coffee shop. And they keep saying, well, this is an AI. And I'm looking at it going, oh, no, that is not a, that is definitely something jiggered with that, because it's way too clean, way too clear. And the movement of the camera, if it was a cell phone, it would be more grainy.
Yep.
It was like 4K on crack, and he was like almost superimposed. And then it was so clear. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I'm looking at the background. I'm like, wait, it's not syncing. Like his movements are not syncing to the background. And it's funny because I've actually put it through like an AI program to see, hey, could this be a fake? No. And it tried to explain off to me. Well, here's again the problem. I was in paranormal investigation. You have got to know audio and you've got to know video and pictures. You have to, because it's the difference between a hoax and not a hoax. And I'm looking at it going, no, that's a deep fake. That is, I don't know.
Arguably, and I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here. There's could be a number of reasons for that. The perfect backgrounds, because of good quality cameras. B, the syncing, that could be a technical issue anyway.
That's what AI said. Mark, I've been looking at video and cameras for 30 years. And I guarantee Dave is on board with this. There is something wrong with the video. And it doesn't sync. I don't care if you had NASA technology in your cameras. There's something wrong with it. It's too perfect. It's too perfect.
It is. It's so perfect. It's like you said, that where's the grain? I mean, and and there's limitations on those cameras also, and they just nobody knows how to hold them steady either.
That's what I mean. I'm literally looking at it. I'm trying to debunk myself because my gut is saying that's a deep fake, but I'm looking at it going, okay, maybe it's not. Okay, what camera could do that? Okay, I don't know any camera that can do that. And not only that, he's in motion, but he's perfect. Like his whole body in that coffee shop. I was like, you might as well. It looks almost like a poster that's moving because it was so perfect. I'm like, no. Like every alarm bell's going off in my head. I'm like, no, that's not. No, the one with the 6 figures actually look more real than this one does.
You're making an assumption that it was created using phone-based cameras, and granted, phone-based cameras are not the greatest, but compared to laptop company, generally speaking, laptop cameras, they're a lot better. But you are making an assumption that it was made using phone-based technology.
No, I'm making the assumption it was made with a high-resolution digital. 100%. Yeah. That's my assumption. That's modern camera gear. Obviously, you don't get a picture that clear with film, period, end of sentence. And again, this comes from years and years and years of experience of looking at pictures. And believe me, 20 years ago, they were really good at hoaxing things with pictures. Really good at it. Like it was hard. You had to go into the exif files to actually of the original photo to see if it had been edited. You had to read the code in the actual exif files.
See, that's what I was asking.
Because that's how good they were.
That's what I was asking Dave before about, because he was in the photography, if he had ever done that before. Like, because I know that whenever you wanted to try to debunk a photo or something, you always go in and check out the code.
Yep.
Yeah, remember exif data can be stripped, can be modified.
Yes. Oh, and as soon as you post it, it's stripped. That's the thing.
I had a photograph published in National Wildlife magazine about 5 years ago, and it was cropped. And when they published it, when I submitted it, it was I submitted a crop image, and when they published it, they had the full image, and I said, well, how did they do that? So they went in there and shrunk my picture down without the crop.
Yep.
And that was 5 or 6 years ago from some stupid magazine, a worldwide magazine, but still they have good people. And,
like I said, they've gotten really, really good at it. And I mean, people don't even understand how good deep fakes are and how hard it's like impossible to debunk some of them, especially the video ones, because they know, because of people like us, Dave, people who know what they're looking at. They know that we're going to start looking for different indicators that are based off of techniques that are decades old.
Oh, yeah.
So they know now what to do to try not to trigger, it's not going to show in those indicators. But it's like I said, when you're looking at something that is more perfect than like professional videos, like made for just no, way too perfect. Way too perfect.
It is.
Almost
It is. Yeah.
I was like, it's like he is the green screen.
It could have been cleaned up using post-processing methods.
Why would you do that? If you're trying
they don't
to
do that. They don't
that's
do
the
it,
thing.
Mark.
If you're trying to do a proof of life video, which is what that was in the coffee shop, why would you edit it and trigger people and say, because I know I'm not the only person who does photography, who knows how to read photography, who looked at that video and went, it looks like he's the green screen. Forget on a green screen. It looks like he's the green screen. For the love of God, what the holy hell is going on right now? I mean, it just, and again, I'm not a person who's particularly would be happy if he is actually dead and they're covering it, because that means there are other people placed within that organization who are just as insidious as he is. So I would almost wish he was alive, because it's like, at least we know what we're dealing with BB. If he is no longer around, who's running everything?
Well,
Yeah,
see,
but he must.
The thing about it is like Israel, people don't really get into too much about their political history. Like their parties have always been fragmented. Like there was never one party that was fully in power. It's always shifting and always changing. I think they even actually had two parties at the same time in control. They took turns.
Well, I think it's funny because I always go back to Rabin. And I always say, you guys have heard me say it a million times on the show, I go back to Yitzhak Rabin. And I say, you know, that man succeeded in heralding peace in that region. And his own people assassinated him for that. I mean, he was like the Jesus Christ of Israel. You know, they took him out. It was a Jew that shot him. And he successfully had peace with the PLO. He had successfully pulled the Jews out of the settlements in Gaza. They had pulled back. And yep, that didn't last very long. He gets assassinated within a week. Bibi Netanyahu's in power, and we have settlements in Israel again. And then he says, "Oh, they started it. They started it. They lobbed stuff at us, and everybody takes his word for it." But if you look at the history since then, he put Hamas in power. Not long after that, supplied them, gave them money. I mean, just gave them everything they needed for power infrastructure, and then says, "Oh well, boo-hoo, they turned on me." They didn't turn on him. I have always said that. The leaders within Hamas, there were people like in Iran right now. There are people in leadership in Iran that are Mossad. It's the same thing with Hamas. There are people within Hamas that are Mossad, and they're decision makers. And I know that for a fact with Iran, because what happened last week? We had two, not one, two IRCG. One was a commander, one was a general, that did what? They ran to Tel Aviv because they were doing what? They were moles. They betrayed Iran. In fact, one of the guys was responsible for multiple assassinations of Hamas figures within Gaza, because he would go over there as a friend. And I see it. All right, guys, I got to take us out to our long break for the evening. Hang in there when we return. Do some researching while you're on this break. Look up what I was saying, because I'm not whistling Dixie, guys. Be back in just a few minutes.
I don't even know how to whistle.
Oh my God, Roger! Come on, again?
Again?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you were still doing it. Oh my goodness.
Dear Lord! All right, guys, give me a minute. I gotta get a Powerade.
I have clear.
I gotta wet my whistle.
Okay. Are you gonna bring Raph back?
Go in there and you kiss his ass.
Not literally, please.
I mean, I don't know. That might actually get him back on the show if she did.
He's playing Fortnite right now, most likely.
Yeah. Give him a chance to jump onto the video game. That's what it is. I know how that works.
Yeah.
Freaking. I don't, like I said about that whole Iran shit, I don't buy into any of that because, like, freaking, first of all, if they cared so much about it, you know, Ayatollah being killed on the first day of freaking bombing would have been all over the freaking news, but not one single media outlet even put it out. It's like,
right, you're right.
I think in Britain there was, I know, alternatives like Susie did, but I think GB News did, or Talk, or one of those mainstream.
I think the only one I've heard
of, if you know what I mean.
The only one I heard that put any of that out was Al Jazeera, I believe. That was it.
I'm sure it's the Guardian, but I think the BBC may have.
I'm going to let this one. I'm going to let this close out, and then I'll bring us right back once it does.
But it's like me and Mark we're going to be talking about BRICS, and I think that has a lot to do with what's going on now. Yep.
The BRICS.
Yeah, Brazil. Yeah, it's India, Italy, India.
I was talking about BRICS 16 years ago. I used to tell people about BRICS, and they go, "What the heck is BRICS?" I said, "Well, look it up. Brazil, India, China, Russia, Saudi, and South Africa was involved with it." Yeah, and now there's other countries that are joined. Didn't Saudi Arabia just join BRICS?
I don't know if they or not.
Don't think so. I think so.
They were supposed to get in there, and somebody else. I thought the Iraq was trying to get in there also, and So
well, we're going to get cut off here pretty soon, so don't get into too much of a detail and things like that. Because
well, they got all the gold in Shanghai. What do they got? 35 tons of gold in Shanghai, China, right now, I think, in the BRICS.
Yep.
Yeah, but
something like that.
That's. I think the silver is the thing, not the gold.
Well, the silver is a big part of it. Don't get me wrong.
That's a manufacturing part. Yeah, that's a manufacturing.
Yeah, because all electronics need silver.
Oh, absolutely. And with all these missiles that they're sending off,
there's so many ounces in silver in each one of them, and I am going to bring them right back here in just a minute for hour 2 of the VIXEN'S Vault. That room ran out. Hey, David. Gonna bring everybody else back in here.
Hey, Mark, there you are. I every time I come on, when you get me on, I'm on mute, so I have to go up and click on it. I keep forgetting.
That's just how it is.
How you been, Mark? Okay. Texas? Was it in Texas?
What's that?
The Air Force Base where they had it locked down, where 2 people were shot.
Couple
times. One person was just yesterday and today or something. I saw in the news.
That, but I'm sure it will come up.
It wasn't Fort Hood, but it was some other. I can't even remember the name of it because I never even heard of the place.
They actually changed the name of Fort Hood. I don't know if they changed it back yet or not, but it'll always be Fort Hood to me and most of the folks that live here.
Yeah.
Fort Hood, where all the secrets are kept.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell no secrets.
Where did Nancy go?
She said she had to go
to see Ralphie to smooth things over. Yeah, well, the last I heard on because before we ended on the other one was the silver. That China is in control of all the silver right now, and they have export companies that they're controlling, and they're only going to allow so much silver to go out to the world.
They stopped it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, listen to Jack. Jack said that they had stopped it. I don't know if they've opened it back up again yet or not, but I heard it was stopped.
I have to do some. I have to crunch the numbers on that one.
Yeah, because
China isn't the only player in that game.
Yeah, yesterday
so, yeah,
it was.
do some research.
Yesterday it was $80 an ounce here, and it was selling for like 102 over in I don't know, in the Far East, in the Mid East. Yeah.
Yeah,
no, maybe it was the Far
It's
East.
down to like 77 right now or something like that. But
yeah, well, it was 75, so
I
it
mean,
went up.
someone's flooding the market.
Yeah.
Is how they. I mean, silver's always like that. Come on, Nancy, we're gonna.
No,
We got about 2 minutes until we.
Better call her. Let me see.
I am calling her.
Nancy, that's you gotta go, Nancy. Like literally call her, Nancy.
Nancy, you listening?
Freaking! Oh my god! The stress.
So Roger, did you get any meteor chunks when that thing hit in Ohio yesterday or today or whatever the hell it was, that meteor?
No, it never. I mean, it was like they didn't even put it on the news here. It was crazy.
It warmed up today, Roger.
Yeah, it actually did. It made it to 52 degrees. We had 2 days just hit. One went down to where it felt like 1 degree, and then one went up to felt like it was 3 degrees. It was like
yeah. When I was speaking to you earlier, it was 12 C centigrade, but it actually jumped up to something like 16, 17. So
it was actually, it was really weird. It was kind of like winter didn't want to let go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just it just felt been sleeping like.
Yeah, I talked to my sister-in-law. She's in Grand Rapids last night, and she said it was wind chill was -6. I said, forget it, man. I said, right now I'm 58. So,
yeah, these people think it's smart to live up there too. I'm like, are you kidding me, man? You stay, whatever.
No way, no way. No, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. No.
I remember going to Chicago. The one time I did go to Chicago in the cold weather, I remember that thing I told you guys about snot freaking sticking to the side of my face.
Yeah. There you are.
When you're peeing, it's freezing, right, Roger?
Yeah.
You're outside.
I was walking down to the store, man, and a freaking whole thing of snot comes out of my nose and just freezes to the cheek, dude.
Did you have a beard at the time?
No, no beard. It was just. But I'm walking into a convenience store with a freaking snot frozen to my freaking cheek, dude.
Oh,
you know how
God,
embarrassing that is?
That's like, you know, there's only one thing that can actually make me dry heave, right? And that's what it is. I'm just.
Yeah, really.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not
good.
Here.
Oh, don't just stop, please, because I will start dry heaving.
Oh God, I'm thinking about it myself. I just drank coffee too.
Roger, do a bit of research on a old British TV character that started off in I think it was BBC Breakfast TV called Gilbert.
Oh, I know Gilbert.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
We all know Gilbert, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, which that's something else you guys were talking about, like the bandwidth shortages and stuff. I do have a alert that went out earlier today. It's emotional bandwidth shortages are now being reported across all time zones.
Well, we're under 30 seconds. Yeah. I've noticed that too here lately.
Yep.
Well, you know, that might be because of the they're going after the underwater cables.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side for the second hour right now.
10:05 p.m., March the 18th, 2026. Yesterday was St. Patty's Day. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Not a lot of celebrating, I think, this weekend. Usually they do it the weekend before, but I think it's more so this weekend than it was last weekend. I see a lot of advertising for events this weekend. Just kind of sucks when St. Patty's Day falls in the early part of the week or the weekdays. And Mark, do you guys even celebrate that over there?
I was talking to Roger. We had a stream on the weekend, and I was saying that really we don't really. It's really a US sort of an American Irish thing rather than a British Irish thing. Yeah, don't really hear about it that much.
Well, yeah, it's like the Irish Mardi Gras. I mean, it gives them an excuse to go out to a bar and get really hammered. And actually, in Tampa, they actually dye part of the bay green.
Okay,
No
there.
joke, every year. Yep,
Like
they do it every
Chicago
year.
River, man.
I've actually seen an Irish documentary of it. Ireland does celebrate it, but they don't do it the same way we do. Like that, we use that what's that meat they use where they put it in the freaking
Corned beef.
Corned beef, yeah. Well, instead of them using corned beef, they're big on potatoes.
Oh, because of famine. Yeah, from the famine.
Yep. The Irish potato famine. Yep.
I'm just wondering, is it popular in both North Ireland and the Republic of Ireland? I think it may be more popular in the Republic.
I don't know.
It might be again, too, because you guys forget, because of the Irish potato famine, a lot of those Irish got on boats and came here and to Canada.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's actually when we had the biggest influx of Irish immigrants was during the potato famine. So it's, yeah, it kind of makes sense that it would be more celebrated over here than over there. I guess that it does make more sense to me, especially the way it's celebrated, because I know it is like a huge party over here.
Arguably, this is one reason why the Union won the American Civil War, because as soon as at the time, as soon as the Irish came off the boats in New York, they were signed up.
I got to tell you, they were treated like, you know, it's an argument I always make when we talk about reparations for slavery. And I get real quiet. I'm like, y'all need to look into what was called indentured servitude here in the States, and mainly the Irish were involved with the indentured servitude and the Chinese. And it was worse than being a slave. At least a slave had a roof over their head and got fed.
And Italy as well. Italy as well.
Yeah, it was bad. I mean, the Irish were treated really badly. Really badly.
One thing I do have to clear up with Mark is I did do research on the Christmas tree in Ireland, and I was wrong. It was actually influenced by Queen Victoria's German consort, which was Prince Albert.
I thought you were.
That's a Nordic thing. The tree.
And Prince Albert, just so everybody knows, is a piercing on the weenie.
Oh Lord. What made you go? Oh, God.
That's what it is, dude. That is.
I know, but you're making me have nightmare memories.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know, dude. It's like I found that out, and I was like, "Oh my God, I bet you that's the same guy too."
It's a very intricate piercing. And trust me, when it gets infected, it is not pretty.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Like I said, what the heck would make you go look at that? Ugh.
Well,
I gotta tell you guys.
I didn't look at it.
Please don't.
I was just talking about like a Christmas tree.
I've got a real aversion to tongue piercings.
That's another one.
Yeah, that's even worse.
That's another one. I've seen some. Let me tell you guys, if you saw what I saw when I was working as a medic, the tongue piercings, the nose piercings, the clitoral piercings, and the Prince Alberts. Oh yeah, I had a young friend who actually had a little bell on her clitoris.
Oh God, that's gonna hurt.
she was freaking out. She was like 18 and she had to go for this x-ray and her mom was taking her and she was freaking out because she couldn't take it out yet and it was too new. And she's like, what do I do? What do I do? I was like, you're screwed. That's going to show up on the x-ray, man. You better hope they don't want to do an MRI because you're going to stick to the top of the machine.
That's right. With an MRI.
I thought I was all cool when I had my holiday underwear. Like I had my boxers. Like I'd stand up. When I stand up, it would sing Jingle Bells. Jingle Bells.
No.
You just remind me. I think about it must have been during Cameron's government. There was a lot of talk of. Actually, it was during May's government. There was a lot of talk about female clitoris.
It's okay, you can say it, dude.
and trying to
okay, guys and gals, family friendly.
Okay. my point is that that there was plans to actually outlaw these cosmetic treatments
because it was dangerous and it actually kills the nerve endings. I mean, it's like nipple piercings do that too. People don't realize, you get that done and 10 years from now you're going to have some problems because it actually kills off the nerve endings. So it's like that's what I said I remember telling my friend that. I was like, like 10 years from now, that's going to be a super fun problem to have when you're having sex. But just letting you know, that's probably not the smartest move you've ever made.
Well, see, the best thing to do in that situation is you take your fingers and you put them up on the nipples and you just rub them in a circle.
Lord.
Enough.
See, wow. Mark's going to kill us all.
I thought we were going to talk about UFOs this week.
I'm trying to.
Crying out loud.
That way.
Not unexplained things that could happen in bed.
This is all identified objects, Mark.
Oh, not necessarily. But moving on from that, I did actually go in and take a look at what's going on with some of the different networks right now. And like Facebook is down. Claude, it looks like a lot of the AI platforms are having big problems. Claude is down.
Right? Oh,
yep.
Wow.
Insta is down. Grok is down. X is wavering. Microsoft Outlook's down. Alexa's down. Oh boy. LinkedIn is now wavering. Vanguard is down. US Cellular is down. What
It being hacked? Is it hacked?
I don't know. This looks like there's something corrupted within the AI platforms. That could be a hack.
Oh,
the others, GitHub is now down. There goes GitHub. GitHub is the hacker's toolbox. So
maybe in the US, but I'm just checking Facebook and GitHub and Facebook's okay.
Hold on, it's gonna
okay.
Facebook is down in the northeast of the United States and a little bit north of me, like Central Florida. Let's see here. And what is the main portion of down? 37%. It's their feed and timeline, and 23% it's the login. And the rest is like minor, like uploading and stuff like that. But 17% can't use their app, and it's still on the climb. So more and more people are going down. That could be a problem with a hub. But let me see here.
It could be a CDN issue. Therefore, it would be an Amazon AWS issue, wouldn't it? In these all Cloudflare.
Look at this. Almost all these AI programs are all having issues in New York, specifically. Look at that. Yep, there goes Grok. Grok's New York. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, it all seems to be centered into the Northeast United States. Amazon Alexa, let's take a look where she's having issues. Yep, New York. That could actually be that could be a bigger problem than we think, actually. Because normally when it starts like that, it spreads very quickly. Vanguard. Let's take a look at Vanguard.
Again, more than likely it's a Cloudflare issue or potentially AWS. It's more of a CDN issue, I'm guessing.
Well, again, I know one of the things that has been talked about, if you go into I follow like Tech Times, lots of different, tech programs or tech websites and stuff to see kind of what's going on and what people are thinking, because our problems here are not necessarily the same as they are overseas. And I will tell you that with the bandwidth, that has been an ongoing problem for about 2 weeks now. And it seems to throttle and then release, then throttle, then release, then throttle, then release. But one of the things that Tech Times was postulating was that it's because they're going after the underwater cables that link the Middle East to Europe. And then, of course, it comes across the Atlantic Ocean to the States. And I thought, you know what? That actually makes sense. It's not the first time I've heard that. Because if you really want to cause chaos, disrupt those links, disrupt those underwater cables, because that is what it's the connection's not. Everybody thinks the connections are through the air. No, most of our connections, our connectivity is underwater.
Yeah.
So it's like it would be very, very devastating. Even the lines that come through the Straits of Hormuz, really bad if those lines get hit and taken out. So, yeah, the only people that really get by air signals are probably like government officials. Yeah, everybody else, we're stuck on the underwater cables, unfortunately. But it would be a very devastating hit if you took those lines out. Just saying. But that being said, we can talk about, hey, Mark, maybe aliens are chewing on the underwater cables. How's that?
Hey, that sounds like a great idea, because Jack talked about aliens being underwater, and there'd be like billions of cities, or lots of cities. Well, probably not billions, but lots of cities under the ocean.
That it's that does.
Cocoon. I'm just thinking Cocoon.
That was filmed not far from me. Okay. Did you know that? That was actually filmed in Clearwater, Florida, which is right below me. I know the actual streets they were on in Clearwater when they were filming it. But that was the Clearwater Moat Marine that they used in there. That was the dock. But I can put it this way: for decades now, and again, Dave knows this. He's in ufology. The water has been a bigger focus than outer space, even, because there's been so many documented witness statements and sightings of things coming out of the water, whether it be Lake Michigan, that's a hot spot, Lake Okeechobee here in Florida, off in the west, off the Southern California coast.
Oh, yeah,
like that whole coastal area. Yeah, it's a
Catalina,
known
near
area.
Catalina. Yeah.
Yep.
They got that shelf on there. Yeah, the shelf, the continental shelf out there underneath it. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And it's funny because they denied it. And then, of course, the experience with the Nimitz was right in that area. Yep. So it's like, yeah, no, they've been seeing Tic Tacs out there for decades now. So I guess maybe to people who have followed that field, it's kind of like you're seeing these little disclosures here and there, and it's almost laughable, because this is information that's been circulated for a long time. But to people who were always told that UFOs were a joke, I get it where the disclosure shook a lot of people. But in the same respect, I mean, you have more of a possibility of there being life on other planets than you do of proving the existence of God. Okay, much larger.
Where we get to the difficulty, the issue here. Sure, there may be life on other planets, but how many of those civilizations have the ability to travel to Earth?
Well, I guess the question would be, what makes you think when you talk about the chronology of the universe, we are incredibly young. Compared to everybody else, we are really young. I mean, like, we're talking time spans in between that we can't even really understand with our brain because they're so large. But to say, and this is why I've always said this, where the science community, the educated community, has always kind of done this arrogant thumb the nose up at the thought of other civilizations that are probably way beyond us as far as intelligence. Because it's like you can't get your head around it. But then, if you think about it, if you stop and sit back and say, wait a minute, I mean, we are like in our infant stages. I mean, the
Below
Milky Way,
kindergarten.
yeah.
Below kindergarten.
I mean, we are really young. I mean, for us to say that there couldn't be something that, I always said that maybe like Frank Herbert with Dune, some of these writers that wrote so far ahead of their times, and the folding of space, and I'm like, well, that's actually a quantum physics equation right there. So how did he know that? 100 years ago almost. It's like the information's there, and if we're capable of thinking of it, what makes you think that something that's been around trillions of years longer than we have isn't way past that already?
Well, it's just like Morris Jessup. You guys remember him, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that came up with the underwater base theory for Malibu. I think it was Malibu underwater alien base. And the weird part about him is, like, a lot of ufologists are real suspicious about the way he died because they said that he committed suicide in his car and from carbon monoxide poisoning. There's a lot of people who don't think that's the way it happened.
Well, and you've got modern people too. When you talk about the underwater theories, you've got people like, again, Catherine Austin Fitts, who has been very public lately on her campaign to expose the fact that we have underground cities that are way advanced, very, very much more advanced than the topside cities are. And, they're capable of doing all these things. And you think to yourself, well, if that's the case, then, if that technology is available to us, humans, these young, stupid creatures that we are, what makes you think there couldn't be something living under our oceans that's been there since, way longer than we've been around? And I've always...
Also, something that occurs to me is there's the sort of lifespan of a civilization argument. Sure, you could argue that at one point there was civilizations that had the ability to produce such technologies, but who's to say that these civilizations still exist? Wars happen, disease happen.
I agree with that, but I also would think, who's to say they didn't integrate? And who's to say they didn't leave behind traces? That's why I've always said things like the Vatican Vault really annoy me. Even the Library of Alexandria really kind of annoyed me because they weren't, put it this way, they weren't there for all. They're there for a very select few. That information that was stored in Alexandria and in the vault, they're not, general population as a whole is not given that information. Why not? Why not? If it's just information according to our history, what are you so afraid of us finding? Why are those documents not available to us?
Also, there's the argument that sure, that information may be out there, but it may not be, or people might not be able to understand it. It might not be easy to translate.
Okay, but again, isn't that a bit arrogant? Because I can tell you that, again, translation sometimes doesn't come from the experts. Sometimes, some of these translators, especially Egyptian, the cuneiform, I thought that was very interesting how that it was actually some of those codes were broken. It was by people who were not experts in the field. They just looked at it differently. And they were correct. It's like there's no Rosetta Stone that unlocks all world languages, but in the same respect, there are patterns to everything. It's just a matter of how you view those patterns and whether or not it's correctly stimulating in your brain. It's just like it's very frustrating to me because we are arrogant. Humanity as a whole, we are a very arrogant species, very arrogant.
On the opposite side, you could argue that it's arrogant to believe that you can translate.
Why? Why is that arrogance? If it's
because
correct,
you were saying that you have the ability. You know that you've got the ability.
Oh, not me. No, well, I can't. I was going to say personally, no. I'm very good at pattern matching, but when it comes to that stuff, yeah, no. I could never sit there and look at cuneiform all day long trying to figure out what it said. I would probably hang myself, to be very honest with you.
Gotta go out on a break.
Oh, that's right. I'm looking at the time now. All right, guys, last break of the evening. We shall return with the completion of the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
Okay, now you can talk, Roger. We're on radio break.
Oh, I don't want to talk right now.
He's thinking about nipples and rolling them in his thumb. I know what he's doing.
God, really?
He's still back there somewhere.
No.
We lost Roger as soon as that conversation happened. Roger is now in his happy place. Let's just leave him be.
Would you go and get a cold shower, please?
Yeah, you gotta take into consideration. There was also the Owanuses too. When it comes to ancient Sumar, the Owanus was like a fish-man hybrid.
Yep.
So this goes
His
like
name
all
was
the way
Jack,
back.
right?
No, Owanus. Well, Jack is the merman. There's the difference.
Well, you said he was a fish guy.
Poor Jack. Poor Jack.
Well,
poor Jack.
Yeah.
Lord Edworthy wishes that he could be a merman. He walks to the shore whenever he can, and he stares out at the sea, and he says, "Why? Why can't it be me? Why can't I be?"
Funny enough,
I'm telling you, Roger, you watch too much Japanese yaoi anime.
Well, he could
all right?
be.
Stop that.
He could
You need to
be.
look at Yuri or some of the other kinds. All right.
We could make Mark a Fabio merman. That would work.
That's what I mean. Seriously, that's it.
I haven't swam for many years, but I used to be an extremely good swimmer.
Cold weather headlight.
We could just do like an abyss thing, amniotic fluid, put it in a mask, and just flop it on his head. Breathe, Mark. Strip him down. Do the Fabio flip. Throw him in the water. We're good.
Actually, when I said cocoon earlier, I really meant abyss.
It's one of my favorite movies. It is one of my favorite movies. I love The Abyss. That's such a good movie. Really is. And it was very innovative because that actually, I know that the military has worked on that with the breathable amniotic fluid. And that is a fact. Infants breathe amniotic fluid.
Wasn't that in Abyss or Sphere or something like that?
Yeah.
That's what we were just saying.
Yeah.
Mark, did you just pop in?
No.
I'm
just, I'm all over the place, man.
Well,
hold on, let me light up.
That kind of fits into what I was saying about soft disclosure before too, and a lot of people don't believe that stuff. But you take a look at that.
I'm telling you, Edworthy keeps the good stuff. He won't give me any.
Oh, boo-hoo!
Look at that movie, The Abyss, and tell me that that's not soft disclosure.
I believe it is in multiple ways. Like I said, it's too accurate scientifically, where people say that doesn't exist, but you're looking at it going, well, theoretically speaking, why not? Because somebody thought of that, but that's actually factually true.
Anyways,
That's where I first learned about where you could actually put somebody into hypothermia and then bring them back to life, and it slow their heart rate down moments before they die.
Yep, cool their body down. Yep.
Wobbly said they all drowned. Yeah, the true story is that's what really happened in real life. But, in Hollywood, they lived. But anyways, because it was based on a real story, just like the Starship Enterprise. Yeah.
Well, the Starship Enterprise is like a bunch of gay Klingons and stuff.
Oh, no.
Don't. Where's Scotty when we need him? Oh, my God. Set him straight.
By the way, Mark, I'm going to get Matt Moniz on next week.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Yep.
Did you talk to Lala and Willie Windwalker? And
I reached out to Lala. I was going to say, I've reached out to Lala. She's not responded to me.
Okay.
So I'm waiting on a response from her.
Okay.
The other two, not really. I mean, Matt, like I said, when it comes to UFOs, Bigfoot, anything in that arena, he's been doing this 40, 50 years now. So it's like that Matt's a fountain of information.
He was on just
okay,
recently, wasn't he?
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
And we are back for the final segment of the Vixen's Vault. The breaks are so much fun. I made Mark into a merman. It was awesome. It was really he even had a Fabio flip
Not this one.
with the mertail. No, Mark Edworthy. Well, Mark, you would actually. Now I got to think about that. I have to talk to AI. I'm going to make like a little image of Mark as a producer Mark as a merman. Oh, that could be fun. That could be lots of fun.
No.
Why not?
No, I need more hair. Make me into a dog man.
He listens to ska. He listens to ska, dude. Don't be doing that. You don't want people. No, it's bad enough that he listens. Like, you don't want a merman who listens to ska and hickabilly.
Wait a minute. He listens to ska. Mark, you're not a surfer, though. How does that work? My son listens to ska.
But, I've always liked ska. The Specials, Sublime, and groups like that,
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Oh, boy. All right. That being said, I'm going to make one final comment. We were talking on the break about self-disclosure in movies, and we were actually talking about the movie The Abyss, which is one of my favorites. And to this day, if it's on, I will sit and watch the whole thing in its entirety. Very well-made movie. But, I wanted to point out, we were talking about, the part where they're using the fluid as a form of oxygen. It was actually liquid oxygen, basically, for the divers to be able to make very, very deep dives so the pressure would not kill them. And the thought process of that, that's realistic, because babies do breathe amniotic fluid when they're fetuses in their sac, in their placental sac. But that being said, too, I want to point out, before this goes much further, we had gills. Humans as a species, we have them actually as we're forming as a fetus. We have gills, and we also have webbing between our fingers and our toes. So the whole MER theory isn't really too far off, because we do have genetic throwbacks within our DNA that show us that we were once a water-based creature. So it's very interesting thought process, though. And actually, that's one of the reasons I think the reptilians could actually exist. And it's one of the few alien, I guess you could say, reported groups that I think I always kind of nod and say, I could see there being a reptilian race. I could see there being a gray race. Little green men, I don't know, unless they're little green reptiles. I don't know. But there's certain things within the UFO field that they talk about where you do nod and say, I can see that being true. I can also see it being true that humanity or Homo sapiens are not originally from this planet. I could actually see that being a truth also. Again, I think it's kind of foolish to not think that in some ways.
I think a lot of people kind of forget, too, that fish are not reptilians. You know what I mean?
No.
And you got like two different species, like when it comes to that.
Some fish are kind of it's weird though, Roger, because like some fish, they're not reptilian, but they have reptilian qualities to them. Like we have some here in Florida that Dave, I'm sure, is familiar with also, that actually walk on land. Yep. They will scare the crap out of you too. They are ugly.
Just to set the record straight, I am from Jupiter.
Are you ascending?
Jupiter, Florida, or Jupiter planet?
Whichever one, it's fine. I'm a relocate.
No, but we do. We have walking fish, and they are freaking creepy and slimy, and God.
Yeah.
Flying fish too. We got flying fish also.
Yep. Fish with wings. Yep.
We have fish here that have alligator snouts.
We have alligator gar, which is
alligator.
Yeah, alligator gar look like fish. An alligator's got shoved into a fish. If they really do, they're ugly too. But they're not really.
We got freshwater. Got freshwater ones that look just like that.
Right. Not pretty animals. It's kind of like I always say that it's like we have beautiful creatures here in Florida. Our ecosystem is really, really very vast and varied. But we have some of the ugliest things you could ever imagine that you don't even expect it. Like you lift up a plant bush, you're like, oh dear God, put it back down again. Did I really see that? Oh my God, that was ugly. Even in the sea, you know, people have this romanticized vision of what's under the water, and some of it is just breathtaking, but some of it's like, oh yeah, no, you need to cook in that shell longer. Just go back in the shell and cook a little bit more.
You know, it's the coolest thing you guys have down there. It's
Mhm.
something that you'll never find anywhere else, and it's flying squirrels, dude.
Yes, we do have, and we have flying squirrels. We have monkeys. We have all sorts of weird. Yep. In fact,
Those
was gonna say,
flying
we-
squirrels, man, though, I mean, them suckers, when I was living there, I used to love watching the trees because they would jump off the branch and they would
Yep.
just glide, dude. I mean, just
Yep.
for
Well,
forever.
I was gonna say squirrel suits are actually based off the flying squirrel.
Mhm.
So that's kind of what they were going for.
Yeah.
That construction of the winged arm. That's actually based off the flying squirrel. And they are so cute to look at, but man, they're vicious. They're like what are they called? Otters. Otters are freaking adorable, and they're all over the place down here. But they are vicious little shits, man. They're not so cute to pet unless they're tamed, because they are just, man, they got some big teeth too. But
Petting
just-
otters, dude, seriously.
Much like what we have otters in this country, but much more common down where badgers.
oh yeah, your
Really
badgers are like
vicious
our
animals.
beavers, aren't they? Are your badgers are like comparative? Oh, I did not. Oh, okay, Roger. Reel it in, Roger.
I did
Reel
not
it in.
say a word, dude. I tried to just, I tried, I really,
You know, Mark's head just hit the table, right?
yeah.
oh
my
boy.
God.
Sorry about that. But
I
I will say too, Roger, we're gonna be stuck here now, aren't we?
No, I'm done. I was like, what?
Oh, you're really done. But
Oh, God.
also, Dave, very cool to note, off the coast of Port Richey, which is like 2 miles south of me, there is a 16-foot great white shark right now.
No way.
Yep, a female.
Oh.
She pinged right off the coastline. So she's like, and she's in really close too, for as warm as the water is now. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Why do we have one that large in this close when we are going from 90 degrees to 30 degrees to 90 degrees to 30 degrees? So the water is probably about 68 to 72 degrees, which is warmer than it is for, you know, great whites normally stay in cold water. But yeah, no, she pinged off right off our coast. I was like, ooh, geez, I'm not going scuba diving anytime soon.
Oh no.
Ugh. Yeah, but like I said, it's a cool ecosystem. I mean, where Dave is, he's got buffalo and everything else out there.
Oh yeah, we got the
Yep.
yeah Florida bison. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, we
yep.
got 'em.
Yep, like I said, vast and varied ecosystem. And I always tell people, if crap ever hits the fan, you've got plenty of sources of meat and plenty of sources of flora. So, I mean, there's almost everything in your lawn is edible except the grass. So it's like, yeah, it's not a bad place to live if crap hits the fan, put it that way. But as far as like UFOlogy goes, you would think Florida would be more active than it is because of NASA and Space Force, because we have both.
Well, a couple of years ago, when the first time I went out and photographed SpaceX, I don't know if I told you guys this, but there was and then I put it. I put I put it in the computer. It was a night shot. It was like 1:06 in the morning, and then I noticed this little star. So I kept on cropping and enlarging it on my computer, and it looked like a flying saucer sitting there. And I was telling somebody about it. One of the guys at the next launch, night launch, about a week later, and he says, "Oh yeah, that was probably Elon up there watching his SpaceX go off."
Or Elon's car. You forget they launched a Tesla into orbit. It's still up there. every once in a while.
Technically around the orbit of the sun.
Don't worry.
Yeah, something like that. But
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that every once in a while somebody comes up with a meme of like Elon in the driver's seat waving.
I mean, don't you think that it'd be horrible? The first vehicle that aliens see of humans would be a DeLorean. I mean, seriously.
Oh yeah. Oh, Back to the
horrible.
Future, man. Back to the Future.
Well, Willie launched a Ford Pinto into space, and they rejected him at the at the International Space Station because he didn't have the codes, and they didn't want any of that monkey poo getting in there either.
The monkey poo was the best part of the story. Contaminating space with monkey poo.
Oh God. Oh God. You know what? There was something else I wanted to say too. Oh, you guys remember the general that disappeared last week?
Oh yeah, yeah. He took his gun with him.
Yeah, his gun and a couple other like really weird, not standard things, but
left his phone home. Yeah.
It was really interesting though, because I saw something today that made my eyebrow go. Whoop. It was about one of his co-workers who apparently disappeared at the end of 2025, and she was also out on a hike. So,
that's right.
Yeah, it's a really interesting comparison, but they weren't working on something in the UFO fields. They were working I think it was a rocket fuel together, and they both have disappeared. And nobody's seen a hide nor hair of them since they've been gone.
Gone like 2 weeks now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a little different when somebody like of his status disappears than when like a normal. Yeah, she was a scientist. She was part of this project, but she wasn't a general. I mean, it's here we go. I'm looking for the actual article so I can give you. Here it is. Okay, so her name she's aerospace engineer Monica Jacinta Reza, co-inventor of a key U.S. rocket alloy, vanished while hiking in 2025. Months later, Major General William Neal McCaslin, who oversaw the program that funded it, also disappeared. So that could be the connection. It makes me want to dig into what alloy were they working on, because I thought that I don't believe in coincidence. You know that I do not believe in coincidences like that. I'm like, nope. Well, it's not cool.
When you start talking about caves and underwater stuff and everything, and then like your disappearances, like I mean that kind of reminds me of Kenny Beach. Snakebite McGee. He ended up talking about that mysterious cave that was in the desert of Nevada.
Yep. Tosh Plumlee talked about that. That's so interesting because Tosh was another one who apparently, I don't know if you know who he is, but Tosh was supposedly CIA for many, many, many years. He was actually a podcaster before COVID, very popular. Tosh Plumlee, Plumlee.
Oh, okay.
And he was very much into the UFO things, but he was also very much into the Native American tribes. And he was in Nevada, and he used to explore the cave systems up there. And he did a whole thing on this where he said he stopped doing it because the last time he was there, this elder appeared out of nowhere. He's like, I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere, and we're deep into these caves, and all of a sudden, this elderly Indian guy comes out and basically told us that, this is a sacred area and we were not to go any further, and started giving us this history. And he said it was really, I guess it shook them up because not only did he just kind of manifest out of nowhere, he disappeared after, and he was telling them how they lived in these caves and how their people came from these caves. Mm-hmm. It's a very, very, very interesting story. And I actually had Tosh on one of my shows. He's a really good guy. But he, like I said, after COVID, he just kind of disappeared. I mean, I looked at for obituaries, everything, but nothing, gone.
Yep.
So weird. It's so weird. I know a couple of people that just like gone.
Well,
Have no idea what happened to them.
Beach, he made claims that he did a solo hike near Nellis Air Force Base, and it's close to Area 51, and he found a cave that was shaped like the capital M. And,
I've actually been out there. That's the Sierra Nevadas.
Mm-hmm.
I have. You guys have seen the picture. I've actually been to the front and back gate of Area 51, and we had a drive from Las Vegas, which takes you right by Nellis. It's one road all the way out to like Rachel, Nevada, which is the last town before you start getting towards the Air Force Base's property.
Alien Inn.
Yep, I have pictures of me at the Alien Inn and also at Steve Mesler's mailbox.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yes. Yep. And it's funny because everybody said to me, "Did you see anything? Did you see anything?" I was like, "I saw the guys up on the ridge with the binoculars looking at me as I stood next to the sign that said, 'Do not step past this point.'" And I was like, "Yeah, no." And they followed us. Like they followed us from the front gate to the back gate. And they weren't like in a military vehicle. They were in like a pickup truck. I have a picture of me standing next to the sign saying no photography and no stepping beyond this point. I've actually got my camera around my neck. And you look right behind me on the ridge and there's the truck. So, yeah, it was, like I said, it was a really cool trip. I'm really glad I did it. And I always said I was one of the last people to climb Tikaboo Peak before they shut it down. And that was the guy, Hans, the guy that took us on that, because we had like a tour guide, a German guy he had done this a dozen times, and he was helping us get up there, but he ended up he was arrested by the FBI before that, and they had gone through all this stuff, but it was for good reason, because he dug up one of the sensors from Moog Lake Road going out to the base, because they're buried like 6 feet deep in the road, and they're basic, really ultra sensitive motion sensors. He dug one up and took it home with him. Idiot. So yeah, he got in trouble. He got in big trouble. And then I saw him in the news again like 2 years ago for getting in trouble again because he was trying to take people up to the peak. And the thing with Tikaboo Peak that most people didn't know is the last privately owned mountain out there that you could climb and see the base from. And basically, the government bought it. But it was the last one. And yeah, apparently they didn't like us scrambling up that peak. Although, I gotta tell you, that was not a fun climb. that place, that mountain is like shale. It's like vertical shale. So
hey Nancy, do you think you think you could throw a drone over Area 51 and look at it, or they would shoot it down?
No, they'd shoot it down. That or they'd disable it. See, that's the thing. They don't need to use weapons anymore. And I think that's another thing that bothers me with the war that we're seeing right now over in Iran. We have technology that's so far advanced beyond what they're using over there that would simplify everything, if you understand what I'm saying. It wouldn't be bloody. But they literally have like EM pulse directed type weapons where they can shoot a pulse right at a drone and knock it right out of the sky. It'll just die. It loses all power. So, yeah, no, you're not going to get a drone over that airspace. You can't even get a drone over MacDill airspace. Good luck. Because they will pop those suckers out.
Would you remind me, what was that British technology that we reviewed last year, that truck then?
It was microwave. There's microwave sensors where now they can hit you with microwave energy and like separate people who are like protesting and stuff. If they don't want you too close, to just hit you with it. It's on the back end of most of these armored vehicles. It's just a dish, and they just hit you with microwaves.
Is that what they use in Venezuela?
Close, not quite. Those were modulated frequency devices. Mm-hmm. And believe me, what they used down there was child's play for what they have. And I've been saying that for years, but
they could cook you like a freaking
like a microwave.
Microwave chicken, dude.
Yep, from the inside out, real quick. But just even like I just popped on this article. I have another site I look after. It's called Artificial Intelligence News. But breaking: someone just open sourced a full suite for tracking satellites and decoding their radio signals locally. You don't even need the internet. It uses SDR to pull weather images and raw data straight from space to your hard drive. 100% open sourced. Now, if we're capable of doing that as regular people with a little bit of talent, what the hell do you think the military is capable of doing? That's what I mean when I say, guys, they are so far past anything we can really kind of get our heads around. It's our AR-15s and all that. That's child's play. They don't need that anymore. And in fact, I said to Rafi, one of the things that I've kind of always thought about is, I know the President of the United States has a kill switch, not just for the internet. He has a power kill switch. I was like, he has one, and so does Xi Jinping.
There's one thing that both of us working in IT are aware of. It's one thing to have these technologies. It's another thing to actually deploy them.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But they've had decades, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking, Ben Rich talked about this stuff back in the 1990s. And he was Skunkworks. He ran Skunkworks for Lockheed Martin.
Tesla talked about this stuff, man. What are you talking about? Ionosphere technology. Like, if you can tap into the ionosphere, you have unlimited potential, dude. Like, you could do whatever you wanted, man.
Yep. And like I said, what they did in Venezuela, that was child's play. That was basically showing people, hey, guess what? The technology is there. We're just going to use a little bit of it. So that's why Iran makes no sense to me, unless it's a trap for Bibi. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. When I run it through scenarios, I'm like, this is a giant trap. This is a big old honey trap. Because Bibi Netanyahu has one form of honey, and it's not a female, and it's not a male. It is money and power. That is his honey. And Iran is all about the money from the oil and the power. So, yeah.
Not so sure, because I'm looking at things from a wider perspective. I'm thinking of Turkey and Saudi Arabia, but
well, Turkey's going to pop off.
Well,
I mean,
I'm thinking economics too. We were talking on the break when you had to go away about BRICS, okay, and that's a real big threat to a lot of these people who are instigating wars. And who are they going against? They're going against the same members who are members of BRIC.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Let's not forget one of the biggest players in the world, China.
Yep. But again, let's not forget that both China and Russia have pretty much sat on their laurels. They've not really done anything reactively, and that should tell you a lot. They're sending arms. Okay, well, that's not really helping. They're not really responding.
Well, it's helping them, though. You see, whenever you buy and sell weapons, you make a profit. That's why the United States always went to wars, because everybody knew you made profit during wartime. Wartime profits are amazing.
Also, there's a bigger issue there. It's oil. The argument that we could be, at least for Europe, we could start seeing, in fact, I saw something about potential rationing in the UK if the Iranian war continues too long.
Well, and you guys are in trouble anyway, because your biggest oil company over there is BP, British Petroleum, and they are in big trouble over here. So, I mean, they've got a their biggest refinery went on strike this morning. They got locked out. That's Whiting in Indiana. And, you can tell, although BP's got a huge profit margin, like they're in the billions in their profits, but they also are in trouble economically. And it's like they're trying to cut these guys' contracts and everything. And it's like, it's not going to happen. the strikers are not gonna. The union's not gonna put up with it, and I don't blame them. It's for one circumstance where I'm actually in support of the union, because I saw the contract that BP was trying to get them to accept. I'm like, oh yeah, you'd have to be an idiot. I mean, they wanted. Oh, I got it at the end of the show. I was going to say, okay, guys, I got to make this really short. Make this really, really short. Have a great week. We'll talk to y'all next week. We're out of here. Night.
Later.
You were on a roll, Nancy.
All right.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm sorry.
Mark
was circling his
I was
hand.
waiting for us to get cut off instead.
I was literally, I'm literally reading something, but the BP strike I'm like intimate with right now, really familiar with it because I've done some backgrounding for them on it. But I mean, they offered these guys, they offered the Whiting Union. I couldn't even believe it. Okay, so they want to cut 100 people out of the staff, like fire them, cut their pay by 25%, and by the way, then they told them, and the other piece of their contract that's non-negotiable is that they have to give BP 100 days heads up if they're going to go on strike.
Yeah.
I'm reading it going, well, nobody in their right minds. Why would we get? Why? Okay, so the current notice is 24 hours before you walk the line. You want 100 days, so what? You can train their replacements and fire them anyway?
That's right. That's
That
What the
might
hell?
work. That might work in the US, but it's not going to fly in the UK.
It's not working here.
The union.
Dude, hold up. British Petroleum. Okay, let's look at the name.
Look at the BP.
Oh, yeah.
BP. Okay,
Big
it won't
oil
work
spill.
here, and he does this every time. It's like, and then it's like,
Well,
don't get me
do
wrong.
we,
I was wrong.
do we
I
wanna
was
do
wrong
an
about the
after
Christmas
show?
tree.
I'm not going to stay on very long. I have a doctor's appointment at like 7:30 in the morning, so I got to be up early. Oh, there's another SpaceX launch tonight, 6:30 or tomorrow morning, 6:35 a.m. And it's going to be a jellyfish launch, Dave.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
That's
we'll
cool.
stay until we get cut off, and then I'm going to host over to the Great Conspiracy.
Sounds good to me. Here, I'm going to send Dave this picture so he has it. Hang on, let me get this downloaded. Save the phone. There.
I got to
Oh,
see something
so
really cool
6:30.
the other night.
Would you say it was 6:30? What time tomorrow morning?
6:35 a.m.
All right, folks, it's been nice. Take care, and we're
right.
going to get on out of here. Going over to Great Conspiracy on Kick. Everybody have a great week, and we'll see you when we come back. And I'll be back
Dave.
on Sunday with Censorship Sucks.
It's in the chat, Dave.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Yep. Oh, jellyfish possible. Oh, yeah. Yeah, jellyfishes are cool. Maybe I'll go out to the prairie tomorrow morning, fight